Yeah.
Yeah, so you let's see what's happening. Just show our viewers the footage so they get to know what's actually happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the security. That's the security. This junction leads to the Electoral Commission headquarters. Adante. Docas. Hello?
Yes, George, I can hear you. George?
Yes, if you can see,
yeah.
This looks like reinforcement. You know that as I have already reported, tensions are building up, the supporters are massing up, and so as you can see, initially when we got here, this particular police vehicle was not, it just arrived, indicating that more reinforcements are expected to arrive here at the Electoral Commission headquarters. This is your election desk, GhanaWeb TV, and we are still here at the Electoral Commission headquarters. These are actually live pictures of NDC supporters alleging that the Electoral Commission of Ghana and the government is trying to the 2020 election result, and so they are massing up here. Doctor, I'm listening. Insanity is.
Okay, so those are some visuals from the head office of the Electoral Commission, NDC supporters trooping there, and it comes or it follows suggestions or speculations that some members of the Peace Council have been sent to the resident of the former president and flag bearer of the NDC, John Dramani Mahama, to speak to him on the need to concede a defeat. Remember, yesterday's press conference by the NDC, they said they had some information that actually showed that they were happy with the outcome of the elections, an indication that former President John Dramani Mahama had some good figures, for which reason they were not ready to entertain any action that is aimed at manipulating the results. Remember, the third press conference that was held was addressed by John Mahama himself, where he said that they will resist any attempt by the Electoral Commission to circumvent or overturn the decision of the Ghanaian people, because per the figures that they have, the people of Ghana or the electorate have entrusted their mandate in them, and they are sure of forming the next government. They also claim that they have the majority in Parliament. Well, we cannot confirm any of these claims. We'll wait for the Electoral Commission to declare the results. The EC says it's going to declare the results today, Wednesday. As to the exact time the results will be declared, we are not sure, but we'll be here with you until the results are declared, and then even after, get you reactions from some people who matter, and if possible, get your response as well as to how the conduct of the election has been. Remember, there is more news on our website, www.ghanaweb.com. On Instagram, we are at the GhanaWeb, Twitter at the GhanaWeb, on Facebook, we are at the GhanaWeb, and we are streaming live on our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Abrantepa. My colleague Daniel Dro has joined me, and so we will be talking about what has happened. I don't know if you expected all this, or did you anticipate, or you did not expect it to get to the extent to which it has?
I think it's been the tension has been heightened following the series of press conferences that both political parties have held over the last several hours. But yes, if the flag bearer of a political party tells its supporters that it has intelligence that the Electoral Commission, which is the body that supervises the election, wants to rig the election for the incumbent party, then you can understand why there's a lot of tension in town. But the government is trying its best to douse that tension and ensure that there is calm. The Electoral Commission yesterday did hold a press conference where they admitted that their initial declaration that or promise that they are going to declare the result within 24 hours has not been able to materialize. That also heightened the tension. It feeds into the perception that some numbers are being massaged and that the incumbent is being favored in this election. But we're hopeful that the security agencies are able to put the issue under control, because there's a lot of tension in this country. It doesn't augur well for the business community and the perception that the global community has about Ghana. Because Ghana, don't forget, is a beacon of hope when it comes to democracy. There are things that are wrong with our country, but when it comes to our electionary processes, it appears that we are the shining example, and this is not a time that we set a bad example and precedent for the rest of the international community.
So whilst we hope and then we encourage that everyone becomes calm and wait for the EC to declare the results, because it is the only institution or the body that is mandated to declare the presidential results, we are saying that you stick and stay, and then we'll bring you some updates. We are seeing a whole lot of results on social media, some media houses actually doing some projections and calling the elections, but we are patiently waiting for the EC to do that. We will not declare the results, we will not do any projections whatsoever, we are not calling it, and so we wait for the EC to give us the results. Our reporters are stationed there. We have both, all at the headquarters of the NPP and then the NDC and the EC's headquarters, where the NDC supporters, we are told, and as you saw on your screen, have gone there to stage a protest, for want of a better word, over claims that some people within the Peace Council and other institutions have been asked to speak to their flag bearer to concede defeat. The NPP is saying that they're also in a comfortable lead. The Director of Election, Evans Nimakon, is saying that, and is actually borrowing the NDC's 2016's famous quote that they are in a comfortable lead. So that's it. And the General Secretary, he says, as the General Secretary put it out there, when we took the media to our collation center and said that these figures are what we are picking, these figures we pick up from the 338,622 polling stations, and we expect them to know. So the General Secretary informed our party members that looking at what we have collated from all these polling stations, the NPP is in a comfortable lead. So that's Evans Nimakon, who is the Director of Elections for the NPP. There's also a post by Manasseh Azure. Of course, we are saying that the EC has not declared the elections. And in his post, he actually chooses his words very carefully. I'll take you through what he says. It's a letter, open letter to John Dramani Mahama. It says, Dear John Dramani Mahama, if the election does not go your way, don't allow yourself to be pushed to soil your reputation as an extremely tolerant and peaceful leader. Don't get me wrong, I'm not suggesting that you should condone injustice in order to impress others. A man, our wise elders say, may swallow phlegm for the fear of offending others, but no sane man swallows poison for the same reason. So I am not saying you should allow yourself to be cheated in order to keep the image of peace and tolerance. If you have reasonable suspicion of an electoral fraud and a reasonable amount of evidence to back the suspicion, channel them to the appropriate headquarters. Those quarters, no matter how flawed they may be, are certainly better than violence. Violence is like a bad rain. It does not fall on the roof of only your enemy. There is 2024. You will still be younger than your age of your main contender, who, when he first won. You have put up an impressive and admirable fight in the race. There are lessons in this election for you, your opponents and Ghanaians. A man does not burn his bum because his wife has starved him over food. There is tomorrow, JM, and you stand a very good chance of winning the election with ease. Think about this, think about the future and the generations that look up to you. Think about Ghana. The lion and the antelope may have their differences, but neither of them would set the forest that shelters them ablaze. Think about this before your next speech, step or action. Your friend Manasseh Azure, and that's a post that he made a few hours ago. We shall take a break. When we return, we'll continue with the conversation. It's GhanaWeb's election desk, and I'm still here with my colleague Daniel Odro.
Declaration of the final results. We are here at the Accra International Conference Center, and this is GhanaWeb Election Desk. Today we have with me the director of the Atamils Institute, Koku Andoho. He's going to tell us how he's been observing the entire process and how it has been for him. Koku, good morning.
Good morning, GhanaWeb.
Yeah. Tell me, first of all, where did you vote?
Well, the team was deployed. Well, personally, I led a team to the Volta region.
Okay.
Strategically so. Of course, I have my vote there in Tanyigbe. But then, of course, I had to be there and observe for myself, considering all the information that did around pre-election as regards heavy military deployment in the region and some attempt, as it were, to intimidate voters. It didn't happen. Wherever we went in the Volta region, from the southern belt, the middle belt, and the northern belt, there was no form of intimidation at all. So that's why I was in the Volta region. Of course, we had other teams, Ashanti region, also the stronghold of the MPP, to be able to observe and see whether some untoward happenings did go on there. Reports have it that no underhand dealings. Of course, we're in Greater Accra, we're in Central, we're in Eastern. So the teams have come out with solid reports that largely the election was free and fair. And for us at the Tamils Institute, I think that it's not premature to say Aiko to Mrs. Jean Mensah, the EC chair, and her team at the EC for rolling out a voting process that has sat well with the Republic of Ghana. I think that we can be very proud of ourselves because, as you know, prior to the elections, all the attempt to clean up the register, create a new register, even the new BVDs, and all the talk that went around the introduction of these new BVDs, as if to say the EC was up to something upside down. It's obvious. Where I voted in Tanyigbe Apostolic Faith Church polling station, voting began around 5 minutes after 7.
Okay.
By 7:30, 20 people had already voted. Because as part of our observation processes, we have to observe the opening, and the voting processes, then the closing.
Okay.
So voting began on time, the processes went well, and voting closed on time. Counting was done in the public, declarations were made in the public, agents were made to sign in the public, pink sheets given to the agents. So I think largely, as a nation, we can be very proud of ourselves.
You say it was free and fair, but you haven't talked about the peaceful aspect. That we've had pockets of violence in certain areas, so much so that there have been reported deaths and all that. What would you make of?
Well, those I can say are unfortunate. But where I observed, you're talking to me as an observer, where the team observed, no violence. In the Volta region where I was, no violence, not at all. Whole Central, whole West, Agotime Eziofi, South Dai, whole Central, Adaklu, Ketu North, Ketu South. You know all the issues that surrounded, Ketu South. That is the Aflao area, then Ketu North, the Georgia area. So what we've heard about are things that happened elsewhere, not in the Volta region. Ashanti region, yes, we heard about Fomena, about some burning of the EC's office in Fomena, but that's an isolated case in Ashanti. Greater Accra, even in Onodiodio, which was touted to be a heavy, problematic place, I'm not sure Onodiodio burnt ashes. So, yes, incidences here and there, but I think largely we can say that the election was peaceful. I mean, to think that 48 hours, okay, so we finished voting 5 p.m. on Monday. Today is Wednesday. We have not yet hit 5 p.m. of Wednesday, so we have not even done 48 hours after voting, let alone counting. All the 16 regions, Ghana is not burning. All that we are doing is that we are waiting patiently for the EC to give us a final declaration. Of course, the media, you people, you are doing your own mathematics. You are not doing any declaration. You are just doing mathematics based on results that have been declared at polling stations, and the law allows you so to do. So I think Ghanaians are seeing what the trend is. We'll just wait for the final declaration, and I'm sure it won't be too long that will be done.
What do you also make of the reactions from party leaders? I'm talking about the main political party leaders. NPP and then the NDC, of which you also belong to. We've had series of, let's call them marathon of press conferences where they have their own assertions and everything else. What do you make of all that?
Well, that is natural. Nature abhors vacuum. Nature abhors vacuum. So until the EC declares the final results, none of the political parties, especially the two major ones, MPP, NDC, will allow vacuum to be created. So what they are doing is that they are occupying space, which is allowed. They need to reassure their supporters, but you must do that with facts and figures.
Good.
That's what you need to do. Otherwise, holding press conferences between now and the final declaration is legitimate. They have millions of supporters, and they need to reassure their millions of supporters that this is what we have done. We thank you for coming out to vote. We believe that this is where we are. But if you hear both political parties, I think that they are still staying within the rules of the game.
Yeah, sure, that's still staying. Let's bring you quick back to 2016. I mean, you made a phrase which caught on.
Yes, comfortably.
Comfortably. We are seeing stuff like that.
Yes, comfortable. When I held that press conference in 2016 as Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, don't forget that prior to that, Peter McMenu, who was the chairman of the NPP's campaign committee, had held a press conference much earlier. And so, like I'm saying, the political parties will not allow themselves to be undone. Once the NPP holds, the NDC will hold, and vice versa. So comfortable lead was to say that, yes, we are crunching numbers. And if the NPP had come out at the time, around midnight, to say they had won, NDC, per the numbers that we are crunching, we believe that we are in a comfortable lead as far as the presidential is concerned. It was not a declaration of results or declaration of victory. It was just to reassure supporters that we believe, per numbers that had been crunched, per 120 constituencies, we believe that we were in a comfortable lead as far as presidential was concerned.
Can you say that is what's happened now? We've had the flag bearer and former president Mahama saying stuff like they know that he's won 10 out of 16 regions, and then the general secretary also saying that if there's anybody who should be celebrating, it should be the NDC supporters and all that. Don't you think these are very
when you are asked to celebrate, I don't think that it's a call to arms.
There've also been assertions of him calling the MPP flag bearer to concede defeat, even when the EC has.
Is that so?
You haven't.
Well, don't forget that in 2016, the NDC flag bearer conceded defeat before the EC declared results. So, if per his experience of having conceded defeat in 2016, he thinks that the incumbent president should do so, it may be based on his experience, but it doesn't mean that because he did it in 2016, it will repeat itself in 2020. But otherwise, history has it that in 2016, before the EC, Madam Charlotte Osei, could declare results, the NDC's flag bearer and the incumbent president at the time conceded defeat based on numbers that he had. So, assuming the current president also has numbers, that tells him that he's in the lead. Why should he concede defeat?
So there's nothing wrong with what is happening right now.
No. I mean, yesterday, assuming one political party asked its supporters to go into the streets, has that happened? It hasn't happened.
No, but when you visit on the streets, you see a few supporters in party vehicles playing out music,
they're allowed.
Dancing.
Oh, they're allowed to. There's no law against that. No, there's no law against that. If a group of people decide that out of the law of freedom of association, they can gather on today, Wednesday, and begin to sing songs of victory, they haven't disturbed the peace of the nation. They haven't engaged in any violent conduct. They are only telling themselves that we believe that we have won. It's totally legit. Until they begin to create problems for security, why? Let's allow them to feel that way. And as it is, I believe that before close of day today, because if yesterday's press conference by Mrs. Jean Mensah is anything to go by, It means we have 14 regions that have come in out of the 16, left with 2. And when she was addressing the nation yesterday, she believed that by close of day yesterday, the extra 2 would have come in. So, ceteris paribus, the 2 should have come in by now. And give and take, I'm sure before midday, well, okay, let me not go ahead of the EC. Let me just say ceteris paribus, the 2 regions should have joined. So by now the EC should have 16. Whatever it is, I want to believe that by close of day today, Wednesday. So they gave us 24 hours, but it wasn't cast in iron. It was like, we believe that by the systems that we have put in place, in 24 hours, we can declare. They were being honest again, came yesterday and said, we couldn't meet 24 hours. So no knife will go to the neck of the EC because they are being honest. Because then again, they just want Ghanaians to accept whatever results that the Ghanaians themselves have produced. So let's wait and see if it's 24. No, of course, we've gone past 24 hours. So if it is 48 hours, it won't go to 72. I doubt if it will go to 72.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
But so we have been speaking to the director of the Atamils Institute and former NDC General Secretary Kopu Ando. He's convinced that we won't go to 72 hours, but what he has observed and how the
this is our election way. Yen Tenasi, Mananago, and Sapio, and the constituency chairman, the constituency communicator, we are marching them boot for boot. There will not be in this election. Yes, to the listening to our communicator, because of the party. Thank you. Come on.
We are still waiting for the declaration of the final results. We are here at the Accra International Conference Center, and this is GhanaWeb Election Desk. Today, I have with me,
GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odo. You just watched our interview with Kopu Ando, former Deputy General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, now Director of the Atamils Institute, speaking to the head of our political desk, Lord Harris Eduasare. That was before the rumors of the tension in town and the massing up of NDC supporters at the party head office and also at the Electoral Commission's headquarters to protest what they say are rumors that the Peace Council has proceeded to the office of former President John Mahama to coerce him to accept and concede defeat to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We were unable to establish any of those allegations and rumors that are filtering through. But what we do know is that a lot of rumors are in town, and there is a lot of security presence in town following the fact that the EC has decided that today, at close of day today, it will announce the result of the 2020 general elections held on Monday, December 7. And like we've told you, we're not doing any projection as far as the presidential elections are concerned, even though a lot of media houses have projected that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will retain his seat as president of this country for another term. What we have done over the last 48 hours is bring you a breakdown of who is winning what at the constituency level in the parliamentary elections. We are not even certain at this point who is having a clear majority or even, who is even having a majority in parliament. What we suspect, though, is that whoever wins the presidency would have a young parliament or a parliament where he does not have a clear majority. We have spoken to experts who say while there is a downside to that, there are also positives to that, because it would ensure that parliamentarians would scrutinize and work harder when they go to the House or the August House, and the president would have to bring his lobbying skills to bear during the 8th session or the 8th parliament, which will be inaugurated on the midnight of 6th of January before a new president is elected on or sworn in on January 7, 2001. This is your election desk. We'll bring you all the breaking news as and when we get it. If you are watching us anywhere in the world, yes, there is tension in this country because of the election results expected to be declared later today. The EC had promised that they were going to declare it within 24 hours. But they have promised this midnight or this dawn that by close of day today, they would announce the result of this year's election. We are going to go to our reporter at the head office or the office of former President John Dramani Mahama. Earlier reports we picked up suggested that the officials of the NDC have rejected police deployment to the office of the former president. And you have seen footages of supporters of the NDC marching in the streets of Accra and other parts of the country. Some MPP supporters have also besieged their party headquarters. For them, though, it's about celebration because they believe they have won this year's election. That is contentious because last night, as you saw on this channel, the NDC held a series of press conferences. The last one, though, was held by the president or the flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress, John Dramani Mahama, who said the president, incumbent president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is exhibiting tendencies of an undemocratic leader, and that the will of these people will not be subverted. He was also backed by Asiedu Nketia, General Secretary, who says that the incumbent government is using the military to intimidate supporters of the NDC and the citizenry at large. They also contend that at the various coalition centers, the military has been used to change some of the results. These are things we are unable to confirm. Those we can confirm, we will bring it to you live. And also, when the EC goes live to declare the election result, we will bring it to you live. Last 4 years, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo won the presidency by close to 1 million votes. The numbers does not suggest that he will get that same margin, even if he wins. But the NDC says they have won 140 seats in parliament. They have a working majority in parliament, and therefore it would suggest that they are the next government and will be heading to the Jubilee House. We'll bring you all the news as and when we get them. I'm here with Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, my colleague, and we'll be here throughout the day. It promises to be a long day. It's the third day, hopefully the final day of our coverage of the 2020 general elections. We did say that we didn't want a runoff, but this is turning out to be a long process. But trust the process. We'll be here. We'll keep you company throughout the coverage of this election. Abrantepa, what do you make of the tension in town? What are you picking up? What are people saying on social media?
Well, it's all about jubilation. What we see on our screen, if there is anything different, it's the fact that what we see are visuals, and on social media is text. So people are jubilating. They are saying that per the projections, their parties, individual parties, have won. and so they are, you know, showing how happy they are. On Twitter, NPP has won, is trending #1. Thank you, Ghana, is trending #2. There's a certain Bridget trending #3. I don't know what it is, but Election Strong Room is trending #4. Mahama is trending #5. So that's what's happening on social media. Maybe I should read a few for you, and then. So the first, interestingly, when I refresh, the first comment that came is from Gabi Ochidako and says, it looks like both Akufo-Addo and John Mahama retained their respective seats as president and former president. Congrats to both. That's it. I'm seeing, okay, so I'll skip this one. There are some of the comments that I would have to skip because the language is not friendly at all. But okay, it looks like they've all packed. Yes, I will move on to this one. The Kojo Nkrumah, the Minister of Information, also tweeted and says the National Security Minister has not issued any panic alert. Ignore the fake news making rounds on social media. Ghana will win and move on to make her greater and stronger. That's coming from Information Minister Kojo Nkrumah. Now, this one says, all that we have shown to the whole world is that there is an enviable and invisible strength in all people's unity, and that democracy might have us be at each other's throat most of the time, but we will still cohere at the end of the day. There is no need to laugh and throw. Ghana has won. It's coming from Echienana Yao Asante, the second. And this one, okay, so this is something is actually saying that Kudeo PVT estimates for the presidential election are ready, but will be released only after the EC completes its constitutional duty by announcing the official results. So that means that Kudeo, per their statistics, and they know who has won, but they, of course, they will not announce it. And so are we not announcing because we wait for the Electoral Commission to declare the results. They are mandated to tell who has won the presidential elections. So these are some of the comments on social media. Okay, so Danny, for now, these are some of the comments that I can get for our viewers out there. So if you are watching, you can also send us your comment, tweet at us at the GhanaWeb, and you can add the hashtag election desk so that we project your views. We let you, we read your views to viewers out there, Danny.
Right. So those are some social media reactions to the news filtering in that both parties have won. Don't forget, in 2012, there was tension like that in this country. In fact, the MPP did take the results of the 2012 elections to the Supreme Court. After a lot of running battle with the incumbent NDC at the time, the Supreme Court did declare John Dramani Mahama as the legitimate and rightful winner of that year's election. It appears that there will be contention as far as this year's results are concerned. And we've already told you that there's heavy military presence in town, and so you need to be careful when going to town. And while we do not begrudge anybody to protest, we also encourage people to stay at home and not be coerced to pick up arms at this point. There are processes that political parties can't go through if they feel that the will of the people have been subverted. The law courts are one of the places and the legal means to seek redress in this country. So we encourage you to be patient and calm, because even the Electoral Commission has not declared the results yet. All the rumors may turn out to be a hoax after all. So kindly stay calm and let's wait for the Electoral Commission of Ghana to announce the results of this year's election. We'll also go through some of the results in the parliamentary elections. Quite an interesting development there. What is certain, though, is that the MPP has lost a lot of their seats in parliament. In fact, they have lost at least 30 of their seats to the NDC in this year's election. But the MPP also contend that they have snatched some of the MPP seats from the NDC. And when you do the pluses and minuses, even though they are 169 majority in parliament before this election would shrink, they will still have a majority in parliament. That has been contested by the NDC, who have maintained that they've won 10 out of the 16 regions of this country. They proclaim that they see John Dramani Mahama as the next president. We will try and bring you visuals as and when they come in. We have deployed a lot of our correspondents and colleagues here into the streets in Accra. Don't forget, now the action is in Accra. In the last 48 hours, we have concentrated in all the 275 constituencies dotted across the 16 regions of this country. But it has reached crunch time, and when it gets to the crunch, all the action is in Accra. So the hot places right now in the capital are the EC headquarters, the NDC headquarters, and the MPP headquarters. And of course, you see that their security is on red alert to ensure that this country does not burn. And we have also encouraged you here that do not let this country burn because of any political party. Whoever wins, let us respect that. Let us go to court if we feel that the will of the people have been subverted here on Election Desk. This is your Election Desk. We have promised that we're going to be with you throughout the day. It's going to be a long day. A few things coming through. The PPP has encouraged or admonished the Electoral Commission that the results that they will declare must reflect the will of the people. And we have also heard some of the flag bearers of the other smaller parties calling already to congratulate whoever they believe is the winner. We're unable to mention names at this point because it would be going ahead of ourselves because the EC is going to address the country in the next couple of hours. We're also hearing that there will be press conferences between the two political parties. The NDC would hold a press conference in the next few hours, and the MPP will also hold a press conference in the next few hours. Don't forget, last night, the government actually responded to the press conference of the NDC. Kojo Opon Nkrumah, who is information minister, was the one who addressed the nation. And even though he received backlash for using government machinery to address the NDC, he claims that it was incumbent or it was proper for government to respond to the allegations and accusations from the biggest opposition party because it puts the country on edge. If time permits, we will give you a playback of that press conference by Kojo Opon Nkrumah. My producers tell me that that press conference is ready. We'll go for that video, and when we return, we'll update you on what is happening at the EC headquarters and at the headquarters of the two political parties. Stay with us.
And doing analysis in your studios by now. I just want to recap a few of the key comments that candidate Mahama has made this evening, which the government of Ghana believes that it needs to respond to. The first is that, as I mentioned earlier, for the first time, a presidential candidate, is claiming that his party has gained what he describes as parliamentary majority. And then they go into some discussion about electing the speaker and a few other things, but that's a different conversation. But the point is that we have a presidential candidate, who is now publicly making the comment that his party has secured a parliamentary majority. He's also calling on his supporters to jubilate. We clearly understand that to be a dog whistle for people to get out on the streets. That is what is transpiring here. Number three, He's also making comments to undermine the work of state institutions, including the Electoral Commission and the military. And the government needs to respond to these at this particular moment. He's also making comments aimed at attacking the work of the Ghanaian media in this election, attacking your reportage and your analysis and other things that you are doing. And we think it's important that these matters are responded to right now, especially at this time in the election. And he's making false allegations that the military of the Republic of Ghana is involved in efforts to change results and subvert the will of the Ghanaian people. So we will speak specifically to some of these issues, and then we will take questions and respond to them. Now, first of all, the claim by candidate Mahama that his party has won parliamentary majority is false. That claim is false. Anybody who has followed Ghana's electoral process knows that there are returning officers at the 275 constituencies. That's different from the returning officer for the presidential election. These returning officers collate the results and make a formal declaration of who has won the constituency. The Ghanaian media is littered across all 275 constituencies and their collation centers. You are the ones who are reporting this election. If indeed anybody has gained 140 seats in parliament by now, you will know. Wouldn't you know? You will clearly know. So we do not think that, first of all, it lies in any candidate's mouth. Yes, we understand the political parties and their campaigns throw out numbers and explain where they are in their own coalition, etc. We've seen pictures from both sides and press tours. But a claim by Mr. Mahama that his party has won parliamentary majority is false. You, the media, are observing at all the 275 coalition centers across the country. And I'm sure you yourself can confirm, as at now, that they do not have a parliamentary majority. So it is important that at this point in time, this claim be shut down, so that the Ghanaian public, some of whom may be going to bed tonight, the international community listening, doesn't start getting that idea that Mr. Mahama's party has won a parliamentary majority. I think the figures, as are being collated by the Electoral Commission and being declared, are quite clear. The last one I saw the media putting out, not what we the parties are, the media putting out, was about 227 constituencies. And the details were there about who has won what. So please do not be deceived by any candidate, especially candidate Mahama at this point in time, that his party has won parliamentary majority. That's item number one that we need to tell the people of Ghana and the international community about. Item number two is a dangerous matter. This dog whistle to supporters by the candidate that they should jubilate. And we are clear. This is a dog whistle to people to get out on the streets and jubilate. Now, first of all, we are happy that this call has largely not been heeded by the Ghanaian public. As you monitor the countryside, largely, this call has not been heeded. Because the Ghanaian people are discerning and can see through some of the, games on election night that candidates play. But we think it must be categorically said that it is utterly irresponsible and it flies in the face of good conduct and even the peace pact that the candidates signed a few days ahead of the election. I want to show you the true nature of some of these candidates. The peace pact that the candidates signed, I think President Akufo-Addo, Mr. Mahama, I think there were other parties that got a rep or so to sign, witnessed by the Chief Justice of the Republic. It says that you acknowledge and you commit to the following. A, that the remaining rounds of campaign sequel to the general election shall be conducted with decorum. B, that and keep in check the excesses of our supporters as and when they get out of line. Now you have candidates rather egging their supporters on after they have signed this peace pact, egging their supporters on to jubilate. And I'm explaining to you that nobody is a kid in this country. That is dog whistle for get out there and, celebrate. They go on. That they hereby commit themselves and supporters to continue to conduct their campaigns in a peaceful manner, that they undertake to accept the results of the election and concede to the winner accordingly. Then they commit to a number of things in it. After signing this, you now have candidate Mahama himself, not his campaign or his party, Those ones, you understand the party portion. But now you have the candidate himself asking his supporters that they have a right to jubilate. And like I've said to you, it's a dog whistle for asking them to go out. We want to, as a government of Ghana, strongly urge all candidates to desist from such conduct. It has the potential to raise tensions, to heighten anxiety, and most importantly, it will leave your supporters severely disappointed if and when an eventual loss is occasioned for you. And so we think that the responsible thing to do as a government at this point in time is to call it out and let the public know, don't fall for that. Item number 3. As you are aware, Ghana has had about 8 successful elections since the 1992 Constitution was rolled out. The Electoral Commission has a proven track record of successfully conducting elections. This EC has come under a barrage of criticisms from this particular candidate. But as we can all attest to, so far, the exercise of this election has generally, the part conducted by the EC has generally been smooth. No candidate should at this stage get into this exercise of seeking to undermine the work of the EC. It is most irresponsible, and it would endanger the peace of this country. Now, another matter worth speaking to is the attack on the media. Again, if you listen to the candidate's commentary, and the commentary by, I think, the General Secretary of his party immediately following afterwards, they are now attacking the Ghanaian media, that you are now in the business of churning out fake results. I'm sure you heard that you are now in the business of churning out fake results. Everybody knows that the media in Ghana, independent, experienced in observing elections at collation centers, does the simple exercise of bringing in the numbers and doing the analysis. And this election, let's commend the Ghanaian media. Many of you have invested in software that allows you to do interesting analysis, do comparisons, etc. You are beginning to notice, just like what the outgoing president of the US of A has been doing. Candidate Mahama is now suggesting that the numbers that the Ghanaian media are churning out and the collation that the Ghanaian media is beginning to do, which you have done in previous elections, are false and are fake. And we think that, again, it is important to call it out. This is not the first time that you see a candidate begin to make such allegations when they know something that maybe the rest of the population don't know. And that's why I cited the example of the US, where the US president, who is outgoing now, consistently been attacking the media as being fake news, enemies of the people, etc., etc. We're beginning to observe a bit of it here. And we think it's important not to let it slide, but to draw your attention to this. Now, again, another claim is being introduced into the conversation, and it's important to draw the country's attention to it, that Mr. Mohammed's party says that it has won majority of the regions, and therefore it can extrapolate that it ought to win the presidential election. For the avoidance of doubt, we need to remind everybody of what the rules of engagement are and what the facts are. The rules of engagement is in Article 63, Clause 3 of the Constitution 1992. And I'll read you just a little bit of it. It says, a person shall not be elected as the president of Ghana unless at the presidential election the number of votes cast in his favor is more than 50% of the total number of valid votes cast at the election. It has absolutely nothing to do with the regions that you claim or you purport to have won. The constitutional provision of who wins a presidential election is in Article 63, Clause 3. Please take time and read it and educate the Ghanaian public that if any candidate comes to tell you that he thinks that he has won a region which he thinks is big, therefore he should be the next president, or a collection of regions. Ghana's election is not an electoral college like what happens in the US. Ghana's election, in accordance with Article 63, Clause 3, is simple. You have to win 50% plus 1 of the votes for the presidential election. And so please, this misinformation or disinformation that is being introduced into the Ghanaian election as it goes on is important that we call it out so that the general public does not fall for it and begin to correlate that, oh, therefore, if this person wins X number of regions, then he should be declared president. No, there's an exercise for doing that, and that exercise, we understand, is being done by the Electoral Commission. In conclusion, the Electoral Commission has proven, I think, over the last 8 elections, he has the capacity to do that which is doing. We want to urge the general Ghanaian population and all other stakeholders to remain calm, to remain vigilant, yes, and to follow the EC's processes and the updates that the EC will give us, and not be moved by comments now by a presidential candidate to do otherwise. And this is what we believe the government ought to put out at this stage in the election tonight. I'll do a quick summary, Chi, and then I will take your questions. If we're in church, I will say, and you are no adofo. And you may, Yadamo, Sessa Monia Brenna, Moshia, and Wahasi. Namum, your friend Waha, and Sembe, Munumi, and Sabi. Mifia say, no, Mitremu say, the entire Menamijana Hakasani said, many Minister of Information. But Abatwe, Mizunami, a candidate. Kasa make and yet parties and assembly maker. Ghana buying and a air Kasa, and a simi so say me, and I mean Kasa Magana buying. The entire you bring Ghana buying any or mine needing common say, presidential candidates ne bako, Yura Mahama. Ababo ntinga be central phone shim be don hwere bako ni fa ana be don hwere bako ni. No ke kansem bi ansem no aban susu enye MPP party aban, and the entire meeting ni say there's a difference between me as candidate and me as Minister of Information for the Republic. Ghana aban susu say we say ye ka ho asem bi. Or say ono ne party enye majority of parliament. Or say ni supporters emfiase enyomani eno e kasakwa de o kan so omuntin singu krom enji omani nye dede se omadi nkunim. Or say EC no e kataso muamuaso asesa election results no na soldier for crampo ka ho bi na onim Ghana bakosem asansem we say be yentoto na say ensem a wotepe e wo say yetu eho anamo na say na Ghana ban ese wo sansem we ho de edi kan say presidential candidate bi anase Yewura Mahama ese ne party winning parliamentary majority a pacho e mogo sabre the entire mogo ni say Ghana parliamentary elections you were returning officers were 275 collation centers more central phone na more nkofo 275 collation centers obi obedi nkunim bi ha mo na mbo ho dewuru anabeboa enti say sabre so obi a winning parliamentary majority 140 a senka ba na omo mo kan ama ye nyina ayate Mumpo amowo 275 obi de otifi on de hu ye ba mo amowo 275 collation centers no mo krampo mu hu ye nkan ti se candidate bi ba be kasa sinihu mogo etoso mienu kasa kwa na ode ma na chitafo se omuntin sikrum enye dede nyi omani no se ukan peace pact na anu ya omukọ sign wo na campaign na moving pick Yewura Mahama Mampani Akufo-Addo the chief justice om yina de omsa be sha ase ese sabre ya ye kwa koto abeya na se abato brese eni embe bia wachitafo krampo ya ebetumi di oye ni aba no wo krampo no wo de wonsa shekrata ase se ubetu omfo ahwema omate asan mo anye sade se de Yewura Mahama na one ne mpanimfo hye omachitafo kutupa se omonti insikum de ye de ni se omukan no so de wani hwe kruma obi anhye dan ne akire ye boga na fo abaso na mom e wo se ye bo mu kokko se sabre isi mpanimfo ke ko mo ne ma bum no so obi petu be catcher candidate petu be catcher say tisi krom ye emu ayuram kakra isa say ebetumi e the tension akosoro yet asese campaigns mi no na wo ma na we afre central for na we afre central for no bi aka na sem na say afi candidate na nkasa be kasa no ana say ntinka we okan na nka o mampani Akufo-Addo ana say obi fufuro so candidate ne kasa e the tension e be kosoro ebi o de ya wo ho krampo ni say so we your supporters say na be ba no wadi nkugu a omakoma bete eno ade a ye bokoko etwe obi adwen eba begina so obeka ya Ghana ya to ababa ye mpren wotwe since I ba 1992 democratic dispensation yimo EC wa kire se onim nadwuma ye parties to mini nya asemba wa kire se onim nadwuma ye but say adwuma yi e koso sabre ye du ni mpempenso yi na candidate ankasa etutu bi mani EC no suggest okay can some to say EC person dani figures no na soldier for kra ka ho ne ade no e ade e wo say ye tudin ye tumre kire si no bia hu say enya sempa e wo say obi a edi akire ebio say o cassette ya Ghanaian media say mo say entro na moody figures na mo bobo na entro na moody Ghana bato ye di ye kire ache media imu na mo ba bia mutumi hwehwem na mutumi ebeka so ya kan wo polling station where the nkunim, where the nkugo, na mwakika bom. Afia we kra de matoto computers ni software, ye hwe twi ni brofo a mujinejina ho na mo point trotro wo so. Kyerɛ sɛ modwuma na kɔ n'anim. Afei mo na yewura mahama kyerɛ sɛ de amoka ne nyɛ nokorɛ. Yɛpɛ sɛ obi ate aseɛ sɛ saa suban wei ɛte sɛ US man panin yewura Trump ɔbɛdi nkugo no. Afei ɔse sɛntrɔfoɔ no ɔmo na ɔmo tan ɔman no ɔmo na ɔmo yɛ fake media ne nkeka ne adeɛ. Ti obi ama n'ani na hɔ. Na saa nsɛm na yewura mahama ne campaign ɛka fa sɛntrɔfoɔ ho no. Sɛntrɔfoɔ mabɔ mo ho mɔden saa election wei sei. Bɔne ɛwɔ sɛ ɛbɔ mo aba so na nyɛ sɛ yɛtwe mo aboɔ so. Ansana maminka bibimfa sa allegations about the media, about the military. Yewura Mahama wa Ghana man peninda, a former commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, the immediate past commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. Onona sabre ochi Ghana bambo for an annual form. Ona sabre oki kan sem so omo na omo gina collation centers ebo ama yewiem enye no kreba kokrada. Yen nyina yenim nhihye ne mra eda election ukofa ballot box a police for na soldier for wo ho kwan say omo de protocol say friend the minimum amount of force and I say the requisite amount of force estopo nti so obi akofa ballot box na oma bonituo ana obi mu attack collation center na say police for ni soldier for a prevent them from getting there kwan say obekwa akogina say candidate na nkasa na press conference etwe military any bambo for na boso ade dangerous esan say the baby a omno mbebo ho ban te ebi o say ye bom kokko ansa na de twato yewura mahama ne party kan asem bi say omo susu say oma wini regions ba ya no kan 10 regions enti omo susu oma wini 10 regions e wo say omo wini presidential no. By the way, presidential no omo ntumi nka ho asem so far omo kan no de atete. But Oma started introducing common say almost soon so Oma winning 10 regions. Inti was Oma winning presidential. No? So okay, Ghana Mrakuni Constitution, Article 63 Clause 3. Okay, the PFA says, so person would do Oma Penia. Also winning 50% plus 1 of presidential votes and your regions. Mr. Ramo Ghana election and your US the friend say Electoral College the Nyaka say region way call say inti say and I say David. The number of votes. In fact, anything I hear parliamentary votes. Who calculating in here? We say TV network back. Who calculating parliamentary votes? Abanina and most party projects say, Omampeni party no MPP would have won about 53.8% of the parliamentary votes, even though parliamentary seats. But anything I hear no about say parliamentary votes no. Ube who send numbers no akweni. It is obi be catch out say. Osusu so we winning regions 10 into Yamfa presidency ni mana. Mr. Hussein said who enya no kre ba kokrada. Ti o say yetumi eka ho asema obia ete ne ho ase. Ye be sre Ghana fo nyina se ne ye di ehuni. Dodo na di ohuni no yenkoso nye ne saa. Isi be yo madwuma. Omo wi ade on be ka no. I was a candidate bia titiri wa do nsa ko share krata we ase no. I will say would this to say on my papa. Medamase Manuato. We'll take your questions. Where's the other microphone? We'll take your questions and then quickly respond to them.
situation temporarily at bay. Ladies and gentlemen, this singular effort prevented the MPP from rigging the elections on that occasion. That is why we are worried, because two of the conditions in 2008 are still present. The MPP was the incumbent government. Today they are in the incumbent government. Election results have been declared at the various constituency collation centers. In 2008, they were so declared, and there is pressure now. In fact, there was a press conference by MPP in those days that declared Nana Akufo-Addo the winner, and I guess some persons are speaking on behalf of MPP, declaring them winners this time round too. And we are aware of at least one television station even calling the parliamentary elections for MPP. So we want to use this opportunity
because of the EC's impending announcement of the 2020 general election results later today. They did promise that they were going to announce it yesterday. That did not happen, but it is certain that it will happen. The EC has released an announcement that they have received the 4 outstanding regional results, which means that all is set and all is clear for the Electoral Commission to make a pronouncement and declare the results in the coming hours. However, though, I want to go to the phone lines and speak to Colonel Festus Abuaje, retired. He is a security analyst. He is joining me on the phone. We'll have a conversation about the current mood in town and the heavy security presence and what it means for the sanity of this country. Thank you very much, Colonel retired Festus Abuaje.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
What do you make of the current situation in town? We have had reports, even though we are in the office, we've had reports of heavy security presence, especially at the Electoral Commission headquarters, the NDC headquarters, and the MPP headquarters.
Well, I haven't heard of that, but I wouldn't be surprised, although I'll be a bit, I don't know which word to use. Military presence, to me, at any place, should not form part of our democratic culture and practice. The protection of the EC headquarters, for instance, is a job that must be done by the police. And I believe the police are capable of doing that. If there is any estimate, that is assessment, that the residences or the HQs of the respective parties, especially the two major ones, should be protected, it should be done by the police. I've said a number of times that the military has no direct role in election security. If and when they have to be involved, they support the police. So the police must be seen to be deployed at any place where there is need for. The military should stand by advantage positions, including their own barracks, depending on the situation, to support the police as and when the need arises. Now, in cases where, like Techiman South, where we have seen military men or personnel right at the ballot station, that is contrary to democratic elections. Now, let's cast our minds back to what the IGP elaborated as a concept of the election security. He said there was going to be, or there were going to be, static police men and women on duty, minimum one at each segment. He said that the next layer or the tier would be police on patrols. Then the next year again would be police on standby as rapid reaction elements. So when you look at Techiman South, for instance, let's assume that the static police could not deal with the situation. We should have expected, or we should expect to see or to have seen the police mobile patrols arriving on the scene, and if need be, the police rapid reaction force arriving at the scene. Now let's remember that Techiman South, probably is modest towns and so on. They should have the police numbers. Now to have the military as we saw them, right at the front line doing law enforcement duties, I have said it's not the way that the military is trained. And we saw it clearly from the video of how the shots were fired without what we know as fire control orders, which must be given by the most senior person in command, indicating a target and saying that fire. And you fire one round at a time and you wait to see the effect. We saw sporadic fire by the personnel on duty. Now, that is not democratic policing. You see it. So it's not too late, but going forward, we need to be mindful that we are in a democracy.
Right.
And therefore, the way and manner in which we used to do business during the revolutions and coups and mutinies, those days are past. We need to consolidate this democracy. And the way to consolidate it is to have the police do the functions for which they have been established. And if the military in any way must be involved in democratic policing, the next requirement, in accordance with international norm and practice, including ECOWAS protocols, the code of conduct for military forces or armed forces and military personnel, security personnel, is that those personnel must act democratically. And one of the democratic principles is the respect for human rights.
Right, right. To be fair, though, we're unable to say if these are just military men or they are part of the security presence, which is why I chose to use the word security presence in town. But moving forward, there appears to be a lot of tension in town. What we know for a fact, because we have seen footages of, is the massing up of party fanatics or supporters at the various headquarters of the two major political parties. How should the security apparatus deal with such a situation?
Well, the voting is over, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So therefore, the police has to regroup. I'm using a technical word. Because there is no voting going on at ballot stations, there is no need for police to continue to be at ballot stations. The scene now, or the action now, will be at the remaining constituency collation centers and the regional HQs. And therefore, the police would have the capacity and the resource to regroup, these police officers to provide the requisite security. Now, I've heard from legal brains on some channels that it is the legal right of any political party and individuals to celebrate what they may view as a win for their parties. The law of this land requires that such political activities must be protected. So any security force that is being deployed to the political party HQs and to ECHQ and so on must be there in order to protect these entities, to exercise their rights and not to stop them.
What of the instance where one group of people are threatening that because of rumors going around in town that their candidate has lost, they are going to rain hell on the citizenry?
No, the law does not make room for that. You see, they can go on a peaceful protest to agitate, you see, but if protest turns violent, if property is being destroyed, if lives are being lost, if firearms are being used, then the situation has ceased to be a peaceful protest. And therefore, the law requires that the relevant law enforcement agencies must maintain law and order. I would emphasize that no political party, red, green, blue, yellow, whatever, has any legal right to go beyond the prescripts of the law, which is peaceful protest. And I believe the law provides for other avenues of seeking redress, ultimately through the courts. So I will advise, that we stick to the principle or legal principles and the legal practices.
Colonel, before you go, what do you make of political actors? Sometimes people who have a lot of influence making overt declaration for people to pour onto the street and protest, sometimes not peacefully but violently.
Well, in election processes, we have this term known as hate speech. Now, hate speech is a broad term, but it doesn't necessarily mean only speech that, expresses hate. Now, speech that infuriates, speech that incites, speech that divides, speech that denigrates, demeans, creates tension between communities or persons. It's all hate speech. So yes, people have the right to call on their supporters and members of their groups to go and demonstrate peacefully, to celebrate. When you cross that red line and you become violent, i.e., lives are being lost, property is being destroyed, law and order is breaking down, the law does not allow that. And that's why I said at the end of my last statement that it is incumbent upon all of us to exercise our democratic rights, but within the confines of the law. Granted that there is tension at this time because the stakes are very high, we still need to exercise restraint. And if we need to take any action, moderate that action within the bounds of the law. We don't do that. We rather worsen the situation. I think this debate must go also to the EC. You see it?
Yeah.
I've seen some figures in media spaces. Now, some number 14 has been mentioned, 7 validated, other 7 not validated. The media, without distinction between validated numbers and unvalidated numbers, is churning out these laws saying that so-and-so has won 6 million plus, so-and-so has won 6 million plus. Without being circumspect enough to say that some of the figures that have constituted these numbers have not been validated. You see, besides the 5 that have not been certified, some have not been validated. And that message needs to come out clear. So we don't jump to the conclusion that because somebody has added some numbers and somebody has crossed the 50+1 threshold, that person has won. And the person who has not, crossed the 50+1 threshold has lost. I believe that the respective political parties are engaging with the EC in order to rectify some of these anomalies, including transposition errors, including strange pink sheets that are being faxed, whose figures do not tally with the original pink sheet figures that were signed, by political observers or political party observers and so on. Some of these elements must be part of the debate at this stage. You see, the anomalies must be brought out in order that the disparities can be placed in context without necessarily taking it as, the truth. That whatever number I'm seeing on CTTV, on multimedia, on GhanaWeb, that is the truth. We need to widen the debate and bring in all the other dynamics or all the other variables in order to inform, the Ghanaian populace.
Before you go, Colonel, how do you see the perception that the security services has been politicized? There are others who believe that it is the lack of trust in the security services that emboldens people to pour onto the street to demonstrate and sometimes turn violent.
Well, the politicization of the military did not start yesterday. Indeed, from the time of our independence, politicization started, including by the British. If you read the history of the deployment of the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police to the Congo, Leopold Gale at the time, the British Chief of Staff, General Alexander, was playing politics with the military and with Kwame Nkrumah. So Kwame Nkrumah did some politicization. The respective, military regimes, the respective democratic administrations, all have to take responsibility for where we are now, where blatantly, there is empirical evidence that the security services are being politicized, including, among others, through how personnel are recruited, the opacity surrounding some of these recruitment, and the kinds of mechanisms that we are now evolving to say that we did a recruitment 3 years ago, we couldn't absorb all of them. We have created a certain database, and we are going back to the database to call those who are interested to come for treatment, for training, which is highly opaque. So over a period of 3 years, there is no regional announcement, for instance, that recruitment is going to go on. It gives room now for political actors, to discriminatorily take their personnel and put them in the respective security services. It comes also in the form of promotions, for instance, and it comes also in the form of postings, so that if you are not, somebody is not in the good books of whoever, that person is then posted away to remote areas where they probably may not be able to interfere with whatever plans and so on they have. When we're doing all of these, what we are actually driving at is that we are eroding our democratic principle.
Yeah.
So what we are seeing now, is the culmination of decades of how we have politically mismanaged, if you like, the security institutions.
It appears that tension this year has gone up a notch, and even though every election here, and this is the 8th election under the 4th Republic, but it's gone up a notch higher this time around. Do you trust the security services and the security apparatus to be able to have a grip on the situation? Because the scenes we're looking at right now are scores of people pouring onto the street and protesting.
Well, permit me to make mention of a book that I launched this 3rd November. The Ghana Voter Registration 2020, Dynamics and Risk of Political Contestation in an Emerging Democracy. In this book that I've just mentioned, using the Ghana voter registration exercise, I have adduced evidence to suggest that political violence that previously had related to by-elections crossed over into registration exercises. Registration exercise that was in close proximity to the general elections that all of us participated in, those who were eligible on the 7th. Secondly, that the political violence during the voter registration actually did not end on the 31st of August. Even during the exhibition and after, there were still incidents, episodes, pockets of violence. And I adduced, or I concluded, that as a result of the culmination of all of these factors, 7th December was likely not to be 100% peaceful. I stand to be corrected, but those who have followed general elections probably will attest to the fact that this 2020 elections is the first time that we have lost in the region of 5 lives. I say 5 because the police tweet that has been put out there probably is not comprehensive enough. It doesn't include, for instance, the Borgiasi Utusenya West incident where somebody was found, in a pool of blood and so on and so forth. But let's say 5 lives lost. 5 lives lost is more than the 2 that happened during the voter registration. And I'm not sure that in this fourth republic, since 1992, we've gone to elections and lost 5 souls, and upward of 15 injuries before we add the destruction, if you like property and so on and so forth. So the opacity surrounding how especially the presidential results were being announced without the disaggregated figures based on constituencies, that you could say that, okay, in constituency A with 6 polling stations, these are the polling station numbers, adding up to this number, which now goes to the region plus other constituencies and gives the presidential lead, if you like, to flag bearer A or flag bearer B. Now that opacity, plus the empirical evidence that there have been some, strange pink sheets, faxing signed by only one political party, for instance, whose numbers do not tally with the numbers that other political party observers have gathered. That is enough to now suggest to the followers of the respective parties defend their right. It is their basic political civil right to go and cast their votes. But it is also their right that their votes must be counted. So it's not enough to say that tension is building up. We need to look at the reasons why the tension is building up. It's because all of us collectively as a people have flouted the different or respective principles, rules, and regulations. Again, this should not come as a surprise. You remember, and I've been harping on it, the CDD survey that it put out a few weeks before we went to the elections. One of the questions centered on 3 variables: peacefulness, fairness, transparency, and freeness, fairness, peacefulness, all of which will culminate in integrity, and will culminate further in legitimacy. 20% of the respondents say that they couldn't care less as long as their party candidate won. Whether the process was free or fair, that is not their business. The dilemma is that you cannot have peacefulness when there is no fairness. You see what I mean? Yeah. So if 1 in every 5 Ghanaians who went and voted were prepared to use any other means than what is legally mandated for to more or less get their candidate to win, the results are what we are seeing now. Yeah. It shouldn't come as a surprise. Wow. But all of us have it as a duty to keep the state, to keep the country, cohesive, unified, to have the peace prevail. And therefore, the earlier we, rescued ourselves from the brink, probably the better.
Yeah, I like that part where you mentioned that we all have a duty to keep the state. But do you think that with the ongoing protests, it will be advisable and security-wise, would it be prudent for the EC to go ahead and announce the result?
Well, the EC from day one has always said that it is independent. And very well-meaning Ghanaians, very learned individuals, more than myself, have suggested that there is nothing like absolute independence. There is that interconnectedness, which among other reasons, for instance, informed the culture of creating the IPAC, although it's not legally provided for. It's an expedient tool to try and get consensus or build consensus among the different stakeholders and the EC. Now, what the EC does now, if it goes ahead to announce more or less or virtually pour more fuel into the fire, EC says it's independent. So it's up to the EC to exercise good judgment and say, okay, I'm going to wait a bit. However, the EC itself promised Ghanaians that it was going to deliver the results 24 hours, which was yesterday, 5 p.m. thereabout. It is now more than 24 hours. So if the EC delays further, the tensions probably will continue to build up. So it's not a textbook situation where you say, okay, delay, don't delay. What is important is that the EC puts out figures, not what do you call it, the aggregates, not the whole numbers. Like the people should see the breakdown of the figures by polling stations, by constituencies, by regions, if necessary. Once the figures are there for everybody to see, that in my hometown of Braha Bebume, there were 6 polling stations which polled X for this, Y for that. And those figures can be seen at the constituency level, regional level, and definitely national level. Everybody will be peaceful. The opacity surrounding the numbers at this stage is part of the reasons why tension is building up, because those who are losing, I wouldn't say they have lost, who think they are losing, think that the verdict is being stolen from them. And they have no room, to figure out whether indeed the numbers are right or wrong. You see it?
Yeah.
The other side that is winning says we are winning. That is fine. When you are winning, you hope that you win. So the issue is about the side that thinks that it is losing. The EC must come very, very open, transparent, put out the numbers. In fact, give the numbers to all the political parties. I've been told a couple of days ago, in fact, yesterday, I was speaking to somebody who said that, or maybe I heard it in the media, that years ago, Dr. Aferijan called the political parties and told them that no party had won or scored the 50+1. I'm told one party said, no, our candidate scored the 50+1. Dr. Aferijan said, no party scored that, and therefore we are going to go for the re-election. Therefore, sometimes the practice is also important. The traditions that are being established. It probably will be better if the EC called the political parties to look at the numbers and convince them that the numbers are the true reflection of the results of the elections. And then on the basis of that, proceed from there to now go and do the announcement. If the EC now stays at wherever the EC is and announces the figures without the buy-in, the full information of the political parties, we may probably be endangering our peace and stability. So let us not only act within the law, let us also be as circumspect as we can be. And let us also borrow from good practice of years gone by. As we say, according to Einstein, that is the best, what do you call it? Is it knowledge or whatever? Or knowledge is experience. Everything else is just paperwork.
Yeah.
Do you think the EC would have themselves to blame if this thing blows out of proportion because of their own promise that they were going to declare the results within 24 hours?
Well, that's part of the problem. You see, even during the voter registration, there were well-meaning Ghanaians who said that, look, your timelines are too tight. And the EC said, no. First of all, I'm independent. Secondly, I've done all my ground checks, and I can, manage everything within the process. Yet come the exhibition. The EC said, we didn't have too much time to rigorously examine the numbers. And they went with exhibition registers, with strange 0 voters on the register 21,000 names missing, 14,000 appearing the following day. And yet the EC said, no, I didn't do anything wrong. Another said, oh, the purpose of exhibition is to find out this. I mean, would you have any accountant in your office generate a provisional financial statement where millions of donor money given to you cannot be traced? Then the accountant comes the following day, or not even that. You present that to your board of directors. And then the board of directors point them out to you. And you say, oh, I'm sorry, it was the accountant's error. So the EC probably shot itself in the foot by being overly optimistic. Because people suggested that 24 hours was too optimistic. Not only in terms of time and space issues, but besides time and space, distances in whether you're going to move them by road or whatever, that's one side of it, which is what we call in the military or security time and space. Besides that, you are likely to have objections, complaints, which will need time, to sort out, which may involve recounting at the ballot station. In fact, in our case, I'm told that we've even gone outside the law to try and suggest that we could recount at constituency and regional levels and so on and so forth. So all of these things should have pragmatically informed the EC that its timeline of announcing the results within 24 hours was too optimistic. Secondly, as I've tried to suggest, I'm not sure to what extent the EC is engaging with the political parties who are the major stakeholders in the process, besides us, the individual citizens. You see, so if indeed I saw a post on Facebook say, hasten slowly, you see, if indeed the EC has not actually looked critically at the numbers that it has received and, looked at them or reconciled them with the pink sheets, the original pink sheets certified by all the political parties, the EC must come out and say, please give me some more time, rather than to come out, put out the numbers, which may not have the basis, which may not be supported by the numbers from the polling stations. It's going to create more problems. So let's all hope that whatever numbers are put out will be the numbers based solely on the polling station numbers, which should, as I've said, and I'm emphasizing it, the EC has got all the resources to call the political parties now, sit in one room, give them the spreadsheet, if that is what it is. Give them the spreadsheet, let them study, and then let them point out, no, you say 10 or 10, whatever it is. The numbers that we have on our pink sheet differ from the numbers that you have indicated on the spreadsheet. So you resolve that among the political parties. And then you come out and announce. Let us get the figures correct before the announcement, rather than to put out wrong figures. Yes, somebody will say, oh, let's go to court. But what damage might we have done to our faith in the democratic process? Yeah. So for me, if it's going to take 72, 96 hours to get the results, let us follow the American example, where some states, meticulously waited until they had resolved all the issues before they called out the numbers or they certified. It is better that way than to put out, wrong figures, and then we go to pick up the pieces later. All
right. You are a security person, but as a citizen, what do you make of the role of religious bodies in bringing down the tensions? We are told that the Peace Council and some eminent members were in a meeting with the EC last night, and today we're having reports, even though they're unconfirmed, that the attempt by the Peace Council to meet the flag bearer of the NDC has not yielded results because they were turned away. But generally speaking, what do you make of the if you like, the role of the religious bodies, whether you are a Christian or Islam, in calming down tensions, as we have seen so far?
They all have a role. In fact, they have a role. through advocacy, through engagement, advice, and so on and so forth. Traditional bodies or the traditional leaders in this country have played that kind of role from inception of independence. I believe at this stage, some of the regional houses of chiefs, maybe the National House of Chiefs, or certain individual eminent chiefs and kings probably are engaging not the EC alone, but the political party stakeholders. It's a role that I think they should play very, very well, especially at this time. Then you come to the religious bodies. Part of the problem, indeed, with the traditional leaders in the religious bodies, part of the problem is that some have come out openly to pitch camp in one party or the other, which end up, compromising, or which ends up compromising the neutrality and so on and so forth of such a. But let's put aside that for now. The religious bodies, the Catholic Secretariat, the Christian Council, the Islamic Council, and all the other religious bodies, I think, can play a role. One, directly with the political stakeholders, including the EC, and secondly, their followers or their believers. Then we have the civil society, other civil society organizations, the policy think tanks. I believe some of them, like CDD, like Kodeo, like Imani, Ghana, and so on and so forth, have crunched the numbers. They must be part of the discourse at this time to reinforce, where the correctness is, where the fairness is, So all of them, and let me add before I forget, the Council of State doesn't need, in fact, it doesn't come out in the media to tell us what it is doing, but that is not the nature of how they engage with the institutions of the state. But I want to believe that at this stage, the Council of State is actively involved in that dialogue with the different political parties, as well as with the EC. All of them. And ultimately, all of us as individuals, have it as a right to protect, let's call it the gains of the democracy or whatever it is. But all of these do not take away from anybody their right, political right, civic right, to defend what they think is theirs. So we are going around in circles, and I come back to the point that the reason why anybody wants to go and demonstrate is because, as you say, the quality element of trust is not there. Now, how do you build trust? You build trust through engagement, through dialogue, through transparency. And therefore, even at this 11th hour, it is not too late for the EC to call the political parties. And I want to emphasize, give them the spreadsheet. I hope all of us, talking and listening, know what a spreadsheet is. Let the EC share the spreadsheet and allow 1 hour, whatever it is, any length of time, for the political parties to rigorously examine the spreadsheet, check against the 30-something thousand pick sheets that they have, to ensure that no figure has been displaced. Now, once they come and they are happy that the numbers on the spreadsheet are consistent with the pink sheets that their agents or observers provided them, that is the assurance they are looking for. I hope all of us understand this.
Yes.
The opacity is what is creating the problems. You cannot sit anywhere in Ghana and be told that Asmesi has 6 million, Asmesi has 6 million, and that is the end of the story. Now, you want to find out what constituted the 6 million. And it can only come from the spreadsheet, which the EC has.
Yeah.
So EC, I think, is at the center. No, let's go back in history. Unigov days, was it 74, 75, thereabout? Isaac Abad, that was what the name suggested, was the Electoral Commission, who was going to announce the results of the Unigov. Of course, he was convinced that the numbers were right. Unfortunately, that was during the military regime. And the military was deployed to go and look for him. They only managed, 3 of them, to escape through a back door and end up at the Christ the King or whatever it is. Conviction is one. And conviction is very, very important. In fact, if the EC thinks that the numbers it has, are the correct numbers, it should not also listen to any party to change the numbers. You see, if a party thinks that EC has changed the numbers for another party, that is a recipe for tension. The party which is asking the EC or prevailing upon the EC to change the numbers should also not do that. So let the EC share the spreadsheet. If it's going to take another 36 hours, let us take the 36 hours. Let EC tell Ghanaians that the political parties are crunching the numbers. Call the meeting after 36 hours. Let them come and certify and then announce. Let's be mindful that there is no absolute independence. We are all interconnected in this country. And therefore, there is no one institution that has absolute authority to, arrogate to itself whatever it wants to do. It might set us back quite a few years, if not many years.
Thank you very much, Colonel Retired Festus Abaji. I really appreciate your time here and your experience on Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Ojo. This is our 3rd day as we cover the 2020 general elections here in Ghana. It's a presidential and parliamentary elections. We are almost at the tail end of the, if you like, the process, because the election day was on Monday. The counting and the collation has been done. What we're waiting for is the Electoral Commission, which is the institution cloaked with the power to declare the result of the presidential race, to announce the result later today. They have promised to announce and declare the winner of the presidential elections by close of day. That is what we're keeping an eye on and will bring you up to speed on. I just spoke to a security expert because there's rising tension in town. You have supporters of both the NPP and the NDC jubilating because per what their party officials have told them, they are winning the election, and it has brought about a deadlock and heavy security presence in some parts of the country, which is what we're keeping an eye on. We've got our correspondents scattered across the country, but we're heavy in Accra, which is why we'll go to our head of political desk. Lord Harris Eduasare has been stationed at the Accra International Conference Center. There was an earlier press conference, if I'm correct, by the NDC. But I'm told that you have in your presence, Lord, Madam Ekia Donko, one of the 3 females who contested for the highest office of this land. Good afternoon once again, Lord.
Hello, Daniel. Good afternoon.
So what's happening at the Accra International Conference Center?
Well, the minority held a press conference which was addressed by the minority leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. But before I give you the details about what the minority leader said, I have with me one of the presidential aspirants for this year's elections, Madam Ekaronko. And no. Indeed, Kasha me. What sure elections no in your opinion saying?
Come up. The man said I know I come home to Abana. Okay, I won't tell the crowd. Maybe call you because you hear me, dear Yape. Medusa woman, you seven sour. And Sabo, a boom cow, a man, Cratan, I'm the to Yanam, McCoy, my general. Son will be I to be a come.
Okotono.
Okotono, you get at me, Crum. Crum, you get at Santa and Mikoto and run and buy. Do I know maybe I'm my father so bad? Is I now say, over you and I, I'm fast by. The bars won't call for Busavins were kind. Can be as well. And I do not anti. What can you have
I know, because Nanadu Nina said at the easy on.
I can't want you to your swabber. Name Mania will be a yan and I do Nina. And the man and I do a Yamaka. The kind of credit no mammy. Me trying to that, the man who America. Nanadu, yeah, the cat, I know, yeah, they trap. Yeah, oh, try, and the Panunia, 50.1. na just say wawie ebi ameka ho bi okura wawie we so wanya na aburo so dia ye ne dia ndi sɛ na menya asa nka me na me dia atuma nye anado ne yaye ndi wona ha sɛ de ma no
who can as obi a we hu results na say me
ebuti we so ko mo akeka ira mo ntwa ndo na mo je ebuti we so ndi ebuti we so ana me hwɛ atenka esa hwɛ YouTube ne atenka na me hwɛ me hu sɛ anado da so ne dia go nkyɛ 50.1 ɛne n'akyi atwa me nsa bi gu akyire ana Abraham so wasie wɔn nso atwa ne dia egu na nkyɛn wɔn nso deɛ 47 no wɔn nso dia gu ne nkyɛn enti no deɛ mehunu no ɛna meka nti 47 no wɔn mɛne ho koraa nti 50.1 no deɛ no na yɛpɛ nti wɔnya ne saa na ade wɔnya deɛ a wɔn na nya akonnwa nti nipa sɛ yɛ ha yɛ ho koraa ade sɛ yɛabɔ bɔɔlo awie yɛ sɛ yɛbɔ penalty yɛbɔ penalty na deɛ wɔbɔ penalty no wɔbɛsɛ baako no wɔn wawe nti wɔn na ade wɔbɔ penalty nya awie wɔnya nti wɔyɛ mfama no
well is never can say but say yanka
na yɛ maka me awie deɛ mehu
yanka was o sha sina nkofa asa abano anko ya maka dennis here
ma go gambe amla no a wode trade no na card dada no ana yi so ye nti da amla trade no amata mu ti aye menso pese se be kwa kambe ana manti mi ansa me krata na wi a krata na sign no anyake to akora krata na sign no so so bia obi adi card mi no e be se we ya adi card number ana o say here no nti saa ne ma nyina no so nya so si bia ho anipa so wa munim ya de to computer so ayi ho so ma anko ho ayi be ho ma anko ji kata na mfiri ho a ibe ho so be trankra ha na so obi afa na di kare mra na me jeje na me de he so a o se de me kotum e be se ma ye foje anya saa na o mo we no nti so uchini na akoko nso si bia akoje kare no na de ya jiri me no nti se be ko kampe na me jai saa yɛn sɛ bɛkɔ campaign na mɛgya yɛ a kama ama so bi yɛyɛ sɛ tumi ankɔyɛ campaign no a ɛyɛ sɛ deɛ mɛnya no koraa m'ani agye paa fi sɛ mɛtumi ayɛ krata no wie mɛde akɔ kɔɔto ahwɛ akenkae yɛyɛ wie a yɛ sɛ owie yɛ ano awie o kɔɔto nso nim yɛyɛ sɛ yɛkɔ biara nti wɔno nso wɔ baabi a ɔno nso sae nti yɛde makɔgye gye krata no nyinaa wie no saa krata no a mɛtwa gu soɔ no ono so kɔɔto ɛwɔ baabi a ɔno nso sae me a metwerɛɛ no ɛwɔ baabi a me sae baabi a bɛde akyerɛ sae ɛna ɛwɔ baabi a kɔɔto nso sae anaasɛ commission of rules wɔn mmienu mu baako commission of rules ansa a ɔsɛ kɔɔto ɛsae nti me yɛ wie ya na mede kɔɛ na kɔɔto wie mu sɛ
unjin sɛ wo message ade a ɔka elections na one moment ho
ɛyɛ saa sɛba asɛm no nipa wi a mekasa radio yi nipa nyina de tie radio nti o tie radio no de to ma me no o ma yɛ tie radio no enim de meka menim de me ba nti o ma to ama me a enya me de metimi asa krata da di me honni asa krata na wie de ma wie ene nya ko acha so nti de o ma to ma me no de nya me ase ne bibia o senka ho se ne bibia o ne me de mebre beba mpa ho what is it nka chikura nti me so mebre beba na
you can say two main aspirants for any former President Mahama. I said, Uta Umba Kucha, when I do good man.
Mahama, there's so a yabano. I ain't in a cemetery of the energy. Mental will be a check, so vintage. If I abatono, so be our business in the party. A course a beer, yes, I got to be one. Now, I sit here, if I did, and got an itchin winter. Also, when you will be a so I 12 when you have 50.1. And when you have to be added,
that's how I know.
And I may just say, your Mahama, no way, no, I'm not blanket you, sir. I will yet, we say, and you know, your pedia would be best also. I'm an assault. A bit was that. And your Mahama, no there, or call film. Until I can say a penalty and yabo. Well, for a na say na ahye pepepe yes yamo penalty yes sir yamo penalty no ya ma penalty fado the penalty no boy ya wa boy wi when the no be any asset. And you have also a baby and ye, and was also quite nothing.
Madam Ekadam.
Man, is a better nothing. Man, I am a better nothing. And yeah, chance over. Robert Canafe. I'm out for to buy a good so. I know.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
When the main one is what that when he began come up yet. I am meant to say, yeah, to a baby, yeah, can ye, that's a job one why say, if Yaka will be, I mean, if Yaka would die, I mean, Babu by, if you are here, I mean, I'm quite young with it. I dare say, now what you want to cause. And can you walk over the air and can't come baby, will be empty. That's what I will meant it. Baby, if you are the man, if I be so. If I be so, we are the man in every Ghana, about to him. That's what I call with him. And he made them was it.
Right. Well, then it's essentially what Madam Ekadonko has been saying. It's that she believes from the results that she has seen that the NPP flag bearer, President Nana Akufo-Addo, has taken majority of the votes, and so as she sees it, she has succeeded, and she believes that the president has retained his seat. She also stated that generally the elections were free and fair. There were some issues of violence here, that generally it has been good. She was also praying for the media that no media personnel will get injured and all that. Now I would like to go back to the updates on what the minority leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, stated during the press engagement. So essentially what he stated was that he alleged or noted that as it stands, the NDC has been able to 140 and as it stands, the NPP are scheming to overturn the results of 5 of the 140 seats that the NDC has won, so that they can be given to them. Honorable Idris cited these areas as the constituencies that the NPP are trying to flip into their favor. He mentioned Takwa, Sino West, Upper Dinsha West, Techiman, and Teshi also. We urge the supporters and essentially all the agents of the opposition party to stand their ground. He stated that the collation centers are not centers for recounting, but they are just supposed to put the results together, and essentially was bashing the EC and cautioned the EC not to call the results for the NPP as far as the presidential and especially the parliamentary is concerned, because according to them, they have seen the results, and as it stands, they have won 140 seats. So that's what I can report from here at the Accra International Conference Center.
Okay, Lord, before you go, on your way to the conference center, did you encounter the heavy security presence in town and also the seemingly protest by supporters of both sides, or even jubilations from supporters of both sides? Hello, Lord, can you hear me?
I got here before 7 a.m. and at the time I was on my way to the venue. Security was minimal, and it was just a few media houses were present, but we got to know about the presence of the party supporters a little after 12 p.m. We heard that they were unmassing at the EC headquarters, but here at the conference center and the roads leading here, we haven't seen anything like that. But right now, there's heavy security.
Where are you going next? Are you going to stay at the Accra International Conference Center? Is that where the EC would announce the results of this election?
That is the information we are getting. I'd like you to see the setup over here. You see a lot of media houses all set up, and behind me, so they have also set up here. And so this is exactly where the entire action will be taking place. So yes, essentially all the setup has been done here, and we are waiting for the Electoral Commission to come and then declare the results when all is done.
Okay. Do you have any idea what time that will be? Because it's past 2 p.m. In the next 3 hours, it would have been 48 hours since the polls closed for the December 7 elections.
Not yet. All we have is that we are still waiting for the Electoral Commission to, the chair of the Electoral Commission to come and then declare. We haven't been given the time as to when that will be, and so we are all waiting in anticipation.
Okay, Lord Edward Sari, thank you very much for your time. We'll get back to you when the EC chairperson gets into the auditorium at the Accra International Conference Center. So that was Lord Edward Sari, our head of political desk here at GhanaWeb. We're bringing you up to the minute update with respect to the declaration of results as far as the 2020 general elections in Ghana are concerned. We spoke to Colonel Festus Abuaje retired. He gave us an overview of the security situation, why he feels there's a lack of trust in the security services for which people have poured onto the street because they suspect their will is being subverted after the elections. But let's go back onto the grounds. George AEC has rejoined me. He brought us updates earlier in the day. He has rejoined me from the EC headquarters here in Accra with updates. George AEC, good afternoon. And what can you tell us from the EC headquarters?
Yes, Mr. Odro, these are live pictures from the headquarters of the Electoral Commission of Ghana. As we reported earlier, hundreds and hundreds of NDC supporters marched here upon their alleged information that they gathered. They said they are alleged to have gathered that the National Peace Council had sent a delegation to the residents of their flag bearer to urge him to concede defeat. They marched to the flag bearer's house, and a lot of them too marched to the headquarters of the Electoral Commission. And since about 11 a.m. in the morning, they've been here up to now. The numbers has kept increasing, and equally the officers deployed here also seen a lot of increment since they started coming here. So as you can see from the shots, these are very live pictures from the headquarters of the Electoral Commission. Hundreds and hundreds of security officers present here, and equally hundreds of National Democratic Congress supporters here.
Okay, George, has anyone been violent in these protests so far?
There's been pockets and pockets of confrontation, but there has not been any incident of violence yet.
Okay. How would you describe the conduct of the security operatives on the ground?
Very, very professional as of now. Very, very professional. The security has done very well in managing the situation. In fact, had it not been for the professionalism of the security, probably the situation would have been different. Because as like I said, there's been a lot of confrontations. You know, when things like this happen and the tensions and tempers rise, supporters begin to say a lot of things, sometimes very denigrating things to the security officers. But it looks like the security officers have been very, very professional in their control, in their control of their temper and in their in conducting themselves.
From your observation, do you sense that this protest is a coordinated one? Do you see a clear leader who is issuing out instructions as to how they should go about the protest?
Whilst all of this looks spontaneous, I think this can be attributed to some of the charging and statements that were initially made by the leadership of the party as far back as last night, where the party executives declared that the party, their collation of the results, the party had actually won the election, and that it was urging its supporters to take to the street and jubilate. At the back of that, and at the back of that, projections being made by some media houses began showing that the current president was actually leading the polls. And because of that, the news of the alleged meeting between the National Peace Council and the former president is something that contributed to this. So with all these developments, it looks like it was just spontaneous. It was just spontaneous. They kept coming in and coming in. And I think we met an executive who says he brought people from as far back as I think Lojokuku and other constituencies, executives who said they brought their people. Some of them said they walked from Ablekuma to this place. Just hearing that this is what is happening. And like GhanaWeb TV has reported, I think this is the same situation at the residence of the former president.
Right, George, you see, I'm sure that there are scores of journalists there. How are the protesters reacting to the news by other media houses that one candidate is ahead in the polls?
That has been quite a dicey situation there, because according to them, according to the NDC supporters, government, that is the ruling party, and government through some media houses are pushing a certain figure or some figures that are supposedly to project the president as the winner, whereas in reality, per the results collated by the NDC, that is not the situation. So they feel like government is using these media houses, and so they are. I know some media houses that their reporters have been here, but due to the hostility they face from the NDC supporters, they've had to leave. Some of them have had to take off their identification, their jackets that reduce their media houses and all that. So it's been quite a dicey situation. Sometimes you get close to them, they hold you, they look, they check your tag, and then they'll be like, okay, you are not from them, you are okay. They meet somebody, and there's some shoveling and pushing here and there, because they are from some media house.
Right, George, you see, thank you very much. Stay safe. We'll get back to you. And if you have any updates, kindly get back to us, and we'll feed our listeners and our viewers the latest as far as the 2020 general elections are concerned. Thank you very much for your time. I know it's been a long day, a long 3 days for you, and I know this is your first time covering the elections, but these are some of the things that you need to anticipate. Hopefully there will be clarity and there will be peace in the ensuing hours. We'll get back to you, George, you see, and do bring us updates as and when you get them. This is your election desk here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odo. I'm in the studio with my colleague, Naoyo Kote, who's been quiet for some time now because I've been busy on the phone lines. Now, what do you make of what Kenneth Festus Abaji said about the security situation and the tensions that are in town?
Yeah, my pickup point was the fact that he said the EC's delay will cause more tension because both parties have declared themselves winners already, and especially the NDC are not ready for defeat. But he says it also relies on us, the citizens, to ensure that we save the country, because whatever is going on here, it's really not the best as of now, because we've had several countries as well as NGOs and even the United Nations congratulating Ghanaians for a peaceful election. So seeing this alone is not really encouraging, and I'm thinking or hoping that representatives of both political parties, that is the MPP and the NDC, try to speak to their people to calm down at least and not make it tough already than it is. And he also said the NDC, the EC should, as much as possible, be transparent to both the NDC
So
and
he said
the
all
MPP.
of them should sit around the table,
Exactly.
open the spreadsheet, let them look at the figures. If there are disparities, then they could reconcile them.
Exactly. And I think that's the best way, because EC is the electoral body, obviously, and whatever figures both parties have collated so far as the EC is concerned, is not the actual results. The actual results should come from the EC, and both parties should be prepared to sit with the EC and compare the figures or accept whatever results the EC has.
But what do you make of George EC's report from the EC headquarters? It looks like the people are not relenting.
Exactly. A lot is going on. And the fact that he said more people are coming, it shows that the people are not ready to concede. They are not ready, actually. They are not even ready to consider. And I'm impressed about his report on the security personnel.
Yeah.
You know, despite how chaotic the place looks right now, they are so firm on their grounds, not touching anyone, just watching them and ensuring that the people do not cross the border.
Yeah.
Looking at their behavior, if the security officials are soft, or should I say, are not vigilant enough, something may happen.
Yeah, it could escalate.
Exactly, it could escalate. It may try to move into the EC headquarters, the office, because, you know, right now they're agitated.
Yeah, they are.
We want the results. They are not coming. We've won, but other media houses are reporting that our candidate hasn't won and has given it to another candidate or whoever, whichever party. So, yeah, I'm impressed with what the security personnel have done so far.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you still have on your screen shot from the office of former President John Dramani Mahama. We are told that the security apparatus sent security personnel to go and protect him and his office. But some NDC party officials decided that they didn't need that kind of protection. In fact, if you go to our website, www.GhanaWeb.com, you will see a story where Sam George, the MP-elect for Ningo Pram Pram, confirms that indeed police the security persons were deployed to the office of John Dramani Mahama, but they turned them away because they didn't think that they needed that kind of protection. The perception in town is that the Peace Council and some eminent persons have been, if you like, deployed to the house of John Mahama and his office to try and talk him into conceding to President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. At this point, these are all rumors and we're unable to confirm to you. What we can confirm, though, is that, yes, police presence was sent to the office of former President John Dramani Mahama, but the NDC officials there at the time the police arrived decided that they didn't need that kind of protection. That was confirmed to us by Sam George, who is the MP-elect for Ningo Pram Pram. In fact, it is the leading story on our website, and we know that it's your one-stop shop for all the news as far as the election coverage is concerned. So go to GhanaWeb.com, look at the stories on our website, and you will be fed with the latest as far as these elections are concerned. We'll try and reconnect with some of our correspondents. We hear that the MPP supporters are jubilating. There is an increase or a boom in the sales of the party paraphernalia. But would it be premature for them to do that? Because we're waiting for the EC declaration. As I speak to you, it's 2:30 GMT in Ghana. We are hoping that within the next couple of hours, the EC will make an announcement so that will calm the tensions. There's heavy security presence in town, which we can extrapolate that will bring a lot of, if you like, traffic in town. But we have also encouraged you to stay patient and not be coerced or incensed or incited by any political actor to go onto the street. Yes, it is your civic rights to ensure that the will of the people, as you have voted, is not subverted by the EC. But let's all wait for the EC. In the meantime, though, the Ghana Journalists Association, that is the body where all the media houses fall under, has issued a press statement. They are condemning and encouraging media houses not to call the election. Don't forget that this is not illegal, but the GJA insists that with the heightened tension in town, it doesn't augur well for the security of the country for different media houses to be projecting the winner of the election. What we have noticed is that there are different interpretations as to who is winning the election, and that has brought about the confusion and the tension in town. If I have time, I will read the press statement from the GJA to you, but the summary of it is that they are encouraging the media houses to desist from projecting the winner of the elections. We have already reported that some media houses have projected that Nana Akufo-Addo will get a second term in office. We are unable to confirm that to you because we are not in the business of projecting elections here on Ghana Web. So there you have it on your screen. The the press statement from the Ghana Journalists Association. It says the GJA wishes to remind the media that the declaration of the election result is a constitutional mandate assigned to the Electoral Commission alone, and that the mandate of the media is to provide for the EC, to provide vent for the EC. That's what the statement says. So in summary, it says that do not project the winner. It goes on to say the media must endeavor to report the certified result declared by the EC without arrogating to themselves the mandate to make such declarations. The GJA advises the media that the desire to get the people informed should not lure them into exercising powers they do not hold in respect to the declaration of election result. As a nation awaits the result declaration by the EC, and as the two leading political parties make claims that and counterclaims, the GJA urges the media to use their platforms to cool down tensions and calm the nerves of Ghanaians. The GJA believes at this critical moment, the media must play a constructive role rather than inflame passions or act in an untoward manner that may lead to the disturbance of the peace. After the declaration of the result, the media must focus on and promote the acceptance of the result by all and the need to foster national unity. These are the charges the media have to keep, and they must not and dare not fail the nation. So yes, the media, as you have been told several years, is the fourth estate of the realm. We are mandated to educate and provide vent to the Electoral Commission and the various political parties, but not to arrogate unto ourselves the power to project and declare the election result. We do insist here that ethically it is not wrong for any media house to project a winner. It is done in the advanced democracies. But as you can see, the stakes are very, very high. Tensions are high. There are claims and counterclaims by the two leading political parties that they have won the elections that were conducted on December 7, which is why the GJA, which is the mother and umbrella body of all journalists and all media houses in this country, is encouraging and endeavoring all the media houses not to project and declare the results and only rely on the certified results as they have been released by the Electoral Commission. Now, what's social media reaction to the ongoing tension in town?
There are quite a number of social media reactions.
Right.
A minute.
Right.
Okay, they're not specifically talking about the whatever is happening,
right.
The tension in town. But we have hashtags, a number of hashtags. MPP has won EC headquarters. Okay, let me select that. And then there's thank you, Ghana. So let me go to the EC headquarters because of what just happened,
right.
what EC just showed to us. It says that, well, people are just giving announcements and videos. NDC supporters storm EC headquarters, demand declaration of results, and there is...
There's EC strong room also trending. I don't know why it's trending.
Yes. I think it's a US hashtag.
Okay.
Yes. I went through that. It's a US. So there's someone who said, let's just wait if it's for NDC. Hooray. If it's MPP, hooray. And we all pray for a better Ghana. My fellow Ghanaians at the EC headquarters, value your life, please. Go home and wait for the results, please. Hashtag peaceful elections. And there's another one. I don't know if I should read this. Okay, so the NDC supporters gathering at the EC headquarters, they funny me. Since yesterday, you have been instigating your party loyals to go out. What's the gathering for? If you claim you have a problem, how about you make your case and go to court? And then there's an... no, I'm not going to take that.
Okay. Some of the comments are quite insensitive and would inflame passion. So we're being very circumspect in which messages to read to you. We feel that, yes, it is important that you know what social media is saying as far as this year's elections are concerned. Before now goes on, the EC has announced that it has received the 4 outstanding results which had delayed their earlier promise that they were going to release or declare the winner within 24 hours. They did maintain that because of some unforeseen circumstances, they were unable to receive 4 results from 4 regions, which ensured that they couldn't make a pronouncement with regard to this year's election by declaring a winner. But the latest is that they have received all 4 of the outstanding regions, and so they can proceed to make a declaration in the next couple of hours. In the Savannah region, according to the EC, and this is on their social media handle, Nana Akufo-Addo had 80,605. This is a regional result. So in the Savannah region, in the presidential elections, Nana Akufo-Addo, according to the EC, had 80,605 votes. John Dramani Mahama had 144,244 votes in the Savannah region. The Savannah regions is one of the new regions created. Don't forget, in the 2016 elections, Ghana went to the polls with 10 regions to look forward to. In these elections, there were 16 regions. The Savannah region is one of those 6 regions created during the tenure of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. It doesn't appear that the creation of the region, which many said was a good thing, swung in the favor of the incumbent president. Christian Kwabna Andrews, the man we call Osofo Abosom, polled 1,409 in the Savannah region. Ivor Kwabna Green Street of the CPP polled 503. Ekuadonko had 212 people voting for her. Henry Herbert Latte had 185. Hassan Ayariga had 387. Percival Kofi Akpalu had 322. And David Akpasera had 344. Bridget Akosia Jogbenuku had 160. And then Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rollins had 279. While Asiedu Walker Alfred, the only independent candidate in this year's election, polled 435, I beg your pardon. And so that's the regional breakdown for you as far as the Savannah region is concerned. I'll move on to the Upper East region. In the Upper East region, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo polled 170,340. A regional result there for you. And this is certified by the EC. John Dramani Mahama in the Upper East region polled 335,502. 335,502 in the Upper East region. Christian Kwabna Andrews had over 3,000. He had 3,100 votes in the Upper East region. Ivor Kwabna Green Street had 879 votes in the Upper East region. Ekia Donko had 832 in the Upper East region. Henry Herbert Latte had 359. Hassan Ayariga had 919 in the Upper East region. Percival Kofi Akpalu had 868. Then David Akpasera had 2,890 in the Upper East region. Bridget Akosia Jogbenuku had 685, while Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rollins had 1,017. I think this is by far the highest she's got in any of the regions. I beg to differ though. I stand to a correction though. Alfred Kwame Asiedu Walker also had 1,321 votes in the Upper East region. So quite interesting in that in that region, because you have Christian Kwabna Andrews having over 3,000, you have Nana Kunedu having over 1,000, and you also have the independent candidate having over 1,000 in that region. Quite interesting dynamics there. Now, do you have some more of the social media reactions?
Yeah, I do. I was able to get quite a few. So it's like people on social media are more concerned for the people out there.
Yeah.
For them, it's like, why are you even there in the first place? Are you supposed to be
people
there?
Take politics very personally.
Exactly, exactly. Especially when they are diehard members of the political party. So someone said, I think this is an advice to the media, though, from a social media person. I think the media should be bold enough and tell the NDC to stop brewing tension in the country. Now, their supporters are the EC headquarters, which is clearly a bad sign, and you should you should be able to call them to order. So this is directed at both the media and then the NDC. And then there's someone who said that you rush go EC headquarters to protest. Those to benefit directly are watching scenes from the comfort of their homes. Hashtag be wise. And someone says, a minute.
Yes, take all the time because some of the comments are a bit insensitive, and at this crucial time, it's important not to inflame passions.
Yes, there's another be wise caution. As I'm marching to the EC headquarters, did you see any party executive there? Be wise. Right, okay, be wise. Yes, be wise, be wise. I think most of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
No one will go to court but our blood. Another advice there. Yeah. So far these are the
social media reactions that are coming in. It's 2:45 p.m. We're eagerly waiting. We're hoping that today was going to be a rather short day because the EC had promised that they had only 4 outstanding regions to declare. And I've gone through two of the regions, the regional breakdown for you, the Savannah region and the Upper East region, both of which the former president, John Dramani Mahama, who is the candidate and the flag bearer of the NDC, won. He won the Savannah region and the Upper East region. Let's go to the Ashanti region. So the Ashanti regional results have come through. The regional result. Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo polled 1,795,824 in the Ashanti region. These are regional results. So bear in mind and don't get alarmed. Nana Akufo-Addo of the MPP had 1,795,824 votes in the Ashanti region. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC had 653,149 of the votes in the Ashanti region in the presidential race. Christian Kwabena Andrews, the man we call Osofo Triabosom, he had 12,564, and that's on your screen as you can see. Christian Kwabena Andrews, 12,564 of the votes in the Ashanti region. Ivor Kwabena Greenstreet had 1,356 of the votes in the Ashanti region. Madam Ekua Donko had 593 votes in the whole of the Ashanti region. Henry Herbert Latte had 304 votes in the Ashanti region. Mr. Hassan Ayariga had 482 votes in the Ashanti region. Percival Kofi Akpalu had 712 votes in the Ashanti region. David Akpasera had 444, I beg your pardon, in the Ashanti region. 444 in the Ashanti region. Bridget Akosia Jogbenuku had 435 votes in the Ashanti region, while Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rollins, don't forget she comes from Ashanti region, she had 476. After the elections and the declaration, we would focus on Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rollins and her performance in this year's election. Okay, so Alfred Kwabena Asidu Walker is the last man on the ballot. He's an independent candidate, and he polled 952 votes in the Ashanti region. Now I'm told that we've got Mauli. He's in town. He's a rover man in town, and he's joined us with some updates.
Okay, so Mauli, if you can hear me, what's going on right now with you at your end?
Okay, I'm told that we've got a bad network where we are currently with our roving reporter Mauli Aholumega. He's in town because we have deployed a lot of our colleagues and correspondents in town to gauge the mood. It's a very tensed atmosphere, but we have encouraged you to stay calm as we await the EC's official declaration of the 2020 election result. We have confirmed that there was an attempt to send police to the office of John Mahama to try and protect him, quote unquote. But the party officials, the NDC party officials, according to some judge, say they do not need any such protection. We have also been told that there was an attempt by the Peace Council to meet Mr. John Mahama to allegedly tell him to concede to President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo because they believe Nana Akufo-Addo has won the elections. We're unable to confirm that, but that is the rumor in town. And you saw scenes of the supporters of both the NDC and NPP in town. NDC mainly protesting the result. Of course, some factions are jubilating because yesterday, last night, the former president, did encourage their supporters to go to town and protect their vote because there's an attempt to subvert the will of the people. We'll go to another region and go through the result, the Savannah region, and you will see the result on your screens in the next couple of minutes. And now we'll take us through the results as is on the screen. If you can see, the screen is a bit farther away, but now we'll take us through it, the Savannah region. If you have more updates, you can go to the EC.
So for the Savannah region, we have Nana Akufo-Addo, who polled 80,605 votes. John Dramani Mahama had 144,244. And Christian Kwabena Andrews of GUM had 1,409. Ivor Kwabena Green Street, CPP candidate, had 503. Ekia Donko had 212. Henry Herbert Latte had 185. Hassan Ayaga of the APC scored 387. Percival Kofi Akpalu LPG polled 322. David Asibi Ayin Denaba Apasara of PNC scored 344. Bridget Akosia Jokpenu of, I beg your pardon, Bridget Akosia Jokpenuku of PPP polled 160, while Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rollins was able to poll 279. Alfred Kwame Esiedu Walker scored 435. So that is it from the Savannah region for the presidential results.
Right. So the Savannah region is seeing, like we mentioned, John Dramani Mahama winning that region by more than 60,000 difference between him and the incumbent president Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Nana Akufo-Addo polling 80,000, a little over 80,000 in that region, while John Dramani Mahama had a little over 144,000. So you can see that difference there. We also brought you results from the Upper East region. We'll run through that once again before we return to the phone lines with our correspondent. In the Upper East region, Nana Akufo-Addo had 170,340, while John Dramani Mahama had 335,502 of the entire vote cast in that region. Christian Kwabena Andrews had 3,100 votes in that region. Ivor Kwabena Green Street with 879 of the votes in that region. Henry Herbert Latte is 359. Let me interrupt this, if you like, breakdown of the regional results and go to the phone lines. Mauli Aholu Mega, the man is very tired. He's been on the beat for the last 3 days, and some of our young colleagues are reporting election results for the first time, so you can understand the stress they are under, but it's a good test for them for the future. Welcome to Election Desk once again, Mauli. Where are you? I'm told that you are the rover man.
Good afternoon, Daniel. I'm currently at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle, just a little not far away from the main underbridge where the buses are.
Hello, Mauli. Can you hear me? Okay, that's Mauli on your screen.
Yes.
Hello, Mauli. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. What's the situation at where you are?
Currently, where I am, business is quite moving on quite smoothly. Some of the phone repairs, the stretch usually has a lot of phone repairs across on the circle stretch. The Okada riders are also here. Some shops have opened so far. Others are still closed for now.
Okay. So have you been able to speak to any of the sellers or passers-by to get their thoughts?
Yes, I currently have someone here with me. He's a phone repairer here at Circle. And let's just engage him shortly and speak to him.
Okay.
Boss, good afternoon. How are you doing? Yeah. What's your impression of the election the declaration of the election results? No, it could be declared today. What's your...
We are all expecting the seat to be declared. Whoever wins, actually leader. So whoever wins, that is. So we are just waiting for the results to be declared. That's all.
Okay. But how has business been since Monday till today?
Business is still going on well.
Is it picking up?
Yeah, it's picking up.
Okay.
Just like the normal ways that we all come here and hustle.
Okay. But I know this stretch is a very busy one. How are you ensuring that, we are still living in COVID?
Yeah.
How are you ensuring that you are keeping yourself protected and all that?
Oh, yeah, for sure. We still do the whole lot of stuff. The precautions and everything, that of the social distance and stuff, we all maintain all those ones. Everything is on the normal.
And also, the Electoral Commission is expected to declare the results today. What's your expectation ahead of that declaration? Are you anxious for the results?
Yeah, that's a very anxious. And then for one thing is, everything should just be genuine, and that's then whoever wins, the other opponent should just accept that, oh yes, my colleague has won.
But also for just the political leaders, do you want to see some kind of collaboration between the two parties?
Oh, just the normal vibe that they all hold. That's it. Just maintain the peace.
All right. Yeah, so that was a phone repairer here at Kamkuma Circle, and he's expecting the result to trickle in anytime soon. But according to him, business has been moving on smoothly for him. Some of the shops are closed. I want to try and move shortly to another shop close by me here.
All right.
And we'll also get your impression of their expectation ahead of the declaration. Good afternoon, boss. How are you doing? I'm doing good. All right. Boss, how's business been since Monday, since you went to vote? And
oh, actually, I'm a
unfortunately, it seems we've lost our colleague Mauli Aholumega. Sorry for that. And I think we'll get back to him shortly. But
because
Daniel,
for the election, every party are supposed to, party agents. You see, they assign their party agents at every polling station, so they know their numbers, they know everything. So the party themselves, they can collect everything and give us their figures. But what we are talking for now is that we want peace to prevail. So we should leave everything to the hands of what? The Electoral Commission to declare the results for us, so that peace will prevail.
Yeah, but as you are waiting for the results to come, are you anxious? What's your expectation for the results?
Oh, actually, for the results, anybody can win, because the government we are here. We know that the NDC and NPP, everybody can win. But it will not be my surprise if NPP wins this election.
But finally, in terms of keeping peace and making sure everything, do you want the two parties to collaborate together, irrespective of whoever wins?
In fact, to say this, no, like I say, I can't focus on this. Penny Traffic message, and a penny of a message for as a penny traffic and move and carry for it, or can be. It's pertinent to win a costume and made an image can say, or was a pandemic now, and one of the because Swado, ever catch some was now the NDC, Hamas, the catch members, which now AC, and Juma, in himself, Ebeba, Nemo, I can define a Shemono, Obed now about Tiakas and Falani Tiabontin, Abra easy any day, Enkasai. It means there on my pen for me. A person when you say, yes, no more, or mine ever, or mine gonna ever. Me, I mean, I make a me come and cry, blocking on. And BBC or Chinese, who I pass will be any time. It's yes, let's say, and Penton sorry, Casa. And in class on for one echo. Yes, what the sham for our Johnny. 1824 years, so must say, or Mumma in Omecasa, or members. In your sorry, oh, near airports. The Vegas gave me a bright.
Thank you very much. All right, so there we have it. I was speaking to a shop owner who owns a phone shop right here in Circle, and what he was basically saying in the Tree language is he's calling for all the political leaders to call on their members of their party to exercise some restraint and wait for the Electoral Commission to declare the final results. And even as the results are being declared, he's also calling for all the parties to come together and be as one and work on board, because at the end of the day, Ghana is a country that we all have, and he wants the peace that we are so enjoying to continue to reign. So basically, that's his impression of ahead of the declaration of the results.
Okay, so Mauli, a follow-up question. Aside Circle, which other town or area have you visited? Like, what's the mood aside Circle in other towns or areas?
Okay, so before we came to Circle, we went through the Osu Oxford Street area, and it's quite a bit slow there today. We know that stretch is usually a rather busy one, but it's quite a bit slow. A lot of shops are closed, and we spoke to some few shop owners and some passerbys, and they were more of the view that the area has been quite slow since the voting took place on Monday. But business is picking up, nightlife is also picking up quite gradually. But they're all in anticipation of the declaration of the results. They are all patiently waiting, but it's more of a quiet mood in Osu. But it's quite lively here at Circle. A lot of the Okada riders are around here. A lot of the
All right, that was my colleague Mauli Aholomega of the business desk, and he went about town to find out the mood following the chaos going on at the EC headquarters. So from what he said, or the interviews he had, Ghanaians are calling for peace, and they are asking supporters of the NDC to go back home and wait for a declaration from the EC, as well as advising party executives or representatives of the NDC to call their people to order. Daniel, I want to find out from you. Yeah. It seems social media and Ghanaians out there have the same perception about going home and waiting for the EC declaration. Yeah. What do you make of that?
I think it's the best. I mean, these are rumors, and it will be premature to act based on hearsays and rumors that are flying in the media space. Yes, I know the tensions are high and the stakes are high, and people want to be vigilant. Of course, the political parties have told their supporters to be vigilant, but let's all wait until the results are declared by the EC, and then if there are any processes to follow, as in go to court or to even protest peacefully, then people have the right. Yes, people have the right to protest peacefully, but then let's wait until the results are declared before we do any such things. I'm told Mauli is back on the line. If he is, okay, my producers do tell me that he's gone. But we'll have to take a break here and show our viewers some of the scenes and some of the reactions throughout the day. And when we return, hopefully we'll have the official results for them. Exactly. So we'll go for a breather, but enjoy the press conferences throughout the day, the NDC press conference, the MPP press conference, the EC press conference, all of which have happened in the last 6 hours or so. Enjoy them, and when we return, hopefully we'll have the official results for you. This is your election plug. It's Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press, let me thank you for your continuous expose on many of the happenings in our country. Our country's Electoral Commission, per its mandate in Article 45, conducted and supervised presidential and parliamentary elections in Ghana across the 275 constituencies in Ghana, divided across the 16 regions of Ghana. Evidence available to us formal from collated pink sheets from polling stations across the country and specific to the constituencies in Ghana puts the NDC in lead with 140 seats, parliamentary seats won, 140. That makes us the majority party whilst we wait for the declaration of the presidential outcome. Understandably, you should know why we have the parliamentary results and we do not have the presidential results yet. With the presidential results, the chairperson of the Electoral Commissioner is the returning officer. With parliamentary results per CI 127, I'm holding a copy, the Electoral Commissioner appoints returning officers and counting is done at various polling stations. Polling stations results as signed onto pink sheet, validated, gives the NDC 140 parliamentary seats. I will share the list, but note that there are attempts by the New Patriotic Party government led by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo shamefully to want to subvert the sovereign will of the people of Ghana and even to reduce our parliamentary numbers by 5, targeting the Takwa constituency, Sepsi-Wiasu constituency, Upper Denchira West, Sine West, and Techima South. You saw what happened in Techima South. After coalition, they went back to the coalition center. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we demand respect to the letter and spirit of the laws of Ghana, including CI 127, which governs the conduct of the elections. In Techima South, the NDC candidate won. Having won, you saw them use the military unprofessionally. Guns do not vote, and guns will not make Nana Addo Dankwa the president of this republic. We will resist oppressors' rule. We will resist oppressors' rule. So in Techima South, they just use guns to shoot and to scare away our agents. Our agents have not signed, but at least even that one, the EC itself have confirmed that they are not aware of any changes. Neither are we aware of any changes, nor we will accept any changes in Techima South. We know we have won. You can go through the pink sheet, polling station by polling station. It's an NDC won seat. In Upper Denchira West, which they are also contesting, and for the media again, we are sending a clear warning to the military, the Ghana Armed Forces, that their loyalty is to the state and the Republic of Ghana and not to elected officials. If they intimidate us further, we will respond appropriately. Citizens too, we have power. They cannot intimidate us continuously with their guns as they did in Techima. Even in Savlugu, when they noticed that they desperately needed some 1 or 2, 3 more seats to form a majority to deny the NDC the majority, they started shooting at the Savlugu police station. They stood their grounds. I asked Idris Ngumbiankpang to stay in if it meant even dying with the last bullet, so that the evidence is shown. When it was counted, the NDC won. And they killed one person in Savlugu. Techima 2. Needless bloodshed in the name of somebody wanting to, by force, consolidate his hold on political power. Unacceptable and shameful behavior of the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. In Upper Denchira West, even after coalition and reconciliation, it is still the NDC which won. They have threatened the electoral officer and saying that they will eliminate and kill him if he so declares the results in favor of the NDC. In Upper Denchira West, we are saying results so collated in the pink sheet. And ladies and gentlemen of the press, let me put up this matter very strongly. Coalition centers are centers for aggregation of votes from polling stations. They are not to be used for purposes of recounting by the provisions of CI 127. Coalition centers are necessarily and primarily for aggregation of results from the various polling stations. Like you take Tamale South, you take each polling station and then you know and authenticate the results. So coalition center, as they are using the military to compel a recount itself, is legally untenable. It is not legally permissible to do recount compulsorily using the military to intimidate electoral officers to do recount. Our laws does not recognize that, and swapping the outcome. Coalition centers, I repeat, are for aggregation of polling center results. Recount can only be done at the polling stations and probably in law by an order of a court if so demanded. So take note. Apart from Upper Denchira West, we simply saying that allow the returning officer to function. In Sydney West, one polling station, the MPP tax took away a ballot box to deny the NDC its victory in Sydney West. Whilst voting was still ongoing, when they took the ballot box, only the EC and the NDC seals were intact. What happened to the MPP seal? After retrieving it, what happened? They retrieved it. So it should tell you, now their modus operandi is to use the security and the military to intimidate and shoot. Guns don't install a president. Guns don't. And we will not be intimidated. In that constituency, Excellency John Mahama won the election. In many areas, they are trying to re-win using military brute force 5 constituencies to an HS as a majority party. We are saying that let the pink sheet speak. Let the pink sheet speak per polling station and its aggregation accordingly done at coalition centers. Coalition centers are not centers primarily for recount of votes. The military must stay away and desist away from the use of guns to scare away our NDC supporters. In the Eastern region, for instance, the Electoral Commission office faxed a different result to the Regional Coalition Center, which was only signed by the New Patriotic Party agent. How can that happen if the EC is not becoming an extension of the New Patriotic Party? After the original was declared, we have videos of the declaration of the results in the Eastern region, constituency by constituency. They found it unacceptable because they must work out their mathematics. Now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press, let me now come to this important document. Yes, we know that the chairperson of the Electoral Commission is the returning officer for the presidential elections. I'll take you through Form 9 of CI 127. It provides, and I read, Presidential Election Results Collation Form, name of constituency and district, polling station code. So we expect that the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, in declaring the presidential results, will provide detail of the over 33,000 polling stations and their codes and the respective vote received by Excellency John Dramani Mahama and Nana Addo Dankwa, well collated, which aggregation must give us the outcome of a presidential win. We will not accept anything other than what is provided for in law under CI 127. So presidential election results collation form, polling station code. So it means every polling station details must be provided. I again lead you to Form 11. It's here, Form 11. You also see she is to work in accord with law. Presidential regional results collation form, name of constituency. So we expect that for each region, for instance, if you take Northern region, you say Tamale South, Kumbungu, Savulugu. We want every single detail of the presidential performance of Excellency John Dramani Mahama and Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and an aggregation of it. We do not want anybody to come and say that somebody has won the election by 5 or 6 million, when we cannot explain or understand what accounts for the aggregation and cumulative figure of 5 or 6 million. We want Form 11 to be respected, and we want Form 12 is my additional evidence in law that must be provided. So I want to thank you, and then Sefiwe Asu is one of the 5. So you see a desperate government which is refusing to die. The Dagombe said that when you want to kill a snake, kill it in the head. We'll kill it in their head with the parliamentary seat of 140 and parliamentary majority to trigger our performance as the presidential election. So Chairperson of Electoral Commission to respect the letter and spirit of the laws of Ghana. And again, the 5th constituency is Sefiwe Asu that they are desperately trying to overturn. They are compelling and forcing our party agents, again, using the military. We demand professionalism from the Ghana military and the Ghana police service. They should not allow themselves to be used for purposes of intimidation. Sooner than later, we'll be there. And Excellency John Mahama will assume office as Commander-in-Chief. We'll weed out those miscreants and unprofessionals who are misconducting themselves. We are capturing some of them on video, and let them be assured, no gun will install a president in this republic. And we have alerted our supporters across the country. We will respect the sovereign will of the Ghanaian people and the legitimacy of their terms, not the threat of a gun or a weapon by any policeman or any soldier. We refuse to be intimidated. You see them outside there, tell them if they want, they should point their guns to me. I'm not a coward, and we are not cowards. Let them do it. We will not succumb or yield to those pressures. So, ladies and gentlemen of the media, demand from the chairperson of the Electoral Commission respect to CI 127 and how presidential results and its outcomes are declared and collated, consistent with constituency and polling station results and aggregation. Demand that there is no recount per our laws at coalition centers. Coalition centers are centers for aggregation of results. Parliamentary results we know because we have agents who aggregate polling station performance and feed us in. We know we have a majority of 140. God bless. My senior colleague will.
Now, I think that Honorable Haruna has touched on the crux of the matter. I will just add on. The first thing I want to say is that at this stage, we should be talking about transparency of the elections, we should be talking about credibility of the elections, and we should be talking about a peaceful Ghana. So that is what should be engaging our minds. And anything that seeks to undermine this, we should all abhor. And that is, what I have to tell you. First of all, like Honorable Haruna has said, this is a simple matter. We are in to vote. Voting is done at the polling station. And the results are declared at the polling station. So everybody knows what, was voted for. The will of the people is expressed at the polling station. So if you have enough time and effort, you could just sit down yourself and add up all those things, and the results will be clear to you. Now, what is important is that if you try to undermine the will of the people, we are going to have a problem. Because as director of operations, I'm already having so much pressure on myself. Because our support base will not accept the situation where people like me sit down and allow the results to be undermined. And like Haruna has said, that is become clear now. Let me say that we have all agreed on how these elections will be conducted. By law, regulations, and all the discussions that have gone on between the parties before we went for voting. Nowhere in there was it said that soldiers will be required at the polling station. Or coalition center. or the collation center. So if we have a situation where soldiers can go to a polling station or a constituency collation center and do some shooting that kills 2 people and wounds 7, then you can imagine the kind of pressure that is coming on me. If soldiers can shoot in Savelego and kill 1 young man, then you can imagine the kind of pressure that is being brought on us.
Central, 2 dead.
Ablekuma Central, 2 dead out of shooting. This is just an election, you know, and like I'm saying, the results are there. The results are there at the polling station, and they can be added. Look at what happened in Rodiodo. Look at what happened to Nilante. The main thing here is that our military should be professional and stay at the poll election. We vote, we count, whoever wins has won. The law prescribes how the results should be found out. Like I said, the appropriate forms have to be filled. My understanding as Director of Operations is that going by this simple way of collating the results from the various polling stations, the NDC has won 140 parliamentary seats and on course to win the presidential. Now, members of the media, what I want to tell you is that it's a lot of pressure on me when anybody tries to subvert this, because then the other side is not going to agree. And pressure will then be brought on people like us to ensure that that does not happen. What I told you from the beginning that we have to talk about transparency, credibility, and peace. And that is my concern. The tension that is brewing down there can lead to a disruption. And we all have a responsibility to safeguard the integrity of this country, the peace in this country. You see, we have asked our supporters in the constituencies involved, those 5 constituencies that Honorable Haruna mentioned, to stand their ground. They should stand their ground for fairness and insist that the right thing be done. There will be absolutely no impunity here, and nobody is going to accept any impunity. We will all do things according to the rule of law, and that is all that is going to be accepted. Let me say again that there is a lot of tension brewing up amongst our support base because of the illegality, the impunity that is being brought to bear. And you in the media too, I want to plead with you to contribute to this peace that we are all looking for. Let's have some peaceful elections. Ghana is known for that. Don't let us change it. For instance, UTV put up some results. And what did they do? They put the results for President Mahama, gave that to President Akufo-Addo, and the other way around. That doesn't help. Because then you can see that people begin, hey, what's going on? Is the media? Peace FM also put up some wrong. Joy FM also put up some results where 17,000 is changed to 27,000. That's for Kintampo North. Yeah. That does not help at all. So I would plead with you to remain true to transparency, credibility, and peace. And if you want to do that, you must be diligent. You must be diligent about what you do. We are all relying on you. The people of Ghana are relying on you because you are the people carrying the information. And where it is wrong, please be bold enough to say it is wrong. Where it is right, please stand up and support it. Because we don't want any disruption in this country. But any attempt to steal this election, I can assure you from what I see, that there is going to be quite some disruption in this place, and nobody is going to like it. Okay. The consequences will be such that nobody is going to like it. Yeah. I want to thank you.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, the message: parliamentary seats. The MPP is trying to steal 5 with state-sponsored gun violence. And our minority leader has spoken, our director of operations have spoken, the leadership of the party have spoken. We are not going to allow that. Supporters there should stand their ground. We will not allow them to change the results because we have all the certified pink sheets. We thank you very much.
The EC said that we lost central race, we said their results.
political parties are wrapping up their campaigns. Ghanaians are gearing up to cast their votes, and the heat is building up. But one thing has been of utmost concern to all Ghanaians is the issue of security. So what is the role of the media and security personnel in ensuring that we have a free, fair and peaceful election? So to help me with this conversation, I have two gentlemen who are experts in their respective fields. I have with me Kweku Kwabia Asante, who is a communications team member with the Media Foundation for West Africa. I also have with me a foreign policy and security analyst, Adib Sani. Gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And thanks for making time with us on Election Desk.
Always a pleasure.
How is the atmosphere for you ahead of the elections? Adib Sani, let's start.
Well, as always, there's a lot of bickering, a lot of politicking. When you go on social media, when you tune to the radio and TV, as late as 12 midnight, there was still politics on TV. I needed a movie to watch, and it was very difficult coming by one. So, I mean, it is expected, and it's all in the spirit of our democracy, which should be seen as an exercise to elect people to rule us and not a do-or-die affair.
Well, yeah, the experience is not any different from Sandy's. The media space has been very heated and heightened. I think throughout the whole day yesterday, almost every TV station, it was the political adverts, from political adverts, a chain of them and rallies like that. You step out from TV and you get into your streets and you meet people, you know, with party paraphernalia and traffic in town because one politician just passed or the other is on the way coming and all that. So they've all contributed in creating the atmosphere on social media, online as well. You have this heated sense where now everybody is coming out of their shells to say, I'm going for this person or I'm going for that person. The party pages, old school pages on WhatsApp and church pages, you know, people are passing messages through. Let's ensure peace at one end. Let's vote for that person and that person and that person. Of course, they are all characteristics or features of the times. Elections is the apex of our political engagement, and so it is to be expected. In the end, we hope that everything, you know, comes off as expected. Peace, the stability is protected, and the democracy wins again for us in Ghana.
Right. We cannot underestimate the role of the media and the security apparatus, but what are the similarities between the two when we talk about ensuring peaceful elections and democracy? I want to start with you, Kweku.
Well, when it comes to the police and the media, we have this, we are supported or expected to have this symbiotic relationship. So that is one that we all benefit in between ourselves, and one that the state and its people and its residents also benefit. Last week we were at last Friday we were at an event organized by the Ghana Police Service, for instance, where they understand how crucial it is for the police and the media to collaborate and work together to ensure that there's peace, or the task ahead is delivered and delivered well. And so they invited some of the top journalists in Ghana and some media practitioners, editors, media owners together into one space, meeting with the top management of the police to deliberate on discussions. At the bottom line, we all understand that we have similarities on the road that we play, and so we have to collaborate. For one, like I did say, for one, at the macro level, what drives media or a journalist's work is a public interest. You know, the public need to know. The public has to be protected in that regard. And so when we go to the field to gather news, to speak to issues, we are not so much interested in what is happening in people's private rooms and all those things, unless it is intertwined or linked to the public interest. And so we want to ensure public interest on the election day and post-election day, and how people go about casting their votes and all the processes. It is in the same manner that the police is also stationed at every polling station to also ensure law and order and ensure that the public is protected. So there's this deep connection between the media and the police, especially when it has to be about a national event and something as important as the elections.
Well, this is personal to me because on one hand, a security practitioner, on the other hand, I'm a journalist, a member of the Ghana Journalists Association. I mean, anytime I have an opportunity like this, I don't hesitate identifying the media as a very, very important partner so far as harnessing our democracy, and since the liberalization of the airwaves in the 1990s. The media has played a very crucial role in all the elections we've had since the inception of the Fourth Republic, because it sought to not just inform the people, but be an avenue for the people to vent out their frustration, their disenchantment about what is going on with specificity to the governance process. No wonder anytime there's a talk show program and the lines are opened, you are inundated with calls because a lot of people would want to get things off their chest rather than bottle it up. I mean, that has helped because the person perhaps could have vented his frustration through different means rather than say it on the media. Also, the fundamental principle underpinning our democracy is accountability. And when you take a closer look at the litany of scandalous allegations we've had in the country for the past decade or two, it is the media that has always brought it to the fore. And it is no accident the media is the fourth estate of the realm. So I think the media has played and still play and would play a very important role in making our democratic institution much more stronger going into the future. And so it is not surprising when Malcolm X said the media is the most powerful tool. It has the power to make the innocent guilty and the guilty innocent, and that is real power. And when you compare it with the responsibilities of the security agencies, it's not very different. As a matter of fact, the media is supposed to, in a progressive manner, collaborate with the security agencies. And so I was very disappointed to learn about the number of cases involving officers assaulting journalists, which I must say was quite unfortunate. So I remember at an event organized by a media house, I met the public affairs, the former public affairs director of the Ghana Police Service, the one who went before Sheila, and we spoke about the need for journalists to be protected, and he said, okay, fine, at the regional level they've set up complaints desk for just journalists. So if you feel you have been assaulted or something done against you by a security agent, you can go through that redress mechanism. And going into the election, I've also learned that some numbers will be allocated to just the media if they are in any form of distress, or if they have any information that can help the security agencies ensure there's peace during and even after the election, they should call, and no other person but media practitioners. So that should obviously be indicative of the importance the security services attach to their collaboration with their media counterparts. And I'm hoping going into this discussion we'll be coming to the nitty-gritty as to everybody's responsibility.
Okay, so Kweku, talking about the provisions that the police has made for journalists, do you think it's enough to safeguard their safety in the coverage of the elections?
Yes, I think that for now it is really what we need. At this meeting I was talking about, so that they're going to put the hotlines out, especially in the media platform, so that they can be shared among the media, that is dedicated only to the media, for us to call for clarifications, for help, for assistance, And in fact, in times of distress, if you also want to reach out to the police for support, you can also do that. I think that is one, the thought, to come up with something, to admit that the media will need a special treatment from the ordinary citizen or the ordinary electorate on the ground. It's important going into this, and an appreciation of the critical role that the media is going to play during the elections and post the elections.
Okay, so moving slightly away from the relationship between the police and the media, where does the role of the security personnel begin and end on election day? Because I mean, there's been cases where people have complained that there were police personnel and there was chaos and they were doing nothing about it. But then their defense is that they were there to protect the ballot box and not to engage in other activities. They can't take their eyes off the ballot box and all of that.
It is instructive to note that the role of security services in an election is around 3 phases, okay? Pre-election, on the election day, and post-election. Security maintenance during all of these phases is not an event, it is a process. And you don't expect to have 100% violence-free process. Mistakes will be made, lessons will be learned, new mechanisms will be put in place to make it better than the former. Okay, so far a lot has been done on the ground. I have personally had meetings with the police. I followed the news conference organized by the IGP on the 4th of November, which he indicated clearly that all polling stations will be deemed as flashpoints, even though some 6,000 of them have been earmarked because of the random nature of violence, which can happen anywhere at any time. The recent violence at Yagaba-Kubori in the northeast region, there's no flashpoints at Yagaba-Kubori, yet there was violence there, so they are going to treat all areas as if they are flashpoints. Okay, usually flashpoints arise as a result of the crime statistics in the area and the history of political violence, the personalities involved, etc. So those mechanisms have been put in place. Secondly, because the police cannot be everywhere all the time because of their numbers, they've decided to collaborate with the various security agencies, military, customs division of the GRA, the prisons, fire, etc. So they've all come together, numbering about 62,000, and according to the IGP, each polling station would have at least one officer. That is refreshing to note. And to prevent the Ayawas West Wagon incident from reoccurring, a lot of strategies have been put on the ground, one of it being the type of uniforms they'll be wearing. This time, we are not going to countenance whatsoever any masquerade calling himself a national security operative wearing funny looking outfits anywhere near the polling station. Aside that, they are going to have wristbands that would clearly identify them as being supposed to be there, because an officer who is supposed to be at Odododio might want to be at Ayawaso West Wagon because he has an interest there. Every police officer has his station, and that is how it's supposed to be. Okay, a lot of education has also happened. I mean, the police, like my brother has rightly stated, have met with the media, they've met with chiefs, other opinion leaders, other stakeholders, even the politicians who have penned their signature to documents reaffirming their commitment. So a lot of lessons have been learned in the past. As a result, you can see different changes made on the ground, which is clearly by the book. So it is safe to say that the police has done all that is supposed to do on paper so far as ensuring peace or security during and after an election is concerned.
And so you as a security analyst, from where you sit, you'd say, considering all these factors, this election would be different, would be safe?
Well, I would cautiously say it will be safe. Like I said, violence can occur at any time. And you see, some of us talk to some of these issues based on science. We have what we call early warning mechanism. The Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, for the East Africa, they've developed as EU, ECOWAS, even the Alma Mater, Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping and Training Center, OneUp, etc. It's basically points to some indicators that would pre-warn you of imminent danger. Okay, and when you look at all of those indicators, it's very synonymous with politics in Ghana. Talk about ethnicity, talk about the activities of vigilantism. I remember prior to the 2007 election in Kenya, IGAD spoke about this, the activities of Mugiki, the Sambwatland Defense Force, Kalenjin Youth, etc. Not much was done about it, and we all witnessed what happened. Ivory Coast, 2010. Activities of the Young Patriots, led by Charles Blegude, also known as the Street General, and they played a very central role in the violence in that country that culminated into a civil war in 2011. And we have activities of vigilante groups here, right? We have issues of monetization of politics, zero-sum politics. When you win, you have it, or you lose, you have nothing. So politics, winning an election has become a matter of survival. I must win or I must win, by all means. People invest in politicians. So when you come to power, you do as I say. So whichever possible way or role I can play to ensure you win the elections by hook or crook means they stop at nothing doing that. So we have the issues. We have youth unemployment. We have issues of human insecurities. All of these are catalysts for violence, which is very present on the ground. However, we are hoping, due to the activities of Media Foundation for West Africa, the NCCE, the National Peace Council, works by the Electoral Commission, the police, some of us who on daily basis are on one radio station to another, TV station to another, we would get the people to understand that this is not a do or die affair. So optimistically, I would say that this would be a peaceful election overall, but with some level of cautious optimism.
We are hopeful that we have peaceful elections, but there's the election task force, which comprises, you rightly said, comprises of various components of the security apparatus. Let's practicalize this. If I'm an electorate, I'm on the ground, and I see someone who claims to be a security personnel in a different attire, they are not identified, what should be my response? How should I react?
How would you know the person is a security agent when he's in a different attire? The thing is, according to the IGP, we would have uniformed officers, right? Now we would also have some who would be operating covertly.
This person is dressed in a police uniform or military uniform, but with no tag or with no visible identification, like the IGP said. You have, and yet they are present there.
No, you can question what the person is doing there. And like I said, there are numbers. You can call the police and find out. There's this gentleman here who cannot identify himself. So you see, they've developed what we call incident reporting and response mechanism. Immediately you report the incidents, it will be responded in real time to prevent some of these things from happening. So for sure, a lot has been done, and I'm hoping that we are able to have a free and fair election with all the efforts that have been made.
Sure. You sound confident about the preparedness of the police, but let's look at the performance of the media, even ahead of the elections. How would you rate the performance of the media in terms of education and all of that?
Great. I think that for maybe before I speak to that on the point that Sani was building, because we monitor the social media space, and I think recently a video popped up like that with some men in uniform but couldn't they couldn't identify them, making accusation, the pickup truck, yes, making some claims and accusations that they will deal with people who, you know, interfere with the electoral process and that and that and that. I think that the Ghana Police Service responded with a statement trying to clarify the issues and assuring the public of its going through the proper means to address the matter. And I think they have reacted in that order. In this meeting I was with them, and even this morning I was on their social media platform looking out for something. They have put out a list of their uniforms, okay, that's most likely an officer is going to wear, and they indicate that across all those uniforms, whatever it is, the person will have a name either written with embroidered on the uniform, or it has a plate, you know, a tag put on there for identification purposes. So I suppose if that is supposed to be followed through, there's supposed to be less incident or less likely to find an officer at the polling station without a name. Maybe that's just my addition to that point. Now to the question of how the media has fed or, you know, contribution of the media to this election. I think that generally Ghana has one of the most vibrant media landscape in West Africa and in Africa, and this is shown across levels. Press Freedom Index and all those measures, even from our monitoring in West Africa, we have some of the highest ratio of the media to the citizenry. On radio stations alone, we have over 500 radio stations operating in Ghana. You tell people across the region and they open their mouth. 500, over 500, made up of national, regional, and community radio stations like that. And then you have TV, free to air, paid for, numbering over 100 now. At least the free to air 50 plus, and then if you add the paid for, you know, and that's just for TV and radio. If you come to the newspapers, there are a lot more in there, and then you come to the news websites and blogs and the digital media. You don't count them because it's out there. This is owing to how free, you know, we have made the media landscape following the 1992 Constitution and those freedom and the independence that it accrued to the media. And so the media at every election looks like the coverage keeps getting keener and keener, and which is positive for us. It means that it provides a lot more platforms for the political institutions, the political parties, to present their issues. When it comes to analysis, the media picks their manifestos, discuss, compare, contrast, raise questions for people to answer, pick people from both sides or from different angles and concerns, put them on the panel like you're doing here for them to discuss, and in the process it gives the opportunity for the political institutions to share their message to us. That's at one end. At the other end, the electorates, the citizenry, are able to digest the key details of what every politician is bringing on board. If you compare this 2020 election to, say, the 1992 election and 1996, where comparatively people were more moved by appearance, by, you know, the Rollins is fair and hairy, this one is like that, Kufuor has this eyes and tall and all that. That sort of shaped people's thoughts, also adding their location, you know, the geographical, ethnic lines and all those things. But now, even though those things, I won't say has stopped or have been wiped out, a lot more focus has been on the issues. So going into this election, for instance, education has stood out. If you pick anybody in the streets now to say what is the NDC saying when they come, they will do, at least they can, out of all the issues, they can pick out something and say, Mahama says when he comes he will do this for us. Akufo-Addo says when he is given the mandate to continue, he will do that for us. This person says that even today to the the independent candidate who may not have too much followership. People are bound to know. This is the work of the media, providing the electorates the chance to imbibe in, to know what the discussions are. Then there's also the civic participation role, engendering civic participation. You hear the media now moving around, pushing people. So who are you going to vote for? On what reason, on what basis are you going to vote for? What are the things you are considering to go and vote for? Every now and then, every radio station is trying to speak to people, encouraging people to go and vote. And then even in the on the voting process, explaining to people, this, that, when you go, move to this place, move to that place, move to that place, move to that place. Again, on their watchdog role, being on this EC. Okay, it's this new voter registration that we're trying to compile, its verification, so that the media has generated a conversation that has essentially guarded the process, the electoral process. The EC makes mistakes, the media is on its neck. The political parties have objections to raise, the media has a microphone to them for them to speak to the issues. In the process, they have fine-tuned. Then finally, onto the election day, we call the surveillance role of the media. Tomorrow we are going to have a lot more media outlets, radio stations, TV stations, even the news website being on the ground. They want to let you know what is happening in Kwesimintim right now. They want to let you know what is happening in Inchil. Has the ballot box arrived? How many people are in the queue? Is it long? Is the process moving? Are they following the COVID-19 protocols? The ballot boxes are delaying. What is the EC official saying? And all those things to calm nerves. And so in general terms, when it comes to these roles, the media have been very, very great, and their act has been commendable, barring the other issues that perhaps when the times come we are going to discuss.
And the other issues that I suppose include professionalism.
Of course, the other issues on ethics, on professionalism, on the language usage, indecency, at some points promoting hate speech, and the dissent, generally the indecent language that is being used on air, and how it's likely to also be counterproductive to the work that they themselves have continued to build.
Tell us what you've observed as an institution as far as ethics and professionalism of media houses is concerned.
Okay, generally what we have done, and the Media Foundation for West Africa has had this program we call the Language Monitoring Project, which we started in 2012. Essentially, we understand that on election years, the media landscape becomes heightened, the conversations are heightened and heated, because this is the time that people are coming, a flurry of thoughts, of policies, of ideas, people trying to counter each other and bring this one down, this person's policy. At some point we veer off what is supposed to be the decent way of communication and then move out to attacks, to all those things. So we've done this over the last 8 years, 2012, 2016 to 2020. We see that the use of indecent expression, the use of abusive language on air is not abating. At some point you see it rising and rising and rising again. Okay, so on our monitoring we see so much of insults and offensive language being used on air. We see so much of unsubstantiated allegations rising. In fact, just last 2 days we issued a statement to say unsubstantiated allegations occupying the media space, the radio discussions, the days to elections. When we say unsubstantiated allegations, people casting aspersions, making claims against each other without any form of proof or evidence. And sadly, the media allows that to thrive. Okay, we have a lot of threats also in there, people spewing divisive language, people spewing incitement, people giving comments that are tribal related, gender-based insults, and all those cacophony that comes with it. which all comes under the hate speech, umbrella that we are monitoring, and we see so much of them on air. Then on the side of ethics, we have also been monitoring the media for professional and ethical standards, which is different from the language monitoring. Maybe I should explain the difference. The language monitoring project just monitors the media, the airwaves, monitoring the politician, the political party communicator, or the person in the studio representing the political party, or even the person who has phoned in, who is identified with a political party. And then also monitoring the journalist, the show host, the one hosting the morning show, the one hosting the political talk show, the current affairs analysis, the prime time news, and all those things, and looking at what language they use, the quality of language. So we have this elaborate instrument we have developed called the election language monitoring guide. We use to monitor that. Then there is the ethics side, where we monitor solely the journalist, the media, what he or she allows to be on the airwaves, on the gatekeeping role of that person, so that if somebody insults on air, we look up to you, the show host, to correct that person. If you fail to do that, you are breaching a certain ethical standards.
Let's hold it then, speak to Adi. We are back to security on the ground. There's been issues of ballot snatching in the past. How should security personnel handle such a situation if electorates are raising concerns about inconsistencies on the ground? What should the police personnel who has been deployed to survey the area do?
Well, in criminology, we have something we call rational choice theory. Before anyone perpetrates a crime, the person is seen as a sane human who has the ability to juxtapose between the risk and the reward factors of what he intends going into. If the risk factors outweigh the reward factors, the person is disincentivized from even perpetrating the crime in the first place. But if the reward factors is more than the risk factors, the person is motivated to go in to perpetrate that crime. The risk factor, one of it being the probability of the person getting caught. Okay, so if these guys out there feel if they perpetrate their activities they will not be caught, it motivates them. Or perhaps if they perpetrate and they are arrested by the police, the next person to call the district or regional or metropolitan commander is an honorable. These are my boys, let them go. So they are motivated, like it happened after 2016 election, where we had a broad daylight on camera attack of the Ashanti Regional Security Coordinator. The case went to court, and these same boys besieged the court premises and freed their colleagues who were on trial. What happened to them? We had situations of some persons taking over state facilities, including toll booths, toilets. What happened to them? Nothing. And so when things happen that way, it motivates them to commit the crime. So first and foremost, we'd have to enforce the law, deal with persons who violate the laws rigorously and vigorously. That would ultimately serve as a disincentive to other persons who might want to perpetrate such crimes. Secondly, the response time is key. I have personally spoken with the police on several occasions. I've asked them, can you tell us how long it will take you to respond to a crisis situation at a polling station? They said it would depend, and to some extent they are right, because there are some areas that are so unmotorable. It will be very difficult for the security services to get there in time. However, there should always be ways to deal with it. Like I say, it is a process. Okay, so when the criminals feel immediately they call the police, they would come. They would also they will not be motivated into perpetrating such crimes. We can also I'm sorry, but the final thing is improve intelligence. Some of these are well planned before they are staged. Okay, so when we have enough security officers operating covertly on the ground, we might be able to preempt and prevent some of these things from even happening in the first place. But like I always say, ensuring security is the responsibility of all, not just the preserve of the men and women in uniform. These ballot snatchers are people who live with us. They are our friends, they are our brothers, they are our sisters. Let us not hesitate to cooperate with law enforcement, to give them information, because in the end, it inures to the benefit of the country. But when we protect such persons, where are we dragging our democracy to? I must say that would be very much detrimental.
There's been instances where even police personnel have been attacked by mob of people. But in this instance, we know that at least one police personnel is deployed to every polling station. So if there's a chaotic scene and there's just one police personnel, what is the person supposed? At which point does the person come in?
Okay, you see, in security studies, we are taught how to read the early warning signs. You are, with that critical third eye, you are able to tell when things start, going the direction they are not supposed to go. Sometimes, depending on the persons at the polling station, perhaps they are political party representatives or they are just ordinary voters, their body language, their level of aggression, their level of rationalization, that should always give you that reason to think that something might be amiss in the next 5 minutes. But the good news is there's been some training across board for the 62,000 officers who will be in charge of security, because my major issue had to do with interoperability. The police, they have their training regime. The military, they are trained to kill. They are defense, they are not interior. Police, we interact with them every day, so their training is different. Prisons, customs of GRA, etc. But the fact that they've brought all of them together to train would help ensure some level of synergy going into the election. And let's not forget, as apart from those officers who would be at the polling station, there will be patrols as well. That will be complemented by the military. And they have put in measures to ensure they respond in real time as soon as they are called. You see, so I mean that would help to a very large extent, I must say.
All right, before we finally wrap up, I want to know what the media can do about fake news. How does the media regulate this, and how do electorates discern and decipher between fake news and what is original?
Well, thanks for the question.
Briefly, though.
Briefly.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So let me make it brief. And by media, you mean mainstream media and social media. Like we all know now, because of the advent of the internet and the social media platforms and the smartphones, information travel at this unprecedented speed, and so things really move fast. And everybody has access to these platforms, and they can share information at will. And this information is bound to come with their interests and leanings. So that if I belong to a certain party and I'm in a certain stronghold where it doesn't belong to me, or something is going on that I think I'll stand at any angle, take a shot, send it in and say they are stealing. This is what is happening in there and there and that and that and that and that and that. One, the responsibility of the mainstream media, and I'm running fast because I want to. The responsibility of the mainstream media going to this election is to engage in fact checking. The mainstream media, beyond serving the process, the electoral process, should engage in fact checking. So that on social media, it's difficult for the digital platforms to fact check themselves. A lot of people will be throwing in misinformation, disinformation like that. But since the mainstream media has the opportunity of sending people on the grounds to survey every incident that picks, they should monitor the social media spaces, cross-check with their correspondents on the ground, get direct feedback, and then put it out there to debunk these claims. That is the first responsibility. Fact checking for the mainstream media. On the social media platform, this is the time that the Facebook, the Twitter, all those people must stand up to their role. It is not only enough to provide them the opportunity. A lot of fact checking organizations around. Fact Check Ghana, for instance, we are working. We've been monitoring the space since yesterday and be throwing in a lot of information, debunking some of this misinformation. They should look out for these platforms, and when people share this misinformation, immediately they can suggest. I think that I've seen them do it for the US elections. Anytime Trump tweets, for instance, Twitter will put in there that, well, the fact this is disputed. The fact indicates Biden is winning. You know, and stuff like that.
So fact checking on the part of the media
social media and the digital. I mean, the social media.
But how do I, as a voter, know that this news is fake and this is right?
Yes, and that is where it gets a bit complex. But we can work with some simple or key indicators for anybody to look out for. One, if you pick any information that is very out of the normal, out of the normal, like you hear that they say 5 boxes from this center has been carried away, or we can't find it on certain social media platforms. Look out for the verified sources. So go back to these news media, even if you don't want to tune into radio or turn to TV. Go to GhanaWeb's social media platform. Go to Joy, City, all those social media platforms to see if any mainstream media is reporting. Yes, I think that there are a few of them because of the time. I mean, the videos, the date. Pay attention. Look at some of the things that are captured in the frame of a video. Somebody is saying this, that. But you look out for inconsistencies, typos, and all that.
Because of time, we'll just end it there and then move to Adib. The peace pact signed between the two major political parties, you think it will make a difference?
I don't believe in peace pacts. I mean, to some extent, maybe perhaps it would send a clear signal to their followers that your leaders are committed to peace. How about you? But after the peace pact, they go back to their supporters and it's a different ball game altogether. I don't believe in it. It has happened in the past severally, but no commitment whatsoever. We need action on the ground. Do you know, the last time at PDRC they penned their signature to a roadmap to disbanding vigilante groups. How many of them have disbanded the vigilante groups? You know, so I think it's just a show, a telenovela of some sort to get people convinced that they are committed. Right? Please, let's go beyond. We need action on the ground. Okay, but back to just a quick one on how to tell what is fake and what is not fake. Be open-minded. Be open-minded. Okay, does it sound right? Who else is reporting it? Like he rightly mentioned. Please note bbc.com. There is a bbq.com. Okay, as much as we can, and engage experts. Yes, and engage experts as well.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your time here on Election Desk. We've been speaking on issues that have to do with the role of the media and security personnel in ensuring a peaceful, fair and free election. And I've been speaking to Kweku Kobia Asante, who is a communications team member for the Media Foundation for West Africa. I've also had with me a foreign policy and security analyst, Adib Sani. Thank you once again for your time. And thank you out there for joining us here on this on Election Desk. That will be it for now. Just go out there, cast your votes. Remember, it's your right and your responsibility to vote, and be safe while you do that. My name is Wanda Ami Hagan.
Hi, good day and welcome to Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. It's practically only a few hours before Ghanaians go to the polls to elect a president and some 275 members of parliament for the next 4 years. Over the last several weeks and months, the various political parties have been selling their ideas to the electorate who on Monday will cast their vote. And while we hope that the elections will be free and fair, it's also important to have a conversation about how election disputes will be resolved in the event of dispute after the 2020 general election. To help me with the conversation today is Zakaria Tanko Musa, who is a lawyer and a lecturer at the Ghana Institute of Journalism. Thank you, sir, and thank you for your time.
Daniel, good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you too. It's been so many years.
It is. Thank you very much.
Let's start off with the perception that there will be violence in this election because of all the things that happened during the registration process. The matter even went to court, etc., which people say provides a fertile ground for dispute after the general elections.
Well, thank you very much. I think when it comes to the perception of violence in our election architecture, it isn't really something that the clock started ticking this year. It is something that the clock ticks almost every time we're going to go to the polls since we entered into the Fourth Republic. Why? Because we don't seem to still come to terms with what the whole architecture of democracy is about. You know, the fact that you have to just go and cast your ballot for whoever you want, and it's a matter of choice, and it's about contestation of ideas. You choose who you want, somebody else chooses who he wants. At the end of it all, whoever becomes winner, we all accept it, and then we move on. But because there has been a lot of mistrusts with our institutions, there's always this sort of tension. But I think almost every time we're going to go to the polls, we have this sort of concerns. But this year, what probably, arguably, might have heightened it, it's not necessarily the registration period. The registration was the icing on the cake. But what really actually made matters a little bit worrying and complicated is what happened at the West Wall. Now, that was something that we needed to deal with decisively. Unfortunately, the way it had been handled, the way the matter was handled, doesn't really give too much hope to people that enough warning has been sent to people who have the tendency to want to exhibit that, to do so. And I'm saying enough warning hasn't been sent out, mainly from the, if you like, the governments. But thankfully, I have seen what the police are doing and what the security agencies are doing, and that gives me some comfort. But they can do just what they can do. Most of the thing would also depend on the political authorities giving them the free hand to act and perform their duties in a very professional way. Now, if we don't allow them to perform their duties in a very professional way and we interfere, then that would create some problems. But you're right, the election, the registration exercise also demonstrated another dimension of some of this work, because we saw the deployment, arguably, of military personnel to some locations that people perceive, and it's an open secret that some of those locations are locations where the opposition party gets majority of their vote. So that made them feel they were under siege, and that made them feel, well, is it a situation that this deployment is to suppress votes coming to this area? So that raised the tension in a little bit. Unfortunately, the two main political parties, the NDC, the MPP, they didn't also, their rhetorics didn't help in mitigating or in bringing down the pressure. And there was a very interesting research that I read some time ago. You know, when the credit crunch hit Europe, and after that they did the research and to find out why did they really struggle to get out of the credit crunch, because even after the credit crunch had left them, they were still struggling. And the title of the paper is Loose Lips Sink Market.
Okay.
In other words, if you're not careful about your choice of words, what you say, who is saying it, where you are saying it, and when you are saying it, you may be creating a bigger problem that would cost enormous time and energy and resources to deal with. And sometimes, unfortunately, some of our political actors have their discourse has been at worst reckless.
Yeah, but yesterday, for example, or on Friday, for example, there was a peace pact from the various political parties, but of course the biggest was between the opposition leader, John Dramani Mahama, and Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, both of whom have committed that they are going to ensure that there is a peaceful election. Many have said this is a, if you like, political gimmick, and that they are not going to hold their end of the bargain. Do you believe in that?
Well, this is not the first time we've had, sort of peace pacts. It had always been part of our architecture, which itself is worrying, because if you look at how many years have we been experimenting with this whole concept of democracy?
Since
1992, about 28 years. We shouldn't really. This should just be a byproduct. It shouldn't be something that is like a ceremony, that is also, if you like a blueprint in our election agenda.
Those who believe that by even doing that, it presupposes that there will be chaos.
You see, because the psychology of communication is that when you are drawing attention to something, then it presupposes that there is something to worry about.
Okay.
My point is that it should be a byproduct. Yes, we need peace, because without peace we can't do anything. And all the political parties are supposed to commit to peace.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that it should be something that by now it is natural. Because what I see is more of a creation. So they are being managed to accept that we would accept the results. We would do this, we would do that. Come on, at this stage, it is, and you see, but it's symbolic. It's very important, because sometimes somebody will just see what their leaders have done, and that alone will say, well, if they said that, then that's fine.
Right.
So the symbolism is there, but I'm saying that, come on, by now, we should be moving away from that. But yes, I mean, maybe we are still crawling. We are crawling when we are expecting that we should be what? Galloping. But we are crawling. That's fine. The symbolism is very important. But I'm saying that it's a double-edged sword. In one breath, it will help to mitigate or bring down the tension. But in another breath, it's also making people feel, hey, if the people are signing peace pact, then does that mean that something is likely to happen? You're likely to have people not coming out to vote, or people going into that sort of, hyperactiveness and all those things. So we need to really look at that. But I'm glad that they have all demonstrated their commitment. But I think demonstrating the commitment on paper, it's not sufficient. That's why people argue that is a fanciful exercise that we see. Because you need to go beyond the rhetorics and demonstrate in practice, in real practice. Have you put in place the mechanisms that would make sure that what triggers those conflicts are not there? Because we have been told what the conflict, where the conflict spots, or where the hotspots are. What makes those places hotspots? Because before you say some place is a hotspot, you would have done your own analysis to know that this is why it is a hotspot. Now, if you have done the analysis to know why it is an hotspot, have you really put in place any mechanism, any practical, effective, efficient mechanism to make sure that those things don't happen?
Well, the police say they have done that, but how do you reconcile this peace pact with the fact that the biggest opposition leader has maintained that he's not going to accept a flawed result? He's said that on several platforms, and I think even yesterday he made mention of the fact that the other West Wogon, like you mentioned, was not properly dealt with, and so again he's calling on the EC and the other stakeholders to ensure that this is a peaceful election, but he will not accept a flawed election.
Yeah, so basically his declaration is contingent on whether, and he has been consistent in raising that. The NDC have been consistent in raising that, and of course when you are in power you have a responsibility to send a very positive signal, so you would understand why the government would not also want to contingent it on the fact that if this doesn't happen, because we live in this country and we know that governments have lost power.
Yeah. Yes.
Right. So it doesn't mean that just because you are in opposition, you may probably not also be at the receiving end.
Right.
But when you are in government, the responsibility on you is enormous, and therefore you cannot go down that route and make it conditional. But the presidential candidate of the NDC has been consistent in saying, listen, let's have a free, fair, open and transparent election, so that it would make it easy for us all to accept the results. But if it is not, you make it very difficult for me to come and accept the results. Some would say that strategic communication wise, that it's a bit worrying, because then you are sending a signal.
Right.
But some would also say that, well, but at the end of the day, if we know we are going to run an open and transparent election, then we shouldn't worry about that. Right. But what are the parameters of judging whether an election is free, fair and transparent?
Right.
Is it subjective? Is it objective? Now that objectivity is what we haven't been able to agree on, and that is why unfortunately the failure to use IPAC to achieve that objectivity, so that when you are going to judge me based on whether or not the election has been free, fair and transparent, it shouldn't be based on your own subjective benchmarks.
Right.
It should be based on an objective benchmark that everybody else can look at and say, no, I don't think this election was fraud.
Yeah.
But if we don't have that, then we are really likely to have these challenges. But all said and done, ultimately, for me, what I would say is that yes, it is everybody's right to challenge results that they feel has not been done according to due process, according to the law. But the same law that you're going to use to challenge also has given you the journey, the route to challenge those results. So let's not use any route that can lead to chaos and violence. Let's make sure, if we have any concerns about any elections, what happened during the elections, we should use the appropriate and the legitimate routes to seek forward resolution.
Right.
Thankfully, I hear the judiciary, it's also alert on that.
Yes.
Now people are being a bit skeptical and cynical and saying that, well, what have they heard? What do they know? Why are they trying to prepare for a petition?
Right.
But you don't expect them to sit down and wait for it to come on them before they start putting in place mechanism. It is a responsibility of every institution to preempt.
Right.
Yeah, so what they're doing, I think it's good, although I'm glad they didn't publicize it that much, because the publication also sends a different signal. And so behind the scenes, they are also putting in place mechanisms so that when it happens, at least we make sure that we will deal with it in an effective and efficient way, so that the tensions would be brought down.
If you just join us, it's Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Ojo. I've been here with Zakaria Tanko Musa, who is a lecturer and a lawyer. He's been giving us some ideas of how we are going to, if you like, resolve election dispute that will arise after the 2020 general elections. I've been joined on the phone line by pollster Ben Efson. Good day, Mr. Ben Efson.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine, and you and my fellow panelists?
Well, fine, thank you.
Good.
Okay, so let's start with the polls that you have done. You have predicted that Nana Akufo-Addo is going to win by some 52% or so. Has anything changed in the last maybe 48 hours or so?
No, I don't think so. I think that rather they could do better than our projections if the past 3 weeks is anything to go by.
Do you appreciate those who doubt this prediction that you have made, considering that the 2016 one didn't go as you predicted?
Oh, I do appreciate it. You know, it depends on your age. If you are 30 years, I will appreciate it, because when I started polling 20 years ago, you were maybe about 10 years. Because if over a 20-year period, I've done 5 polls and I missed one 2016. We learned from lessons, but I must note that I was very surprised at the reaction of people. The question, why did you get it wrong on your fifth attempt? That question, why, humbly speaking, I believe is reserved for God. He is the only one. When he says something and it doesn't come true, people need to be angry. But what I did was I went back, looked at the work we did, compared it with the US one, and I realized that one thing we lost out was taking into account apathy, weakening your stronghold. So, for example, in the US, if 2% more of black party turned up to vote, Hillary would have won. In Ghana, we underestimated the apathy of the background ethnic group of the NDC's anger from turning out. That is for the West. So if we vote region, for example, between 2012 2016, NDC was 100,000 votes. Then we also found out in 2016 the three variables that made a lot of the swing voters vote for them. That was free institutes, nursing, teacher fees, and corruption.
Right, right. So let's focus on some of the shocks you are expecting in this election. What was the statistics saying after the polls?
How is going to turn out?
Yes, which constituencies are you expecting shocking result?
There are a few constituencies, like in Greater Accra. Two of the constituencies I've tried and it's been too close to call. And those two constituencies have never had the same person come twice.
Which constituencies are these?
Lijukuku, Teshi, and Adenta.
Okay.
Either the party changes their candidate or the same person comes twice, the person loses. Now, you realize that in the last 2 weeks, both Nana and Mahama have been crisscrossing Ashanti, Eastern, and Greater Accra. Yes, I'm sure you'll be wondering, Ashanti and Eastern are strongholds of the NPP. But if the NDC gets 30-32% in Ashanti, they get 40-42 in Eastern NPP's history. But for this year, Greater Accra is unbelievably the most dangerous region in terms of population of voters. It's unprecedented.
So you believe that will be the game changer? You believe the one who wins Greater Accra could win this election?
Greater Accra and the swing regions. You see, Greater Accra between 2016 and 2020 had 35% increase in the voter population. And to put it in perspective, with the second largest region, Ashanti, in 2016, Greater Accra had 191,000 votes more than Ashanti.
Okay.
In 2020, it had 495,000 votes more than Ashanti.
Wow.
So you see the huge disparities. Now, if there is a higher turnout, which I expect because elections that governments change, the turnouts tend to be low. And 2016, it was 59%.
Right.
If the turnout hits 85 plus, NDC will win, and NPP will win. Because in Greater Accra, where seats are safe for NPP, we have more voters than NDC. Let me give you a typical example. In 2015, in Ada constituency, where NDC will always win, the total number of voters in 2016 was nearly 39,000. In places like Ablekuma South and Wajas, which are NPP safe seats, where NDC candidates placed second, they had more votes than the whole of Adam. So there's a high turnout will get more votes in Greater Accra, and if they get 75% in Ashanti, NDC is history.
The electoral roll is up by some 2 million voters. Do you include that in the dynamics? And the regions are from 10 to 16. Will that play any part?
You know, one of the things that we picked up arriving at our data was that the three variables on corruption. MPP did very well in terms of politicking to paint Mahama and NDC, Mahama especially, very corrupt. Even though before 2016, a former minister and a financier of the party were on trial, and as we speak, they are serving time in Zawam. NDC has failed to give MPP the same treatment in terms of making allegations of corruption. Two, when we use one of the media, people said, oh, how many trainee teachers and trainee nurses? What people don't realize, you touch anything concerning benefits or allowances of teachers and nurses, whether trainees or not, the two professors take it as personal. 3 months to elections in 2016, Mahama was behaving like a second-term president. Because you are coming for your second term and you cancel the allowances and dare them to vote against you. And a month to elections, you change your mind and start paying cash. They didn't trust you. Because when you pay, you take it down, you be on like last term, and the mistrust is still there. And the last one is free SHS. Some of the interviews we did in swing areas, you could sense the person's language that, oh, I will vote for my NDP MP, but I will vote for Nana because I fear John will touch the free SHS and I want my kids to benefit. So these are the three variables which cost NDC, and it seems it's going to cost them. Because, for example, the last minute attempt for John trying to own ownership, people are getting angry. Because if you know you voted in 2016, you've been in opposition for 2.5 years, you know free SHS is a game changer, and you are waiting till 2 weeks to claim ownership. When there are 2016 videos of him attacking free SHS.
Right. Anyway, I'm sure after the elections we'll get back to you. But finally, before you go, how do you expect election disputes in the aftermath of this December 7 election to be handled? You don't want a repeat of 2012, do you?
Oh, I don't think so. Let me be honest. The current EC administration, they have exceeded my expectations. I've been closely involved in Ghana's elections from EC level since 1992. And I've just finished my 6th book. So when I say that the EC has exceeded my expectations, you should understand. I think that the best way to a party to lose elections, my friend, is to be reckless on election day. Now, it is the maximum number of voters will be 700. So over 28,000, about 70 are below 500 and below. Now, if you are a political party and you don't get a committed person, you get somebody who doesn't work and you say, be my polling agent. You say you give him 100 CDs, so you give him 50 CDs, and you tell the person that at the end of the day, when you come and collect the result sheet, you will give him the remaining 50. What I'm telling you is what some of the people do. When the opposing party's agents, they start serving their agents food, they'll give it all the food. And in conversations with you, they will know how much we're expecting. Around 12 noon, 1 o'clock, they give you lunch and tell you can go and rest and double the amount you've been promised. they will ask you to sign the result sheet.
Wow.
If the polling station has 500 voters and 250 turn up, once you sign the result sheet, they will add 200 more. And once they don't exceed 500, they can't cancel the results. And if this is done for 10,000 of the 38,000 polling stations, that party will be giving its presidential candidate 200,000 free votes due to the negligence of the other main party.
Right. So you don't expect this election to go to a runoff, and you don't expect any disputes, do you?
No, for disputes, I don't think so. Runoff, I'll be very surprised. NDC would have done very well to push it to a runoff. And once it goes to a runoff, then come back into trouble.
Even if they have a lot of, they have a majority in parliament, assuming it goes to a runoff.
Oh, I think that having a majority in parliament and then losing the presidency, the only occasion could have happened, it didn't happen, that was 2008. But I think that the NPP's margin, the NDC was 34th seat in 2016. I think they will recoup some of the day before they lost. But NPP will still have majority. I think that once there were 69 MPs, they could lose about 10 or 15 because most of the seats they won, if you analyze, you will see that there was this harmony between the NDC government and the NPP party. So quite a number of places, people went independent. A place like Anthony Bolora, he's lost it straight away.
Wow. Anyway, Uncle Ben, we'll return after December 7th. Hopefully, we'll have a more, say again, you want to ask me a question. Mr. Tanko wants to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Oh, I don't mind. Please, you should go ahead.
Senior, I just wanted to find out how this issue of backlash to democracy that we are seeing, especially these two main political parties, NDC, MPP. So you know there is a little bit of backlash to the way they are behaving and how that is going to affect their turnout. And because based on what you're saying, that the turnout might really have serious implications for the two main political parties, and we know there is this backlash. How's that going to play out?
Well, you know, in the trend analysis, there have been three changes. That is 2000, one MPP won, 2008, one NDC won, and 2016, one MPP won. These three, this is the third one, but the first two change of government, the turnout has been unusually low. So this is 69% for 2016. I expect at least 85% minimum. Because there's the test. If you look between 18 and 21, there are about 2.6 million voters. And that is those who haven't voted the last 4 years, apart from maybe referendum for new regions. But 18, 19-year-olds are the most dangerous, very young, and that's 1.3 million. So I think that there will be a higher turnout. But for COVID, I'm sure that would have hit 88 or so. But I believe we will definitely cross the 80% turnout by at least 10-12% more over 2016. And I don't think that people will shy away. I think that the reduction of the number of voters per polling station down to 700 instead of 1,000 in 2016, and there was 70% of the 38,000 having 500 voters and below. I believe we should have early results out. Counting will be smoother, and the manual nature, the issue will be taken from the regions. I'm sure early by 7th midnight or by early 8, we should see where the heads are and where the tails are.
Okay, Mr. Tanko, are you okay?
I am most grateful, Senior. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Epson. What's the margin of error, by the way? Oh, he's gone. Mr. Van Epson has gone off the line, but he's predicting a win for Nana Akufo-Addo, the incumbent president, and the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party. Mr. Tanko, let's wrap up with the election dispute. The EC's decision to announce the result within 24 hours is creating a lot of splitting heads. Many say, why are they trying to get ahead of themselves, and that they should allow the processes to, be conclusive before announcing the result. What do you make of the EC's first, their declaration that within 24 hours they will announce the result, all things being equal?
So it's a dilemma. It's a dilemma because whichever way you look at it, there is justification for it. The justification for trying to release the winner early is that it brings down the tempo, the anxiety and all those things, so that everybody knows who has won, and then we move on. But when you look at our antecedents and the way sometimes things happen, I mean, the remoteness of some of our polling stations and all those things, it makes you think that, well, if we are able to do it in 24 hours, fantastic.
Yeah.
But why don't we give ourselves sufficient time so that we get it right? So there again, it comes to the issue of communication. When you communicate and what you communicate. So if the EC wants to do 24, that could be something that they have at the back of their mind. But in their mind, they are giving themselves sufficient time. So they would then what is the real thing, that they would not overpromise, but they would deliver.
Right.
But now you have raised hopes, and if you go beyond the 24 hours, then people start panicking. People start thinking something is happening. But it may be just a genuine and legitimate challenges that they haven't. Now you have the Herculean task of coming back to explain to people A, B, C, D. They were not under any obligation to come out and say we will do it in 24 hours. If you want to do it, if it happens in 24 hours, nobody is going to say, why did you declare it in 24 hours?
Right.
But if you don't declare it in 24 hours, then now people will come and they'll be asking you questions. So for me, I think I can understand where they were coming from, but that announcement for me was needless.
Is it too late in the day to change that communication?
Then that would be, you'll be flip-flopping, and that has got its own problem. So once they've come out and announced it, they should stick to it and be consistent and make sure that now they are going to go way above themselves to make sure it happens. Because if it doesn't happen within the 24 hours, it has its own potential challenge.
When I know you are not. You are not affiliated to any political party, but in your experience, what would the political parties be doing, i.e. the legal department, that is if they have, preempting a potential dispute? You think the lawyers in the parties would now be brainstorming about how they will go about any dispute?
Well, I mean, as lawyers would always, if you have a client and your client is engaged in any enterprise, and that enterprise, you always have to do a risk assessment of that enterprise that your client is engaging in. And when you do the risk assessment, then you have to look at how do you mitigate that risk, how do you prevent it, and eventually, if you can't prevent it and it happens, how do you go and litigate? So definitely they will be putting in place mechanisms, but a lot of the, if you like, the oxygen would be dependent on what happens on the election day to add to whatever. But almost all the lawyers from MPP and DC would all be putting themselves in a situation where they would look at what happens if things don't go the way it's supposed to go, and it didn't go the way it's supposed to go because certain processes were not followed. But of course by now they will be looking at what are the electoral laws, what do they say, how do we get it right in terms of going to the right forum and following the right procedures and going to court and all those things. So yes, definitely it would be very unwise for any lawyer not to prepare to tell his client that, listen, let's prepare for the eventuality. But I would just wanted to say something just briefly on the bid about Ben Epson made very, very interesting analysis which informed the outcome. But you see, that is why this election is going to be very, 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 very interesting. And the dynamics might really surprise all of us. Because if you look at some of the things that led to people voting against the incumbent government, frankly, some of them are repeating themselves. For instance, Ben Epson talks about the fact that you refuse to pay teachers training allowance and all those things. And it's a cumulative effect.
Right.
So you deny my mother her daily bread, and I see her struggling, and my sister, it's going to... But don't forget, we also have similar situation in terms of the banking and financial services crisis. A lot of people have gone home, and a lot of people are crying, pay us our money, you're not paying us our money. It's through no fault of the government, because they wanted to clear the mess. But all that they think about is that you were the ones who made me to come home, you were the one who made my uncle. So that dynamics is also very important there. Don't forget about the galamsey. Even though we all agree that it is wrong, it has to go away, the narrative is that you are denying people some their livelihood, and then you are and you see the way the NDC is framing it, and you are taking it away from the ordinary people, but you are giving it to your own people. The MPP hasn't been able to counter that discourse very well, and that is something that would be really crucial in there. And then he mentioned the issue about the capacity and the caliber and the loyalty of the polling agents. It's crucial in these elections. It's crucial, because I mean, this is an open secret that almost all the political parties, they would try. See, 1998, I contested assembly elections.
You did?
And see, these things are things that you won't even know what your supporters are doing for you. This is the truth of the matter. Sometimes the presidential candidates, they won't even know what is going on. But somebody, out of their own enthusiasm and zeal and their willingness to see their party winning, they'll go to every extent to make sure. So sometimes somebody will go and see a polling agent of another party and try and see whether they could influence that. It is not sanctioned by the top, but they will do it. So that's why you make sure that whoever you are sending there to be a party agent is somebody who has the capacity to understand what is going on. He has the and then he has the loyalty, you know. And I think both parties hasn't taken things for granted for that. You remember I hear the NDC even was saying that there was going to be every constituency there will be a lawyer and all this, and I know the MPP had also done some training and all that. So it's going to be very interesting dynamics. And then finally, I don't think that these elections, corruption is not going to be a key issue. I don't think so. It is going to be an issue as to whether the weight that was attached to it in the 2016 elections will be the same weight as this time. It's something I haven't done an empirical study on that, so I want to give respect to those who have done empirical study on that. But for me, doing an informal discussions with people and talking to people, it's going to be very crucial. The only thing that I see is that the framing and the agenda setting, the MPP had succeeded very well in trying to set that agenda that is not going to be crucial. Because if they make it seem that corruption is going to be crucial, they are the ones who are going to suffer mainly for it.
Wow. It's been a very eye-opening conversation here on Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. I've been here with Zakaria Tanko Musa. He's a lawyer and a lecturer at the Ghana Institute of Journalism. We also had on the phone Mr. Ben Efson, who is one of Ghana's foremost posters, who had predicted that Nana Akufo-Addo, the incumbent president, and the MPP flag bearer will win the elections by some 52%, saying that the election will not go into a runoff. This is our build up to the election day proper. It's been an exciting conversation. I hope that you enjoyed it. We are back on Monday, the whole of the day. Stay tuned with us. We'll bring you up to the minute update from the polling grounds, and we'll be here with you until the election results are declared. Hopefully it's done within 24 hours. My name has been Daniel Ojo. We're back on Monday. Stay with us and enjoy the rest of our programs. Bye for now. Hi, good day and welcome to Election Desk. My name is Daniel Ojo, and as you may have witnessed, we have increased and intensified our build-up to the coverage of this year's 2020 general elections by providing you with crucial tips and information for the all-important assignment. One of the things that have come up for discussion is internet security. Indeed, there are conspiracy theories that the government intends to shut down the internet on election day. And while we are unable to ascertain the truth or otherwise of that, it's important to give you some information on how to stay safe as far as your cyber activities are concerned, which is why today I've been joined by an IT expert who will share all the information with us. My guest today is Emmanuel Vitus, who is an IT specialist. Emmanuel, thank you for your time and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
First of all, what do we mean when we say a government has shut down the internet of a country?
Okay, thank you very much. Internet shutdown are usually extension of traditional censorship that we observe with traditional media, where the government try to actually muzzle the people and the citizens during crucial period, either protests, either examinations, or either election like the one we are going to witness in Ghana. And in your introduction, you were talking about conspiracy theory, but in the reality, I think Ghanaians have enjoyed that peace so far, not been actually observing that internet shutdown. But in this year alone, we actually recorded 53 internet shutdowns across the world, and especially in Africa. So we observe shutdowns in even neighboring countries like Togo. You go to Southern Africa like Burundi, Sudan, Zimbabwe. So those are actually facts, in this year alone. And since 2016, those countries have been trying to actually muzzle their people, as I said, during election period, during protests, and sometimes during even rallies. So it's no more a conspiracy theory, but governments are actually very attempted to do that, especially when we have tense period like, the election we are going to witness in Ghana in this 2020.
For those who do not know, the question is, how is government able to tell all the telcos who provide different forms of data to all agree to shut down the internet? Is that even possible?
Yes, it's possible because we have actually documented a number of cases, across the continent where we see government actually ordering telcos, either by sending them letters or putting pressure on them to shut down the internet. And we must recall that usually when telcos come to the country, before even getting the license, to operate and get the spectrums in the country, the government always have an agreement. In the agreement, they always specify that in case the national security is actually involved or is in danger, or the people's peace, is in danger, the telcos must abide by the government instruction by actually shutting down or throttling the internet. So there are two different terms. Right. Throttling meaning that the government will try to slow down, the network, or try to disrupt the network. So in those cases, what usually happens is people are not able to share certain file, let's say images, videos, from their rally, protests, or even, election polls that they are actually getting on their phone. That is throttling. But when it comes to shutdown, we also have a various type of shutdowns where the government either try to do a partial shutdown where it can target a group, let's say journalists, for example, or target activists, or target a region, like, let's say, for example, the Accra region will not be able to, get access to the internet. But we also have cases where we have a total shutdown, which is like a total blackout, and we have observed that a lot in Africa, especially this year. We observe it in Zimbabwe, we observe it in Sudan, we observe it in Cameroon, which is like the longest, 93 days, where the population of a particular region go in a total blackout, for 3 months. So yeah, those are the type of shutdown governments are always, tempted to actually do on the continent and beyond.
Okay. If you just tune in, it's Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odo. We're having a conversation about internet security on election day and the days after the elections when we're expecting results to trickle in. My guest today is Emmanuel Vitus, who is an internet security expert. He's joined us for the conversation. Vitus, so why is it important for a government to keep the internet on election day?
Yeah, it's very important for the government to keep the internet on, during the election day, because, the internet has become a tool of communication today. If we were having this conversation 20 years ago, I think we'll be actually speaking about traditional media. Right. But as you know, today the internet has actually taken over the traditional media in terms of communication. So government usually must keep the internet, flowing as normal, because at every level of the election process, we actually need the internet. I mean, for the electoral, officers, they need the internet to be able to communicate, the data. The journalists need the internet to actually, communicate with their various editors and, newsroom. We also have the people, like the economy must keep growing. I mean, keep going despite the election. And, if government try, for example, to shut down the internet, it means technically a lot of, vital, sectors of the country will be affected that are not even related to the election. We have the health sector, for example, where, health practitioners are across the country. They need the internet, election or without election, they need it, to continue giving that health care to people. Okay. And we also have, banks. We have other vital, institutions in the country. Even the security services that are shutting down the internet, they need it to be able to actually, communicate during, the election. So government had the duty to keep the internet on, before, during, and after the election.
Is it possible that because of the volume of, if you like, people trying to access the internet automatically slows down without anybody deliberately doing that to slow the internet?
I must say that if you take a country like Ghana, I think Ghana is very well prepared, we have witnesses other events that are not election related, where people do use the internet. Let's say the New Year Eve, for example. Everybody wants to exchange, the text wishes and text messages, but it flows. So I don't think there's a reason.
There's a jam too, especially on Christmas Day or New Year's Eve. Yeah. Or I mean, on the night of the New Year, people sending text messages, and you see that there's a jam of sort without anybody intentionally doing this.
Yes, so this is where the government has the duty to actually make sure that the telcos are actually well prepared ahead of such events. Because if in Ghana, for example, we have, let's say, 40% of internet penetration, it means that the telcos are ready, equipped with the telecommunication equipment to actually provide such services to the people, because it's their right. If you take the UN resolution, the resolution said that the same right the citizens enjoy offline, they should be able to enjoy it online. So if the traditional media, there will not be a jam on traditional media during election day, I think it's the same process when it comes to the internet. So the government and the telcos, they have their duty to provide quality of service during the election, and I think the election should be even, the day where people really enjoy the internet.
Okay, so in the event that there is a slowdown of the internet or there's an internet shutdown, how do people circumvent the situation?
So we have observed, and during the last 4 years, most of my research have focused on such situation, especially the internet shutdown across the continent. And I can tell you for sure that anytime the activists or the right defenders try to actually bring up those circumvention tools, the government is also studying, is also working. And in the past, we used to advise people to use VPNs, which are, private networks. And those VPN can easily, bypass a certain level of shutdown. But we have observed cases in Benin, for example, where the government is even able to block VPNs. It's to tell you that African governments, especially in Africa, most governments are investing a lot, into those tools. But still, I think we still have some basic tools. So in recent years, we have advised people to use certain tools, which are mostly open source, tools to circumvent the internet. So some of the tools are, secure chatting apps. And today, during election, we advise activists, especially, and journalists, to use some of the tools like WhatsApp. They are encrypted, communication platform. If you take Signal, if you take Telegram, if you take Silence, or even iMessages, those are platform or applications that are very secure, highly secured and encrypted. So the government will not be able, to actually tempted to actually block such communication. We also advise people to use, web proxy tools, which are actually tools that actually help the people to circumvent the censorship. And in some cases, those tools are actually online free. As I said, they are usually open source. We also have some browsers that help people to circumvent, like the Tor browser. The Tor browser help people, for example, to circumvent the government, shutdowns. And we also have other tools like VPNs, as I was mentioning. We have like Siphon, we have Lantern, we have Tunnel Bear, we have other, free VPNs that people can download from their phone. In Africa, we have proverbs, and we usually say that you don't wait for the war to buy your gun or your weapon. So it's very important that today is the eve of the election. This period, people have to actually download those VPNs from their phone. Just go on your App Store or, I don't know, Windows Store, or whatever phone you are using. Download the app so that you are able to get ready in case of a shutdown. Just activate the VPN. So the VPN allow you to actually, circumvent. for even recently in Nigeria during the NSAS protests, where government has targeted a number of websites who are actually pro protest. So it's very important for the website to also get those tools ready before the election, so that they are actually well equipped to send their content out for their readers. But also there's one thing I want to mention which is very important. It's very important to actually probe those shutdowns. It's very important because after the election, it's important for civil society organizations to do what we call a strategic litigation, because they must hold all the people who were involved in such blockage or such shutdown accountable. So in those cases, we have tools that we use, and the most important ones or the most common ones that we use that are open source are UNI. UNI is also an app that allows the citizens to do that vigilante, around the internet shutdown. So they can easily download the UNI. The UNI is OONI. They can download the app, and the app allows them to see the number of websites that the government of Ghana, for example, has blocked during the election period, so that they can keep those data for the strategic integrations after the election. It's also important to use the network scan, which is just a link. Just click on it, and a team based in London will receive the from Ghana to know.
have a fight. Police, budget, we are like you. We have a family in soldier, we have a family in police. We don't fight you people. We are standing for our rights. Please let us stand for our rights. You know me, you talk about the youth, soldier, police, we are pushers. We are stand for our rights. Let us stand for our rights. Let us stand for our rights. We are you. We are you. Let us stand for our rights. We are pushers. When you start to push us, we are bringing back into that. Please, let us stand for our rights. Let us stand for our rights. Let us stand for our rights. Policemen, let us stand up for our rights. Soldiers, military, we are here. We people are here for defending us, not intimidating us. We are here for our rights. We are here for our rights. Don't push us. Don't take us outside. We are here for our rights. We are here for
Pass.
correspondent there. But before then, though, a few announcements to be made by my colleague here, Benefo Boabin Abrantepa. Abrantepa, what's the latest?
Danny, so the Electoral Commission has been releasing some of the results, certified results on their social media page even before the declaration is done.
Okay.
Already they have released 14 results from the various regions. So let me just take our viewers through a couple of them. In the northern region, for instance, here are the certified results. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has 409,968. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC has 476,550. Christian Kwabena Andrews of GUM, he has 3,184. Ivor Kwabena Green Street has 1,510. Ekriadonko has 394. Henry Herbert Latte of GCPP has 438. Hassan Ayariga of APC has 900. Kofi Akpalu of LPG has 1,281. Kofi Akpalu, 1,281. David Asibi of PNC has 1,209. Bridget Akosia has of the PPP has 498. Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rawlings of the Democratic Freedom Party has 545. Esiedu Kwame Alfred Walker has 1,259. To the Bruno East region, and Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has 15. Okay, so
it looks like we'd have to interrupt your reading of the results from the 14 regions that we have so far. Don't forget that there are 16 regions. The EC looks like they have all 16 regions certified right now. We have our live feed from the EC headquarters. We'll bring it to you, and after the declaration, we'll be here to do some post-declaration analysis. Stay with us. We're back after the declaration.
Also acknowledge the presence of Excellency Diana Konya, who is head of the
We would reconnect with our feed from the EC headquarters. What we are picking up is that the EC is about to announce the election result. It's 5:47, which means it's been technically 48 hours and more since Ghana went to the polls. There's heavy security presence in town. We earlier reported that some members of both parties had massed up at their various headquarters, political party headquarters. The NDC had supporters at their headquarters, those who believe that the wishes of Ghanaians were being subverted and that the EC was is conniving with the government to subvert the will of the people, which we cannot confirm. We would wait for the EC declaration. Many have projected, and we have said that we are not in the business of projecting, but many media houses have projected
24 hours after the election.
To confirm that.
But as the saying goes, man proposes, but God disposes. We encountered a few challenges, including unexpected rains, which halted voting in some polling stations, leading to a few delays, coupled with the usual requests for recounting of votes in some polling stations. We regret the anxiety caused and ask that you bear with us. We hope that in subsequent elections, we will be able to live up to our timeline. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I indicate that this is a historic election because for the first time in the history of our country, the election day went by without major incidents and occurrences. It is no wonder that the BBC described this year's election as boring, and I put that in quotes, a testament of the seamless incident-free process that we witnessed on Monday. As a commission, We thank the Almighty God for his faithfulness and for how far he has brought us. We recognize without a shadow of doubt that we could not have come this far without him. And as the good book states, a horse is prepared for battle, but victory comes from God. And we remain eternally grateful and thankful to God for the victories he has wrought on our behalf, and they are numerous. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is heartwarming to stand before you today to declare the results of the 2020 general election. We have come from far. We started this year with hope and promise, poised to reform and overhaul the core and critical aspects of our work and the very system on which credible, transparent elections are hinged. And here I'm referring to our biometric voter management system. We subjected this process to a robust and rigorous procurement process. Even then, from the very onset, we faced stiff opposition from within and without. As if that was not enough, we were hit by the COVID-19 virus when we least expected it. In the face of all this, we remained resolute, determined to deliver credible, transparent, orderly, timely, and peaceful elections in Ghana. We persevered throughout the lockdown to establish strong and efficient systems and processes that would stand the test of time. With hindsight, the Commission was able to use the circumstances of COVID-19 and the lockdown to our benefit, in that we were able to use the time to reflect on our processes, systems, and structures, and to implement reforms within our institution, promoting competitive procurement processes, as well as efficient, transparent electoral processes. This strategy involved our entire staff, who worked tirelessly behind the scenes, burning the midnight oil to achieve the results we witness today. Our mantra was that whilst the country may be on lockdown, as a commission, we had to keep moving forward to achieve the numerous tasks ahead of us. And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, here we are today. The results are evident for all to see. Indeed, the hard work, determination, and focus of all the staff, coupled with God's grace, has paid off. Today, we have succeeded in reforming our entire biometric voter management system, procuring and deploying robust equipment and devices, including our biometric verification devices, our biometric registration kits, our user-friendly software to govern the entire biometric voter registration and verification system, and a brand new data center, to mention a few, all of which went through an international competitive tendering process. Today, we can all be proud of a brand new biometric voter register that reflects unique individuals who are eligible to vote. With determination and focus, we were able to prepare a register that recorded 17,027,641 eligible voters in just 38 days, and in a rainy season. Thankfully, the just ended election did not witness issues of missing names, misplacement of polling stations, among others. Indeed, we hardly experienced any issues of missing names during the just ended election. Again, as a country, we can be proud of the fact that for the first time in the history of this country, the election was funded without reliance on monetary assistance from external sources. I can assure you, however, dear citizens, that we put your resources to prudent use. Furthermore, as a country, we can be proud of the fact that more than 95% of our procurement for the 2020 election was done through an open, competitive tendering process, as opposed to sole sourcing and restricted tendering, as was the case in the past. This no doubt ensured value for money in all our processes. At the right time, the Commission will share its report on its procurement processes and savings made to date. As a country, we can also be proud of the fact that for the first time in our history, all our processes from registration to election day were laid bare to the citizenry. Through the Let the Citizen Know initiative, we provided every citizen who cared to know relevant, timely information on all our processes. Today, citizens have access to information on the number of registrants on the voters' roll, the number of registered male and female voters, the number of youth, the number of first-time voters, and the number of persons with disabilities who are on the electoral roll. In addition, today we can all be proud that as Ghanaians we went to the polls and cast our votes peacefully. We can be proud that the technology deployed on election day worked efficiently and effectively. Voters all over the country have testified to the pleasant and seamless experiences at their respective polling stations. We must be proud that it took in many instances some 3 to 5 minutes for the average voter to be verified and to vote. We must be proud that the usual hustle and struggle at polling stations, the long queues, and the overcrowding were all absent. We must be proud that in spite of the COVID-19 pandemic, we all went to the polls with our safety guaranteed as a result of the stringent safety protocols employed by the Commission. And to crown it all, we must be proud of the fact that we have been able to declare the results some 48 hours after the election day. With hard work, focus, determination, and above all, God's help, we can do all things. Yes, we can. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is important to emphasize that we have achieved our successes as a result of the collective efforts of the entire team. And here I'm referring to our commission members, our directors, our regional directors, our deputy directors, our deputy regional directors, our district electoral officers, our administrative works and mechanical staff. We have all worked round the clock to achieve our goals. To all our team members, I say Aiko, I salute you all. We certainly could not have succeeded without you, and I commend you all highly. To the dear citizens of our country, we thank you for believing in us and for walking this journey with us. Your constructive feedback has helped strengthen our processes and our work and has left us in a much better place than when we started. To our media partners, we say thank you. You have been our gateway to the citizenry and have helped bring the Commission to the doorstep of citizens. We could not have achieved our mandate without you, and we are grateful for your partnership over the last few months. To the civil society organizations that have believed in us and shared recommendations from well-thought-out research and analysis, we acknowledge and commend you highly, and we say thank you. We also thank our election observers, both local and international, for their interest in ensuring that the whole electoral process was transparent, fair, and credible. We commend highly the international observers who have traveled all the way to Ghana in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic to observe our elections. Your of the total registered voters. Permit me to present the results in the order of appearance on the 2020 presidential ballot. At the end of the polls, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo of the New Patriotic Party obtained 6,730,413 votes, being 51.595% of the total valid votes cast. John Dramani Mahama of the National Democratic Congress obtained 6,214,889 votes, being 47.366% of the total valid votes cast. Christian Kwabena Andrews of the Ghana Union Movement obtained 105,565 votes, being 0.805% of the total valid votes cast. Iva Kwabena Greenstreet of the Convention's People's Party obtained 12,215 votes, being 0.093% of the total valid votes cast. Madam Ekuya Donko of the Ghana Freedom Party obtained 5,575 votes, being 0.042% of the total valid votes cast. Henry Herbert Latte of the Great Consolidated Popular Party obtained 3,574, being 0.027% of the total valid votes cast. Hassan Ayariga of the All People's Party obtained 7,140, being 0.054% of the total valid votes cast. Percival Kofi Apalu of the Liberal Party of Ghana obtained 7,690 votes, being 0.059% of the total valid votes cast. David Asibi Apesara of the People's National Convention obtained 10,887, being 0.083% of the total valid votes cast. Bridget Akosua-Jibonuku of the Progressive People's Party obtained 6,848 votes, being 0.05 total valid votes cast. Nana Kunedu Ajeman Rawlings of the National Democratic Party obtained 6,612 votes, being 0.050% of the total valid votes cast. Alfred Kwame Isiedu Walker, independent candidate, obtained 9,703 votes, being 0.074% of the total valid votes cast. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, currently the election results we have declared exclude that of the Techiman South constituency, which has a total voter population of 128,018. 128,018. The said election results are not ready because they are being contested. As such, collation has not been completed. It is important to note, however, that the difference between the total number of votes between the first and second candidates is 515,524 votes. As a result, if we were to add the 128,018 full results to the results of the second candidate, it would not change the outcome of the election. Hence, our declaration of the 2020 presidential results without that of Techiman South. Indeed, if you were to add the entire results or collate all the results from the Techiman South constituency and add that to the percentage and the votes of the second candidate, Mr. John Dramani Mahama, he would obtain 47.873% of the total votes cast. And Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo would obtain 50.8% of the total votes cast. It is on that basis that we say that the outcome of the election would not change. Hence our declaration of the 2020 presidential results without that of Techiman South. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on the basis of the foregoing election results, and by the power vested in me as the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Ghana and the returning officer of the presidential election, it is my duty and honor to declare Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as President-elect of the Republic of Ghana. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. Let peace reign. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the presentation. On that note, let me thank you all for coming, but before I do that, let me also acknowledge the presence of the resident coordinator, UN resident coordinator, Mr. Charles Azani, and his team. Thank you for coming. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make it great and strong. Thank you all for coming. God bless us all. But before we exit, shall we say the closing prayer? Our pastor for this evening is Michael Baby. Thank you.
Okay, shall we pray? Father, we thank you. You began with us, and you have come to a good end.
After 48 hours after the elections, the Electoral Commissioner, Madam Jean Mensah, has announced the result, and per her declaration, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has been retained by the electorate, by the majority of the electorate for 4 more years. John Dramani Mahama comes in second, but a few things for us to take note of. The EC says that Techiman South, the declaration is not inclusive of the Techiman South constituency numbers, because that constituency numbers are being contested. So she's announced the result of this year's election without Techiman South. However, she's proceeded to do so because if you look at the numbers coming in, assuming without admitting that the second, John Mahama, who came second, wins all the votes in that constituency, he still will not be able to catch up with the first place candidate, which is Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So that's the big news coming in. We'll run over the numbers and the percentages by which each candidate or Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo won, and how much numbers John Mahama came in second with, and then the percentage of the total ballot cast he had. My colleague Benefo Boabin Abrantipa is still here in the studio. We'll do an analysis, but first, if you have the numbers, Abrantipa, can we go over the numbers?
Right. So Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo had 6,730,413, representing 51.59%. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC had 6,214,889, representing 47.366%. Christian Andrew of GUM had 105,565. That represents 0.805%. Ivor Greenstreet had 12,215, representing 0.093%. Danny, we understand our colleague is on the line. Hello, who do we have here?
George AEC, I'm told, is on the line with an exclusive interview. George AEC. Okay, so we seem to have a challenge with the internet.
Okay, so Ivor Green Street had 12,215, representing 0.093%. Akuadonko had 5,575, representing 0.042%. Henry Latte had 3,574, representing 0.027%. Daniel.
Yeah, it appears George is back on the line. George, good evening. Where are you coming to us from?
So when they just called me, I just had to follow the security. Come on. It's for MPP to look at what went wrong, what went right, and then chart a future for the party and the campaign and the manifesto. Oh, a lot.
What are some of these?
Oh, the part is how, because some people felt that they were not given proper chance to pick. They worked hard. Some felt that the system need to be looked at. Okay, that's the same thing that prompted our own formula. So he said that already. He has told me even before the election. Okay. He said, Chairman, he's my good friend. He said, Chairman, I'm doing this for the party. And a Joy FM interview that was conducted on him, if you watched before the election, he said, your eyes.
Thank you very much. That's the chairman.
So that was our reporter George AEC speaking to Peter McMenu, the chairman of the campaign for the MPP. We're going over the numbers. If you just tuned in or just joined us, the big announcement is that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has been retained as president of Ghana for another 4-year term. That is according to the Electoral Commissioner, Madam Jean Mensah, who is a returning officer as far as the 2020 general elections, the presidential elections are concerned. Nana Addo Dankwa pulled over 6 million votes to beat his closest rival, John Dramani Mahama, who was also in the 6 million column, but there was over 500,000 vote difference between the two of them. However, the big announcement again is that the results were declared without the inclusion of the Techiman South constituency. According to Madam Jean Mensah, the number of electorate in Techiman South is a little over 100,000. So assuming without admitting that John Mahama gets all the over 100,000 votes, it still will not be able to push the election into a second round, neither will it be able to surpass Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's figures, for which reason she has proceeded to pronounce Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo president-elect of Ghana for the next 4 years. Nana Addo Dankwa wins it with a little over 51% of the total valid vote cast. A lot of interesting things right now. We are hearing that the NDC is calling for a press conference. They, over the last several hours, have accused the EC of being in bed with government to subvert the will of the people. They say they will not accept a flawed result, and so we wait to see what they will say at the press conference and what their likely next of action will be. Don't forget, in 2012, the elections went into the Supreme Court because the MPP at the time challenged the result. It was John Mahama who won that year's election following the demise of then President John Evans Atta Mills. So interesting times ahead. We've got 15 minutes before the NDC press conference, but before then we'll have a few discussions and also do a breakdown of the numbers. What we can tell you is that there's a hung parliament. Even though all the results are not certified because of the Techiman South situation, we are picking up information that there could be a likely 137 seats in parliament for both the NDC and the MPP, with the former MP who went independent being the kingmaker. That will be interesting. Never in the history of this country have we had a hung parliament or a president with a minority in parliament? And we provided you with some education that in some instances the president could have his way even if he had only one person majority or one MP majority in parliament, because some of the bills do need only a simple majority. However, there are some bills that you need 2/3 majority. What that means is that the president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, would have to find a way to bring some of the NDC MPs to buy into some of his policies and his legislation when they do come to parliament. Interesting times ahead in our democracy. This has come about because in a lot of instances you will see that even in places where Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's MPs lost, or the MPP MPs lost, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo proceeds to win that seat. The Akwetia seat is a typical example of the MPP losing their MP or their member of parliament candidate there, but Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo winning that constituency. It happened in George, what's his name? The former the deputy communications George Anda's constituency in Ewutu Senya West, where Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo wins that constituency, but George Anda loses that seat. It cuts across a lot of the constituencies, and even in instances where both the MPP and Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo wins, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's numbers surpasses that of the member of parliament candidate. So interesting dynamics here, and the explanation coming through is that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's free SHS might have tilted the scales for him, but the MPs have performed poorly and abysmally. Before these elections, the MPP had 169 members in parliament as against the NDC's 106 members of parliament. As at this evening, we're told that there is a split in parliament with the NDC winning almost 29 seats from the last elections. They had 106 seats. They now have 137 seats as at the last count, with the MPP losing a significant number of their seats. They had 169 going into this election. Now they do have 137. They are hoping that the member of parliament for Fomena, who is an independent candidate, left the MPP, went independent. They are now hoping that he will join them and they will have a simple majority in parliament. Interesting times in our politics.
Exactly. Yes, it's very, very interesting. But I'm told George Nyavo is at the residence of the President-elect Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and so we go there for a report. George Nyavo, good evening. Thanks for joining us again.
Before I turn it over.
Hello, George.
Yeah, hello, Abantipa.
Yes. What's happening at the residence of the President-elect?
It's a jubilant mood here. If I can just pan it around and show you. It's a very jubilant mood here. Following the declaration by the Electoral Commission that the President-elect is President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. There were loud jubilation a few minutes ago, but in a few minutes, the jubilation has died down because in a few minutes, the President is supposed to deliver a big speech. You can hear the back the selling and audience, very jubilant audience that in a few minutes the President will come out and speak to them. So this is the question. There is a lot of
Get closer to some of them and then interact. Let's see. Of course, we are seeing how they are jubilating, but how excited are they?
Sorry about that, but most of them are in a perimeter where, we have been asked to clear from. We had called a few minutes ago, just a few minutes ago, we were able to do that. But currently, since the signatures are all within the perimeter where we are supposed to clear for the President to deliver the speech, that would not be possible.
Okay, so viewers on your screen is the residence of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who has been retained by Ghanaians according to the figures given by the Electoral Commissioner, Madam Jane Mensah, and very soon we are expecting the President to address the country, and that's the visuals you are seeing there. Our reporter George Nyavo reporting live from there. George, I mean, with this number of people out there, obviously security is very, very tight.
Some dignitaries, I'm not sure currently, but we can speak to some supporters. Is that okay?
Come again? So George is trying to get us some interview there, but obviously the people there are very happy because they are. Yes, okay. So George, take it from there.
So that was one of the supporters. But I've got to this man here. What the woman said to say was the victory is well deserved, and so because Nana has introduced free SHS and he's kept our lights on. I've got this man to here who is very eager to speak to us. He will speak in English.
First of all, we have to thank the Most High God. And I say, congratulations to Nana Akufo-Addo. He has worked a lot, so he deserves 4 more years to complete whatever he started.
So that's some reaction. Let me see if I can get some more reactions from some of the very vigilant supporters. So let me go inside the perimeter. It looks like the rule to clear up the perimeter has been breached. So we can also go in there and speak to some of the dignitaries. Oh boy!
All right, so we're back in the studios. We're having a bit of a challenge. We will try and reconnect with our reporter, George Nyavo, who is reporting live from the residence of President-elect Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We are expecting that he will give a speech very soon, and so we are waiting his presence. But before we go back, let me take you through the figures again, as announced by the Electoral Commissioner, Madam Jane Mensah. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo of the NPP had 6,730,413, representing 51.59%. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC had 6,214,889, representing 47.36%. Christian Andrew of Ghana Union Movement, GUM, had 105,565, representing 0.805%. Ivor Kobna Greenstreet of CPP had 12,215, representing 0.093%. Ekriadonko of GFP had 5,575, representing 0.042%. Henry Lati of GCPP had 3,574, representing 0.027%. Hassan Ayariga of APC had 7,140, representing 0.054%. Kofi Akpalu of LPG had 7,690, representing 0.059%. David Asibi, PNC, had 10,887, representing 0.083%. Bridget Akosia, PPP, had 6,848, representing 0.052%. Isaac Walker. Okay, so breaking news is that there are gunshots at former President John Mahama's office, the flag bearer of the NDC. There are gunshots there. Very soon we'll connect with our reporters so they give us the details. But news coming in is that there are gunshots at the residence of former President John Dramani Mahama, who is the flag bearer of the NDC. Last on the list is Esiedu Walker. Continuing with the figures, he had 9,703, representing 0.074. So those are the figures, and let me reiterate that the chairperson said these results are they exclude the Techiman South because the results are being contested, and she had to declare because if you do the mathematics, regardless of the outcome, it will not change anything. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will still have the at least 50% plus one as required by the Constitution. That is the threshold for being declared as the president of the country. Now, before we went on the break, okay, so I understand we have George back on the line. George Nyavo is at the residence of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who has been retained. George, so far what has happened?
So yeah, some of the supporters have been telling me about what the means to them and what it means to the authorities. And of course, the past. But of course, maybe to ask as well.
It means a lot to me. I'm very, very excited. When I'm not coming the next 8 years, I'm really excited. And I'm praying for another 4 years now because I know Nana can do everything for them because I really fought a lot. When Nana came, that's really rescued us from our stress and everything. I'm really excited and very happy, especially me and my family, very excited.
Very short, statement about the victory and what it means to this supporter. It's unfortunate that we won't be able to get something back. The reason being that they're in a perimeter where we are not currently allowed to be in. The president will soon addressing very turbulent crowd there about the declaration as the president elect of the so we very, very excited.
All right, so we are back. We'll reconnect again. So it's all about the jubilant mood that we have there. The people are just happy that the president has been retained. They are happy that their candidate has been given another 4 years to continue with the work that he's been doing. One thing that one of the people in there mentioned is the free SHS, and he's happy that indeed. So, okay, so we understand that one of our reporters, indeed, in fact, the head of our political desk, Lord Edward Sari, has been, hold on, Director, what did you say? I want to get it right. Okay, so we are unable to locate him, our head of political desk, and so we can't locate our camera person as well, and so, okay, so all right, so I guess we will communicate to the director later, but let's move on to social media. All right, so fortunately he has been found. Lord, are you safe? Hello, Lord.
Nice, open.
Lord, are you safe where you are?
You are the one. Yeah. I'm sorry, can I say that? Excuse me, boss. Okay, thanks. Let's go.
Lord?
Yeah.
Are you safe?
Say again.
How safe are you?
So now we are safe, yes. We are parked close to the police and some other NDC.
Hold it. So we'll take it gradually, one after the other. Yes. Where are you?
We're just about 50 meters away from the NDC headquarters at Sadabata.
Okay. And tell us exactly what happened to you.
So a few minutes ago, we got a notification that the NDC are having a press conference at 6:30. When I got there, I was around the MPP headquarters, so we had to rush there. Immediately we arrived, there were a large crowd of NDC supporters outside, and the atmosphere was quiet and quite solemn. And so we got out to the car, myself and then my colleague, videographer. So we started making way into the premises. Shortly, when we started moving inside, they started dragging us, demanding to know where we were from. They wanted to know which media house we were from. And we told them that there was a press conference. We wanted to cover it. And we said we were from GhanaWeb. And I felt someone pull my shirt. So at that point, I just held on to my videographer. And then people started coming towards us. We were like sharp in the middle. And then another NDC supporter came and then came to hold us and started warding them off. 2 more people came. And they were like, nah, they shouldn't do that. We are neutral. We're just reporting. So they don't need to hassle us or anything. And then at that point, tempers started flaring. And they started pulling, some were pulling, others were pushing. And then I felt a slap on my back. So we started going inside, and the guys were still trying to, so they're trying to sort of create something like a wall for us, but they appear to be overpowered. So the people suddenly started hitting us. And they said we didn't want that here, we should leave. So we're like, okay, fine, we're going. And then we started leaving, and then more people started coming. And there's a lot of noise. You couldn't hear everything they were saying, but they just sounded very angry. And then they started hitting us. I saw someone hit Sandra, and then another one hit behind my neck. Our car was parked outside, so we attempted to get inside. Now, when we started getting close to the car, the guys started hitting the car. So at that point, we couldn't even open the car, and then the driver moved forward just so we can enter. And then they started trying to use other stuff to bang on the car. I was holding the tripod, and then Sandra was with me. So at that point, they just started coming on to us. So we had to run. So I just dropped the tripod, and I had my shirt ripped. And then there were more acts followed. At that point, I lost sight of my colleague Sandra, and so we just started running. I nearly fell. I still continued, and one of the other supporters told me that I should just take off my shirt and remove just so I can become identifiable. So I just did that, and then I went to wait a bit at some food joint in Indonesia, I think. And then I saw someone holding a brake and was coming towards me. And then another person who was coming, just started pointing, that's the one. And then now who was holding the brake said, oh, nah, he's not the one. He's left or right. So he told me, it was like, someone has attacked me. I was like, yeah. And he apologized. And then, so I just walked on. I didn't want to run, just like to trigger anything. And I saw where the car was parked. Where we had parked was about 10 meters away from the police, because the place was heavily barricaded close to the traffic light. And I got there, I was going to report it to them about what had happened, and then he told me that, one of the officers told me that, oh, my colleague had already reported the situation.
You said one of them said,
I still have a colleague back there, and I don't know what is happening. So like,
you said when you went to the police, Lord.
Yeah.
You said when you went to the police, one of them said what?
My colleague had already reported. You're referring to the driver, Samson. So I told him that, okay. I was still telling her that one other colleague had been left behind, and I did not know her fate, as it were. So, and they're like, yes, they are aware, they are looking to it, they're trying to take care of it. And I was like, okay. At that point, I was just shaking, so I was still just standing there, and then I was trying to calm down. About 15 minutes later, or less, possibly less, I saw a group of NDC supporters coming towards us. I identified 3 of the men who were trying to help us when we were in there, and they had Sandra with them, together with the driver, Samson. And at that point, they told us that we should quickly get back and leave. So yeah, that's what happened.
So where is Sandra? Is she safe?
Yeah, Sandra is also in the car.
And the driver?
Driver is also here. We are actually heading back.
Okay. Well, that's quite some unfortunate news there. A reporter, driver, and camera person being attacked at the NDC headquarters for, taking visuals of the scene. We actually heard that the NDC was going to have a press conference to react to the declaration of the presidential results, and so anytime the party is holding a press conference, it invites us and then we go and cover. And so this wasn't something new. Of course, it's an election season and we need to get to some of these places and update our viewers. And so when we received the invitation, we decided to go there, but unfortunately they had to vent their anger on our reporter. Danny, it's actually not the first time a journalist is being, let me just, expand the conversation. It's not the first time a GhanaWeb journalist has been attacked, and it's not the first time a journalist in Ghana, and even if we should, make the thing broad, in the world has been attacked. But quite it's quite disturbing. But what I am struggling to understand now is why you would attack someone who you have invited to cover your event. It's something that I am finding difficult to understand.
There's no logical explanation and there's no justification for what has happened. And what we do appreciate is that the stakes are high and tempers are up, but it in no way gives anybody the right to attack a man or a group of people who have come there to do their jobs. And the job that they are there to do is based on an invitation that this entity, sent to us as a media house, and we have respectfully obliged and decided that we'll come and cover the event. So it is quite unfortunate that this is the turn of events. And when you spoke to Lord, he was visibly shaking. You could tell from his voice that he was traumatized. And sometimes
I wish I could tell him to, project, but I was putting myself in his shoes.
Yes.
With all that has happened, it's obvious that he couldn't speak loud.
Yeah, he couldn't. And you know him, and you know that he's not somebody who usually will speak this way. So obviously you could extrapolate that he's been traumatized by the event. We continue to say we appreciate that the stakes are high and tensions are high, but no journalist should suffer this fate in the line of duty. It shouldn't happen. After 28 years of democracy since 1992, why should this happen? But would expand on this conversation further. Let's go back to the grounds where we have a feed. Producer, what did you say? We have a feed from the NDC press conference? Okay, so the decision coming in from GhanaWeb management is that from henceforth until there is a conclusive resolution to the matter, we are not covering any NDC event because we are not going to put our people in harm's way. If you invite us to your program and our reporters would be attacked, we need to take a decision. And the decision coming in from management is that we're pulling all our reporters from every NDC event. We have been very fair and balanced all the way throughout this election. But what has happened tonight, per the report, our reporter and our reporters are given to us that they've been traumatized and abused at an NDC press conference. It means that we need to take action. And the action we're taking is that we're pulling all of them away and we're not covering any NDC press conference until matters are resolved in the coming hours and in the coming days. So that's some news for you. If you just tune in, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo of the MPP has been retained as president of this country, winning by over 51%. Mr. John Dramani Mahama, the flag bearer and former president of this country, who stood on the ticket of the NDC, retained or got some 47% of the total ballot cast. This is Election Desk. We've been here from Monday bringing you updates. We brought you the election day processes up until 10 p.m. on Monday. And then we brought you coalition and the declaration of results at the constituency level yesterday. We were unable to bring you the declaration of the presidential elections because the EC, which is the only body mandated to do that, failed to update Ghanaians on the way forward. They had promised that they were going to do the declaration yesterday at 5 p.m. That didn't happen, but a little over 5:45 this evening, they did make the announcement. The chairperson of the EC, Madam Jean Mensah, addressed the media and declared Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as president-elect for another 4-year term. George Nyabo is our man at the residence of the president-elect Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He joins us with another update from where he is. George, what's the latest? Has Nana come out to, if you like, acknowledge the supporters in front of his house? So these are scenes from Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's residence. The feed looks stable now. A lot of excitement, but the crux of the matter is what will happen in Parliament. But for now, the MPP would be happy to take the presidency. They will find a way in the coming days to make it workable in Parliament. What we do know and what we can confirm is that Ghana, for the first time under the Fourth Republic, would have a hung Parliament. A hung Parliament simply means that you have a a government that does not have a majority in parliament. So the NPP's 169 seats going into this election has reduced drastically to 137. So that's some news for you. That's almost 30 seats lost. But then again, the MPP says it's challenging 5 of the constituency results. And so that's the next phase of the legal process. We don't know whether they will be successful or not at this attempt to overturn some 5 constituency results, because they believe there have been irregularities in there. Again, as we keep tabs on Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, it's important to mention that he has tweeted to thank Ghanaians for voting for more to do more. That's the slogan of the NPP. But the Information Minister, Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah, has also tweeted. He says, "Dear MPP supporter," this was before the declaration, by the way, some 2 hours ago. He said, "Dear MPP supporter, when you win an election, you don't need to be aggressive. Be of good character and wait for the Electoral Commission to declare. And when you jubilate, be moderate and sensitive to public order and safety." So that's information coming in. We know that there's tension in town. We're trying to gauge the mood at the NDC headquarters, because as you have been told and you have heard and you have seen, the NDC contends the result of this election. They believe they have a majority in government. They believe their candidate, John Dramani Mahama, should be the next president of this country. What we don't know is whether they will proceed to court to challenge the results of the election. Don't forget, in 2012, a similar thing happened. The MPP maintained that they won that election, but when the EC declared that the NDC had won, the MPP proceeded to the Supreme Court. After 7 months of back and forth and legal razzmatazz, the Supreme Court did pronounce John Mahama as the rightful winner of that 2012 election. We'll continue to have our conversation here, but what is surprising about Nsipa is the margin with which Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo won. Yes. He won by a little over 500,000, if my
515,524.
Yes. For the political watchers, what would you make of it? Because this is a man who won by 1 million votes 4 years ago.
Yes.
After being in government, implementing free SHS and free water in the midst of COVID, free electricity. What do you think this makes of his tenure in office, his first term in office?
I think it's an indication of the fact that some people were obviously not happy about the way and manner the government went around certain things.
Yeah.
If you won by 1 million votes and after 4 years you have like half of the votes slashed away, it means that there are certain things that you did that they weren't happy. You remember getting closer to the elections, there were a number of issues that came up, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Martin Amidu and the Japadiu factor actually played a role here.
Yeah, the Domelevlo issue.
Exactly. So there is that corruption tag that the NDC pushed, even if they were not the ones who came out with those revelations of a sort. They actually had to capitalize on it and beat that drum to the ears of the Ghanaians that this is the person who promised to protect the public purse. Now this is what he's doing. This is the person who came and said the NDC is running family and friends government, and when he comes, he will not do that. He's actually doing worse. And you remember the NDC actually held a press conference where they listed a number of persons that they say are relatives of
Nana Akufo-Addo.
Yes. So if you are a swing voter and you hear something like this, the corruption is one. Remember the one district, one factory, there were claims that we are not seeing the factories, even though NPP was saying they had done it. The one dam thing too wasn't there. And there was a minister in charge who actually said you don't expect them to build a meaningful dam with a certain amount of money. So all these things played out. If you are not someone who is an NPP member, and you are a floating voter, and you look at all these issues, and the opposition is always pushing the things around you on your neck, the tendency that you vote against the party is high. And let's not forget the free SHS, the introduction of the free SHS. It's one of the, let's say, the banks that the MPP was hoping to actually reap a lot of votes from, because I think there was one individual who said the MPP can actually get 500,000 votes because of the introduction of the free SHS and all. So if you look at the free SHS and the votes that the MPP won, I mean the margin, it is not impressive. It is not impressive at all. So
it should give them cause to worry and sit up and do better.
Especially when the parliament, they've lost some seats in there, even though they are saying they are going to contest.
They've lost a lot of seats. Even if they win those seats, it still is a drastic reduction from the 169 that they had in parliament. Assuming, without admitting that even they crossed the 140 mark and are still in the 140s, maybe 142, 143. That's assuming they win the 5 outstanding or debatable constituencies. For a government that has been in opposition, I mean the NDC, and for all the things that was said about them, for them to come back with this close margin is very impressive. It also speaks about the work of the members of parliament. Many say Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo should look at his next members of parliament, his next ministers, because it appears that a lot of the MPs that lost in parliament were ministers.
Deputy ministers.
Is it an issue that when you are elected as a minister, you are unable to execute your job as a member of parliament? That's a conversation we need to have.
But you see, our constitution is such that the president needs to appoint a certain number
from the parliament.
Yes. So it has got to do with the issue of balancing it. And I think that is where the problem is, that they will need to look at again.
Has the time come for us to change that rule or that constitutional instrument that the president must choose a certain number of his ministers from parliament?
I think so, because already if you have an interaction with the parliamentarians, you notice that they actually do not, they actually overwhelmed. So it will be prudent to have a change in that part of the constitution so that we will appoint more ministers who are not legislators, so they can focus on it and focus on their constituency. Because if you realize, for instance, Honorable the information minister, at a point he was out of the scene. So we had Pius, Mustafa Hamid, and one other name that has escaped me doing the talking. So you notice that you could sense that he had moved to his constituency to catch up with them and, you know, win some votes over there. That is not to say he was not doing that, but at that point in time it becomes crucial, and you need to, you know, offload some of the duties and then concentrate there. So I think that if we reduce if we amend the constitution and then appoint a certain, majority of the ministers outside parliament, it's actually going to help not only for the political parties, but, you know, for them to be able to focus on the legislation and actually scrutinize the policies that the government would want to push and all.
Yeah. This is Election Desk. My name is Daniel Odro. I'm here with Benefo Boabeng Abrantepa. We're having a conversation following the declaration of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as president-elect for a 4-year term. The EC chairperson, Madam Jean Mensah, a while ago pronounced Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as winner of this year's election, the 8th election under the 4th Republic of Ghana. The 4th Republic started in 1992. We've had J.J. Rawlings, may his soul rest in peace. Then we had J.A. Kufuor, who ruled for 8 years. So Jerry John Rawlings ruled for 8 years. John Ajekum Kufuor ruled for 8 years. May his soul rest in peace. John Evans Atamels ruled for 4 years or 3.5 years. Then you have John Dramani Mahama ruling for the remainder of John Atamels' term. And then John Mahama won his own election in 2012 until 2016 when Nana Akufo-Addo became president. He has now been given another 4-year term according to the majority of the votes that came in for this year. Now let's look at Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's residence once again. There he is coming out to acknowledge the many sympathizers who have come and thronged his residence to congratulate him. Nana Akufo-Addo is president-elect. He has tweeted and thanked Ghanaians for entrusting him with another 4-year term. We have men stationed at the residence of Nana Akufo-Addo in Nima. He's been in that house for so long. That's where he lives. We've got our men at stationed there. They will bring us live footage from the house or the residence of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who has scaled through winning another term by some 500,000 votes. And we mentioned that the declaration of the results does not include that of Techiman South, because that is being contended by the two political parties. But the real battleground is at the parliament. Let's pick Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's speech.
I'll take it up right now. Take it up now because it is a good time to start ringing.
So that's still the residence of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the president-elect. You know his signature music is playing in the background. Clad in white, he's expected to make a speech to the many sympathizers who have thronged the residence to congratulate him. It's been a very tight race, and you have heard even members of the MPP openly say the NDC has done really well, because with the introduction of the free SHS and the many freebies that the government introduced in the midst of the COVID pandemic, this was supposed to have been an easier election than it has been. John Dramani Mahama has given the MPP a good run for their money. And in fact, when it comes to the parliamentary elections, the NDC can pride themselves as having regained majority of the seat that they lost to the MPP 4 years ago. We also made a declaration that our reporters had been assaulted at an NDC press conference, for which reason management of Africa Web Holdings has decided that until there is finality to this issue, we're not covering any NDC program until further notice. Until further notice, we're not covering any NDC program. We have reported the case to the security agencies that matter, and we're going to follow it through. In this 21st century, we do not believe that any journalist should be harassed in their line of duty. And this does not pertain only to the NDC. This has happened to some of our journalists during MPP conferences, but this has gone a notch higher, and we have decided to take a bold step, and so we're suspending all our engagements with the NDC until further notice. But still watching our scenes from the residence of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President-elect for the Republic of Ghana, the 8th election under the 4th Republic. We're expecting him to have a speech or give a speech in the next couple of minutes. You can hear Oye Amba. That's Nana Akufo-Addo's favorite song.
Winneba Youth Choir.
Yeah, the Winneba Youth Choir. Yeah.
It's a magic song for him, I guess, because that's what he used in 2016.
Yeah, and if you go to the trends, MPP has won its #1 on Twitter trends. Congratulations, Mr. President, is #2 on Twitter trends. #3 is Nana. #4 is Fomena MP. And the Fomena MP's name, or he is trending because he looks like he's going to be the kingmaker. What do you make of the entire situation?
It's very funny because you see, this was someone that the party who
the stone that the builder rejected.
So, and now he's going to be the cornerstone, and it's very interesting, and I think it's a source of inspiration for anyone who seems to have been discouraged, or if you feel victimized in any way in your quest to pursue your dreams. This should motivate you to do your best. I think the president is about to talk now, so there's a prayer ongoing, and so we will observe the prayer as well.
Father, we thank you for the person you have given us, President of the Republic, and also now President-elect. We thank you for his Vice President, Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia. We thank you for their wives, the women you have given them to accompany them in accomplishing great things. May your holy name be praised. We thank you for all the faithful workers, all the faithful companions, all those who have struggled so hard to serve these men in the Western House, Jubilee House and beyond. So that, Lord, this government will shine. May your name be praised. And mighty Father, at this moment, we thank you particularly for this sweet victory today. It's you who has done it, and we are praising your name for it. Lord, all their plans are in your hands. All the plans of the party, represented by the party chairman and secretary here right now, are in your hands. We pray that you glorify yourself in them, morning, noon, and night. And when all is said and done, may greater victories be achieved in the future. For we ask all these in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord, with thanksgiving. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I ask you all to resume your seats, and shall we have some silence here? Shall we have some silence here as we prepare to hear from His Excellency the President and now the President-elect? Shall we have some silence, please?
Ladies and gentlemen of the media, fellow Ghanaians, a few minutes ago, what was known by me, and indeed by many, many Ghanaians, was announced by the returning officer of the presidential election, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Mrs. Jean Mensah. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo together with Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia, have been given 4 more years by the Ghanaian people to do more for them. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. In our system, it is the Electoral Commission that has the constitutional responsibility of declaring the will of the people in an election. Prior to this declaration by the EC chairperson, I received personal congratulatory messages from some of my fellow presidential candidates in the election 7th December. I expressed my appreciation to them and thanked them for granting my party, the New Patriotic Party, and I this all-important win. It has been a hard-fought one, which has resulted in an incontestable result, and we are duly grateful for how far he has brought us. We were confident at the beginning of the campaign that the considerable amount of work we had done since coming into office in 2017 would secure for us 4 more years in office. And the declaration made by the returning officer has set us on that path. For that, I'm extremely grateful to you, fellow Ghanaians, for this victory. I am deeply humbled again by your show of confidence, and I do not take this lightly. There could be that tendency for an incumbent president who has just secured a second term in office to, as it were, take it easy and relax, because there's nothing more to lose or prove. I am of a different character. Just as I've been doing since January 2017, I give you my word that I will continue to work very hard to build the prosperous and progressive Ghana for which we yearn. The decisive margin of victory in this election constitutes for me an endorsement of the policies and programs initiated by my government and put before the electorate. And I'm determined to do all in my power to accomplish the task of this new mandate and thereby justify the confidence reposed in me. I assure you, fellow Ghanaians, that I'll do my best not to let you down. The period for campaigning is over, and the outcome of the election has been decided. The Ghanaian people, through the results, have made it loud and clear that the two parties, the MPP and NDC, must work together, especially in Parliament, for the good of the country. Now is the time for each and every one of us, irrespective of our political affiliations, to unite, join hands, stand shoulder to shoulder, and work hard to place Ghana where she deserves to be, a prosperous and dynamic member of the global community, making her own unique contribution to the growth of world civilization. My immediate task will be to continue with the process of reversing the effects COVID-19 has had on our economy and on our lives, and put the nation on course for full economic recovery and development. Before the pandemic struck, Ghana in recent years was one of the fastest growing economies in the world. I give you my word, we will regain that reputation. Fellow Ghanaians, I say a big aiko to the chairperson, deputy chairpersons, commissioners, directors, returning officers, electoral officers, and the agents of our respective political parties for delivering one of the best elections, if not the best, ever witnessed in our history, which has won universal acclaim. The Electoral Commission, even in the midst of the pandemic, has done a yeoman's job, and we can only urge them on to continue along the path and achieve even greater strides in future. The orderly, commendable, and peaceful conduct of Ghanaians on election day is to be widely applauded. The high rates of adherence to COVID-19 protocols on the day ensure that the exercise passed off safely. To the security services who ensure the peace and safety of the process, Ghana will forever be in your debt. Your role has been invaluable in preserving law and order. And lastly, but by no means the last, the praise of the nation goes to the media for the extensive coverage provided before, during, and after the conduct of the polls. I also say a big thank you to the domestic and international election observer teams that have been in our country for the period of the election for their concern. I condemn in no uncertain terms the isolated incidents of post-electoral violence in Odododiodo and Techiman that led to a few regrettable deaths. May their souls rest in peace. We must work to avoid the repetition of such events in future. I thank the national, regional, constituency, electoral area, and polling station executives, elders, and members of my party, the New Patriotic Party, and all the volunteer groups who canvass so effectively for us for their successful efforts. NPP supporters should understandably celebrate and jubilate, but desist from untoward acts. At the end of the day, despite holding different political views, we should all remember that we're all part of one family, one Ghanaian family, with a common overriding agenda, which is to oversee the growth and development of Mother Ghana. Let us continue to conduct ourselves with decorum and maintain the peace and stability of the nation, which is the envy of many around the world. To the Ghanaian people, I say that the work ahead is to advance further the peace, progress, and prosperity of our nation for all. And that is my solemn pledge to each one of you. The battle is the Lord's. May God bless us all in our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And before Mr. President takes leave of us, we'll take a Muslim prayer from the Minister for Inner Cities and Zongo Development.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are all heading to the New Patriotic Party's headquarters, where the celebrations will begin, and we'll be joined by His Excellency the President and the Vice President.
President Nana Akufo-Addo, who just spoke to us, President-elect and President, who just spoke to us, telling us, thanking Ghanaians about the confidence reposed in him for the next 4 years, and thanking Ghanaians for another victory. He said that he called on all political parties, every citizen in the country to come on board for the unity of the country and work for the total development of the country. Now we are going to speak to. So that is the president calling for. He was actually emphatic that even though he's won for the second time, he's not going to relax. As a hard-working president who has been working so hard over the past 4 years, he's going to do the same. He's not going to relax, but he's going to work for the.
All right, so we are back from the residence of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the president of Ghana and the president-elect, as declared by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Madam Jane Mensah. Well, you heard him first congratulate himself and the team, and he sent out words of congratulations to the EC and the staff over there, the security. He also condemned some acts of violence that almost marred the conduct of the elections. And he has also said that the MPP is going to work with a minority in Parliament. And it's one thing that people are actually looking forward to, considering the fact that there seem not to be a clear majority in Parliament. And he's happy that the Ghanaian people have endorsed him. He is happy about the gap. He says it actually looks good. It shows that Ghanaians have actually endorsed him. But remember, we told you that last 4 years he won by a margin of 1 million votes. So that's the president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, giving his speech there. And you could see that he was flanked by some of the big weights of the NPP. We saw the Speaker of Parliament. We saw a whole lot. They are all clad in white, and it's actually a victory for them, and they are celebrating the win. We're back in the studio, and I don't know whether we should dwell on the speech before we go to Lord, but okay. So Danny, with the president's address, and he's made a number of promises, and no, let's dissect the speech and see whether or not it had all the ingredients it deserved.
I think he did mention about the parliament. He did mention about the isolated cases of violence which has resulted in the death of 5 people. And even though he says they are isolated cases, the death of 5 people in any enterprise is a big deal, and it shouldn't be taken lightly. I was expecting, though, that he is going to make an announcement that a major and a full-scale investigation into what accounted for the loss of lives for these people would be done. He didn't mention that. I didn't pay attention to the entire thing, so I don't recall him mentioning Mr. John Dramani Mahama in his speech, and whether or not he intends to extend a working relationship and hand to him following his declaration as the winner of this year's election. We do know that per the results that we have seen, it means the country is sharply divided. If you look at the results with 500,000 difference, it tells you that more than almost half of the country support, or the voters support the losing candidate, which means that there must be a speech and a rallying call that brings everybody together, because yes, the campaign is over, the elections is over. This is the country we have. This is the only country we have, and at some point there must be cool heads, and the country must run, because we don't have anywhere to go. So I was expecting that. I didn't see that. But the good thing is that he says that he would find a way to work with the minority, because he doesn't have a choice anyway. There's a hung parliament, and we told you that it's the first time in the history of this country that there's no clear majority. What it means is that the incumbent, or Nana Akufo-Addo's, for his bills to go through parliament, he cannot even countenance some of his members of parliament traveling outside of this country. He cannot countenance the frequent absenteeism that is very usual of parliamentarians. Sometimes when you go to parliament, it's half empty. And when you ask, they say they've gone to their constituencies to go and campaign. And you were telling me how over 100 MPs are not returning to Parliament. Some voluntarily, and others who have lost their seats in the just ended election. Over 100 MPs out of 275 is a huge figure. And don't forget, at the start of every Parliament session, they need to spend a lot of money to train the newcomers.
Exactly.
And this is going to involve a lot. The more senior people you lose in Parliament and younger ones come or people come, you need to train them to understand the processes. And when they start, they make mistakes before they get to understand the processes. And after 4 years, sometimes they are gone. And this is a worry. And we're talking about how going forward, maybe the conversation should be whether it is the MP's duty to bring development. Because some of these MPs who lost, and the accusation is that they have not brought development. When we do know that by the Constitution, it is not the duty of the MP to bring development.
But that's how they have been campaigning. That's the campaign message out there.
Yes, but the discourse must change going forward if they want to focus on their work as parliamentarians. Because when it comes to the work of Parliament, sometimes it leaves a lot to be desired. When you look at the PDS deal that went to Parliament, you ask your question whether a lot of scrutiny went into it. When you look at the Japa deal, you ask yourself whether a lot of scrutiny went into it, because if it did, you wouldn't have the president ordering that the bill goes back to Parliament for them to have a second look at it. It raises questions whether the MPs are doing their work or they are lobbying for infrastructure projects. So that's a conversation we need to have. But the president has accepted as president of this country. Hopefully, there would be peace, because the NDC obviously is not happy and will contest this result. But we also mentioned that we have taken a decision as management of Africa Web Holdings, a subsidiary or the parent body of GhanaWeb. GhanaWeb is a subsidiary of Africa Web. And this evening, the NDC did send us an invite or an invitation that they are holding a press conference at 6:30. We sent our reporters. In fact, our head of political desk was already in town. So we placed a call to him and said, could you pass by the headquarters of the NDC? Because they say they are having a press conference to address the declaration of the result by the EC chairperson, Madam Jean Mensah. When they went there, the head of political desk, Lord Edward, went there with a camera or a video journalist. They were assaulted for doing their work, and we find that very baffling and troubling, which is why we have decided that going forward until a final resolution is found, we're not covering any NDC press conference or event for that matter until there is a conclusive resolution to this assault that our journalists have faced. And then we have reported the case, and so we'll take it as far as we can. But Lord Edward has just returned, very traumatized after that experience. He's joined us in the studio to share with us what actually happened, because when we called him over the phone, his voice was visibly shaking, and we could hardly hear him, but we could not also push him because we understood that he wasn't in the proper frame of mind. A few minutes have passed since that event happened, but he's joined us in the studio. Good evening, Lord. I'm not sure I can say good evening, because obviously it's not a good evening. But what happened? What happened?
Well, so the evening started off with the announcement or the declaration of President Akufo-Addo to retaining his presidency. We were at the NPP headquarters, with covering the atmosphere and essentially try to speak to some people. But even before we could get out of our vehicle, I got a call from the office that we should head to the NDC headquarters, because we've just been notified that they're holding a press conference.
Right.
So we quickly left the MP headquarters and drove there. On our way to the NDC headquarters, several people were there.
Okay.
There were lots of supporters, and then there was the police barricade. There was heavy security presence as well. Before we took the cab to the NDC headquarters, I'm referring to the one that's at Adabraka.
Okay.
There was another journalist, another media house. They were speaking to some of the NDC supporters.
Okay.
I believe because of the announcement, they were trying to know exactly what's going on. And we drove past them, so we were going to enter the premises. So right in front of the NDC headquarters, still in the streets, myself and then my colleague Sandra, we got out of the vehicle, and I took the tripod, and then she had a camera, and then we got down. There were still police, and then there were several supporters all around us, many supporters on bikes, and essentially there was a large crowd, right? So we went through and realized that when we were trying to make our way to the premises, they were peeping, trying to see which media house we were coming from. We both had our media jackets on.
Okay.
We're holding it, and then suddenly they seemed very angry.
Yeah.
Started backing at us that what are we doing here? We are the ones who have been caused this. And we're like, oh, there's a press conference going on. We're just here to cover it. And they're like, no, we don't want you here. And then they started
But the press conference is for the press. That's why it's called a press conference.
Started pushing us, right? And then one of the supporters, he came to approach us and asked us what was happening. I repeated it, and then told him where we were coming from. And then he stood in front of us and told us that we are just doing our job. We are neutral. They shouldn't do that. And then they started hurling insults at him. They didn't care. They wouldn't let us through. So whilst the interaction was going on, there were more people closing in on us.
Yeah.
So we're still trying to make our way through. And the people started holding us back. So there was this push and pull thing. And then 2 more people joined, trying to create some sort of wall to protect us so that we can still make our way through. And the people were just getting more agitated. Suddenly there were hands flying, trying to hit us, and the people were still trying to protect us. And when at this point we had just barely made it from the gates. Just we hadn't really entered the compound, but just a few meters away from the gates. And then more people were coming from inside the premises and coming towards us.
So at this point, you had not seen any official that you could easily identify?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. And so whilst they were coming towards us, they were preventing us from coming over. And the people those who were protecting us kept telling them that we are here for the press conference, and the people wouldn't allow. And they were like, they don't want to see us, they don't want any media person here, we should go away. And they started hitting us. So they were essentially hitting us together, those who were protecting us. So we're like, okay, that's fine.
So at this point, where was the security detail there? The police, there was supposed to be police there?
So the police were still at where the barricades were. They were outside the premises. And once that happened, we started going back, and then the attacks got severe. So there were more people hitting us. They were practically beating myself and then the videographer. So they just hitting, and then they were dragging us. So at some point my jacket got torn.
Yeah.
And then we went out. And then so when I realized what was happening, I hooked Sandra to myself. So we all go to the discipline contest with each other. And then at that point we lost contact with the people who were trying to protect us. So we were like sitting ducks. We just started hitting and hurling insults. Someone hit the back of my neck, and the person slapped me on my side. And the same thing was happening with Sandra. So they ripped the jackets, and they were still trying to get hold of us. So at that point, because our car was not parked far off, we were trying to get inside the car. Once they identified that's the car, the people who came in, they started moving towards the cars, and they had I don't know whether I should call them tools or weapons or whatever, but they were going towards the driver, and they started hitting the car as well. So once the driver sensed danger, the engine was still on, so he quickly sped on. So at that point, where myself and then my Sandra were trying to catch up, and the people started running after us. So they were running after us and beating us. And at some point, when that happened, I lost contact with Sandra. I nearly fell down. So I was like falling and crawling into a set. I stood up again, I started running. And at that point, the jacket was off, that ripped it apart, and my shirt had also been ripped apart.
I'm sorry, but we need to show it to the people or the public, just so they can appreciate the severity of the issue. So he has his entire shirt torn,
including my inner attire was also ripped. And so I was running. I had lost touch with Sandra at this point, and the people were still coming to us and hitting us, slapping us, and so
I know. Take your time. He's very traumatized, and I feel very sorry for him. And this is a man who is just doing his job and has been severely assaulted. That the stakes are high and tensions are high. But you don't assault a journalist. We know that there are some media houses that projected and called the elections, which we maintain is not illegal. But it is the EC that has the mandate and the final powers to declare the result of these elections. We never projected the result. We never called the result. We've been as balanced and as fair as we can and as humanly possible in the entire process leading to the declaration of the results, which is why we find it very, very unfortunate that this has happened, which is why we have taken the firm and unfortunate decision that we are not covering any NDC activity until further notice. We are expecting the top hierarchy of the party to recognize what has happened. We do know that this was done by supporters of the party and not party officials, but it happened at their premises, it happened at their headquarters, and it was done and perpetrated by their supporters. We expect them to acknowledge that and apologize and try to make amends. Other than that, we're going to stick by our decision not to cover any activity by the NDC. We'll have Sandra join us at some point to discuss what happened to her. She's very traumatized, and it's an unfortunate turn of events. And he's not the only journalist who's been assaulted in this electioneering campaign and the voting and declaration of results. People shouldn't take the law into their own hands. And we have read to you the tweet from security analysts from the government official spokesperson, which is the information minister, and a host of others who have called for calm. We know tensions are rising. We expect that the elderly statesmen of this country will call to order those who have gone on rampage and destroying property and attacking people. Sandra Ubribia is a video journalist with our video department. She was with Lord Edouard Sare when the entire incident happened. She will narrate to us what happened to her, and then we will continue our conversation. Sandra, so what happened? What happened to you? Is it the same thing Lord is narrating, or because he says he lost contact with you at some point?
Yeah, at a point in time, I was left alone. A certain guy was with me and was like, I should kneel down behind the car, and he tried to shield me, but the way the guys were aggressive, some people were like, immediately I saw them today. At a point in time, I wanted to even sneak and get under the car, because even though I was being shielded, the slappings and the booting, like some people were like we were part of them losing, so they need to deal with the media. So with that one, they won't spare any media personnel who comes around. I saw that today.
And I'm told that you also saw someone being stabbed.
Yes, and the guy who showed me was like, he had a cut of a knife. Even the blood stain.
Yeah, there's a stain in your yeah, just a small bit of blood stain.
Because if not for that guy there, because for me even kneeling down beside the car, the stones I saw and the sticks I saw, and I mean, it would have been a different ball game today.
So you later reported the issue to the police, did you?
Yes, please. Something drove to some policemen ahead of head at the junction.
Okay.
And he made a complaint, and then they directed him to see the one in charge. And the one in charge was like, unless they bring the fight to where they are parked, if not for that, they can't do anything about it. So if the guys, some of them hasn't shielded me to bring me to that extent, they will hear that someone is being attacked, but no one will even come and check if who are they beating or anything like that.
I must add that what she was talking about. Immediately I made my way from the attack. I saw that the car had been parked close to traffic lights where the barricade was, and the police personnel had gathered. So I made my way there, and then I went to report to the police officer and told him that I'm a journalist,
Okay.
told him where I was from, and I told him that I have just been attacked, and I've lost contact with my colleague. She's still back there, and there's possibility she's being lynched.
Yeah.
And the officer I spoke to told me that, yeah, my colleague had just reported it, so they are looking into it. And I told him that, yes, but my colleague is still back there. She possibly may be lynched. It's like, he knows. He just said his colleague has reported it. So, you see, so I didn't know what to do next. So I just went back to the vehicle, put the stuff back in there. And about within 10 minutes, I saw Samson was the driver I went to, and with Sandra and then some of the other NDC supporters coming back towards us, and they told us to quickly get in the car, and then
Okay. I'm really sorry for what has happened.
I would call an NDC executive official when we get there, but when we got there, the way the entire atmosphere was, it was so charged, I couldn't even get the opportunity to place a call because they weren't ready to listen to anything we had to say, or it was very confrontational.
Wow. So what will happen is that would allow Lord and Sandra to leave because they need to visit the hospital and then get some medical attention. But we have made a decision here at GhanaWeb that until further notice, we're not covering any NDC activity until there is a resolution of the matter. We've got 2 of our journalists being attacked at the NDC headquarters, and that's why they are here with us, explaining to us or narrating to us what they went through. Sandra, in a nutshell, says that she saw death today, and but for the bravery of one gentleman who shielded her, she could have been lynched and we could have been telling a very different story. In fact, the man who shielded her, she maintains, was stabbed, and she has some blood stains in her dress. Very unfortunate turn of events here. We have received an invite that we should proceed to John Mahama's office for a press conference. We will say categorically here and unequivocally that we're not attending that event. We will not attend that event until until there's a resolution of the fact that our reporters were attacked. So they will take leave of us. They will visit the hospital. We just needed to bring them here for the purposes of evidence. We have reported the case to the police. They will go to the hospital, and then, until further notice, we are disengaging our relationship with the NDC. We'll go for a short break. We'll return with more analysis on the show. 8:15, and it's election desk here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odo. We've been doing this from morning, from 7 a.m., and we've done more than 12 hours. We've taken intermittent breaks as and when need be, but the long day is gradually tailing off because the EC has officially announced the result. The tension that was building up the last 48 hours is gradually subsiding. We know that there is one party that is not excited, but officially the MPP has been declared winners of this year's election. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has been retained after garnering over 6.7 million of the vote cast as against John Mahama's 6.2 million votes. Nana Addo Dankwa winning by 51.59% as against John Mahama's 47, a little over 47%. It looks like Osofo Bosom comes in third, but we have to also emphasize that the results were announced minus the constituency. What's the constituency again, Abantipa?
The okay, let me get in Suta.
Right. So one constituency was
Takwa Nswaim. No, sorry, Techiman South.
Techiman South. Techiman South results were not added to the entire collated result because that constituency is under contention from both parties. But according to Madam Jean Mensah and her projection, she's proceeded to call the election and announce the results because even in the unlikely event that Mr. John Mahama receives all the 108,000 votes in that constituency, which is the number of registered voters in that constituency, and we know that the voter turnout has been somewhere around 79%. But even when you put together the entire 100% voter roll or voters in that constituency and give it to Mr. John Dramani Mahama, he's unable to surpass Nana Akufo-Addo. Neither is he able, with that result, to push the election into a runoff. So Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo wins it one touch and becomes the next president in the Fourth Republic. That's the 8th election Ghana is having since 1992. So our democracy is growing. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo a while ago addressed hordes of people who had gathered in front of his residence here in Nima and thanked them for endorsing him. He says it's a resounding victory, even though we can argue about that, because 4 years ago he won by almost 1 million votes or about 1 million votes, and this time he wins it by over 500,000 votes. You can say that he's lost 500,000 votes. That's almost half of the figures that he won with 4 years ago. What did the free SHS add to Nana Addo Dankwa and the MPP's campaign? There was free water during the COVID era. There was free electricity. There was the MBSSI distribution. There's been a lot of social intervention programs, but it appears that something went dramatically wrong with the MPP because they lost a lot of seats in Parliament. Social media has been reacting to the news of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's victory. Still number one in the Twitter trends is Nana MPP has won. Second, number 2 is I voted John Mahama. That was not in the trend. That seemed to have appeared in the trend a while ago. So number 2 on Twitter trends in Ghana is I voted John Mahama. Hashtag I voted John Mahama. Congratulations, Mr. President is number 3 in the trends. Number 4 is Nana Showboy. And then you have Ghana in number 5 in the top 5 trends in Ghana as far as Twitter and social media is concerned. What else can you tell us, Abantipa?
Danny, let's take some of the reactions on social media.
Right.
I'll begin with Nana has won, and some interesting comments. They are posting. Some are posting pictures of. There's this NDC fabric that has the image of John Dramani Mahama in it, and then this one from Sir Roxy GH says Sikanashi hashtag MPP has won. Congratulations, Mr. President. This one says, congrats, sir. Tweeting at Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. That's coming from Nana Yao Ayensu. This one posts a picture, a video from Kwadaso and says Kwadaso is on fire. Hashtag Nana has won. This he shares a picture of Nana Akufo-Addo looking at someone in a manner that more like, you want to go to court, go and let's see. He said, if they want to go to court, I care less. That's and he tweets at Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. Another posts a picture of Reverend Owusu Bempa handing over something that looks like
something we need to talk about. All the
exactly the prophecies. You know, there was the Islamic clergy and there was Nigel Gezi.
We should kill him if
yes.
Win.
And remember, in the newsroom I said we should compile the list of all those who say if this party doesn't win, he should be killed.
So Nigel Gezi predicted for John Mahama.
John Mahama. He said John Mahama was going to win, and so all those who were saying that Mahama. Nana Akufo-Addo is winning. They are not seeing well. Yes, and
Bedu Kubi also predicted.
Bedu Kubi also predicted that John Mahama was going to win.
What do we do with this party? Or because the NDC is challenging it?
Well, you know, maybe when the Donald Trump issue happened, you know, Prophet Bedu Kubi was one of the prophets who said Donald Trump was going to win, and when it happened that Joe Biden was pronounced winner, he said it's going to come to pass because Trump was heading to court and we don't know the outcome. So maybe it's early days yet.
No. In fact, Trump has called for a recount. In fact, he's losing the recount. The numbers with which Joe Biden was leading him is expanding, is increasing actually. So I don't.
Maybe he should have taken the first defeat like that, because now we are. He
said that was not a prophecy. That was a revelation or something. I hear there's a difference between a prophecy and a revelation.
Okay, I prophesy. It was revealed to me. Anyway,
I'm sure in the coming days we'll try and find explanations as to why it didn't go the way it went. Maybe they will take solace in the fact that NDC won a lot of seats in Parliament. Not the majority.
Even if you take solace in that, I don't know how that reflects on a victory for John Mahama. So,
well, the contention, maybe John Mahama will go to court
and win.
Maybe.
And the prophecy will come to pass.
We're still here on Election Desk. As we move forward, we'll try and work the phone lines. One of the people who predicted that Nana Addo Akufo-Addo was going to win was Ben Efson. He came under a lot of attack and insult when he did that prediction. Why? Because in 2016, he predicted that John Mahama was going to win, and then it didn't come to fruition. So this year, when he predicted that Nana Akufo-Addo was going to win, others said that, Masa, last 4 years, you predicted that John Mahama was going to win. It didn't happen, so stop predicting. But it appears that he came very close to his prediction. He had predicted that Nana Akufo-Addo was going to win between 52%, but he said there was a margin of error of 2%. Yeah. So that was between 50% and 52%. So it appears that his projection and prediction that Nana Akufo-Addo will win the election has come to pass. In the coming days, I'm sure the big conversation will be what next for John Dramani Mahama. If he would proceed to court or not. If he doesn't go to court, what does the political future hold for him? Would the NDC entrust the party in his hands again to go for another election in 4 years' time? Don't forget, John Mahama already has served a first term in office. So even if he becomes president, he would only be eligible to rule for 4 years. So the NDC would have a big decision to make whether going into the future they need to groom another person or to still stick with John Mahama. Don't forget there is age on the side of Mahama relatively, because there's more than a 10-year gap between John Mahama and Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. I think John Mahama is in his 60s. 62, yeah. And Nana Addo Akufo-Addo is somewhere 78 or so. Would be 78 this year, if my memory serves me right. Nana Addo Dankwa, by the time he's out of office, will be more than 80 years. So that's some solace for Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. But that is a conversation that would come later in the days ahead. Because even the MPP would have to make a decision of who succeeds Nana Addo Akufo-Addo in the event that he finishes his term, because he's not going again if he elapses this 4 years. Would Bawumia be the game changer? Many have said that, but for Bawumia's work in the northern region, maybe Nana Addo Akufo-Addo would not be celebrating another victory tonight. So Bawumia is still the game changer for the MPP, and is a man that must be respected and must be held in high esteem as far as the MPP is concerned. But that's a conversation they would have later on, because for now it's victory for them, and it's difficult times for the NDC, who we are told would address the nation. That's John Mahama would address the nation in the coming hours and make some pronouncements. We don't know what he is going to say. We don't know if this is going to proceed to court, and it won't be the first time the elections in Ghana would be heading to court, because in 2012 there was a precedent when Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who is now president, decided to go to court because he was unhappy with the result. But the interesting fact we would want to bring you, which Abrantipa would be going over in the next couple of minutes, is the fact that more than 100 members of parliament will not return when the 8th session begins. More than 100 MPs. You know, before we come to that conversation though, my producers tell me we've got a nice footage of some party going on between MPP supporters. There's a feast of sorts, and they are enjoying their jollof tonight. Let's go for that footage. So you saw excited supporters of the MPP being given food at the MPP headquarters here in Accra. While we understand that they are excited, we also must remind Ghanaians that the COVID is real. COVID is still here with us, and the numbers we're seeing are quite scary, with no adherence to the social distancing or any of the safety protocols as far as the COVID pandemic is concerned. So yes, go out there and celebrate if your party won, but do not do anything that would anger the opponent who lost. So be measured in your celebration, because the stakes are high, and you may incur the wrath of someone who has their party losing or may have lost the election. So let's all be measured as we celebrate for those who have won, and also let's be more tolerant of those who have won if we are on the losing side. Like we have told you, the flag bearer of the NDC is expected to address the nation shortly, or address their supporters shortly. We would try and bring you updates of that. In the meantime, I mentioned that we'll go over the list of the over 100 members of parliament who are not returning to the 8th parliament. The 8th parliament will be inaugurated on the midnight of 6th January before the president is, if you like, installed in office on the 7th of January. So the inauguration of the president is on January 7th. But the midnight of January 7th or January 6th, the parliament would enter into session, because parliament must swear in new members of the house, and would bring you that. So Abantipa will take us through the over 100 people who are not returning to parliament, either voluntarily or those who have lost their seats in the just ended elections. Abantipa.
So there are sections. There are MPP MPs who have lost in the elections. There are NDC MPs who have lost. And then there are NPP MPs who lost their constituency primaries. There are NDC MPs who lost their constituency primaries. And there are NPP, NDC MPs who have retired. They decided not to contest again. So we have 113 MPs who will not be returning to Parliament. We begin with the NPP MPs who lost on December 7. George Odro, New Edubiase, George Anda, Ewutu Senya, Yao Boabin Asamoah, Adentan constituency, Boniface Abubakar Siddiq, Madina, Siaka Stevens at North, German North, Yao Afo, German South, Ali Hamidu, Doma West, George Jan Bafo, Wenchi, Derek Odro, Nkranza North, Charles Kunedu Yadom, Nkranza South, Abina Drowa Mensa, Asen North, Barbara Eisi, Cape Coast North, Francis Kingsley Kujo, Ekumfi, Alexander Aban, Gomwa West, Joseph Thete, Apa Menya Krobo, Ebenezer Nate, Ablekuma Central, Hajia Alima Mahama, Naleugu Gambaga, Titus Glover, Tema East, Joseph Penka, Tempani, Adongo Frank Fuseni is Zebila, Anthony Cabo, Laura, Michael Jato, Krachi East, Paul Essien, Jomoro, Barbara Otinjesi, Pristia Huni Valley, Kofi Amwakohine, Atebubu Amantin constituency, Gabriel Osei Tain, Okoboy Lejokuku, Elizabeth Afole Kwe Krowo, Solomon Boa Bunkurugu, Martin Oti Jakun, Techiman North, Catherine Afeku, Ivalu Gura, Matthew Nyindam, Pandai, Salifu Brian, Salaga South. We move to the NDC MPs who lost on December 7. Adam Mutawakilu, Damango, Edward Derry, Lambusi, Abdul Rauf Tanko, Yagaba Kubori, Swalihu Al-Hassan, Karaga, Muhammad Abdul Aziz Moen, Charles Bintum, Saboba, Wahab Suhini. My producers are disturbing me. Tolon Simon Champon, Tatale Sanguli, Al-Hassan Umar, Zabzugu, Mahama Shaibu, Daboya Mankirigu, Mumuni Al-Hassan, Salaga North, Dr. Robert Baba Binduri, and Samuel Abdullahi Trepone, Joseph Nabu, Nyo Felicia Ajay, Kintampo South, Mohammed Maswudu, Pru West, Derek Dakon Ohene Bequin, Upper West Akim, and then Mumuni Al Hassan, Salaga North. And this is the list of MPP MPs who lost their constituencies, during the primaries. Yeah. So that's
the tall list.
A tall list.
That's a tall list.
It's very long. 41. I hope I don't end up butchering the name. So I was told I was butchering some of the names. Joseph Benhazin, Esutisfi North Constituency, Daniel Ochema Boaje, Bantima Constituency, Kwabena Owusu Eduome Ejeso Constituency, Collins Owusu Amuakun, Mensia Constituency, Ben Abdella Banda Offenso Constituency, Kennedy Kankam, Nsiayeso Constituency, Kwame Asefu J, Nsuta Kwaman Beposo Constituency, Joyce Ajwa Akun Day, Bosomefreho Constituency, Dr. Kojo Apia Kubi, Atwima Kwanguma Constituency, Joseph Albert Kwam, Manso Kwanguma Constituency, Joseph Albert Kwam, Manso Nkwanta Constituency, Nana Ameni Ampo Mafo, Efija Kwabre North Constituency, Dr. Kwabena Chum, Nyama Brikum East Constituency, Kwesi Sabi, Doma East Constituency, Anthony Ifa, Asekuma Odobin Brakwa Constituency, Abraham Odum, Chifo Eti Mokwa Constituency, Nana Amuakon, Apa Dencha East Constituency, Mark Esibe Yeboa, New Draben South Constituency, William Ejapon Kwetu, Akim Oda Constituency, Seth Kwame Echampon, Empraeso Constituency, Amase Akwetia, Opare Ansa Suhum, Kwabena Ohemin Tinyase at Kade Constituency, Robert Kwesi Amua Achiase, Eric Kwache Dafo Nkoko Constituency, Nana Ekwia Owusu Efriye Ablekuma North Constituency, Vincent Sowa Odote La Dadekotopon Constituency, Ahmed Arthur Okankwe South, Kofi Brakon Tema Central, Alhaji Habib Sad Botiano Ingleshi Amanfrom Constituency, Alhaji Wahab Wombei Tolon Constituency, Charles Bintim Saboba Constituency, Dr. Sagri Bambangi Walewale Constituency, Kofi Ada Joseph Navrongo Constituency, Godfred Bayon Tangu Wa East Constituency, Patrick Adama Sisala West, Redwan Abbas Sisala East, Joe Mensah Kwesimintim Constituency, Ato Bamford Shama Constituency, Alex Ejeku at Mofo Constituency, Mpofo Constituency, Patrick Bojakun Kwame is Amenfi East Constituency, Kingsley Abuaji Jedu Bibiani Ariaso Bekwai Constituency. NDC MPs who lost during the primaries in 2017, Joseph Cherry is at Wa West, Daniel Kwesi Esiama Buem, Emmanuel Ni Okainlai Amasaman Constituency, Matthias Kwame Into Awin Constituency, Amenga Etogo, Chianan Paga Constituency, Ras Mubarak Kumbugu Constituency, Francis Dakura Jirapa, Aziz Abdul Muniru Akan Constituency, Erikose Owusu Afram Plains Constituency. NPP MPs who are retiring, Dr. Anthony Akuto Osei Tafo Pankrono, Kwabna Apia Minka of Akrofuom, Dr. Ziblin Idi of Gushegu, Shelley Ayoko Boche of Anya Sotuom, the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. NDC MPs who are retiring, Aban Bagbin, Nadoli, Richard Koshiga Keta, Inusa Fuseni, Tamale Central, Dr. Benis Adiku Hohoi, Magnus Kofi Amote, Yulo Krobo, Clement Kofi Humado and Lo, and then Fifi Kwete Ketu South. So the list of 113 MPs will not be returning to Parliament. Either they were voted out during their primaries, they didn't get that endorsement to stand on the ticket of their party, or they lost on December 7 parliamentary elections, or they decided not to contest at all. So that's the list we have there, Danny.
Yeah, a very tall list, and we have told you why. It's a very serious conversation that we need to have, that in 275 constituencies, you have how many? Over 100. What's it?
113.
There are 113 MPs who are not returning to the House. So there are MPs who 4 years ago were in Parliament, and for some reason, this time they won't be in Parliament when the next session begins on the midnight of January 6, 2021. Again, one of the norms and the traditions after the declaration of results after every major election is whether or not the one who is lost will concede. It's been a tradition for a very long time. What we do not know is whether John Mahama would concede defeat to Nana Akufo-Addo. Not that it would change anything, but it's in the spirit of fair play that the losing candidate would call the winning candidate and concede. So far, 3 candidates have conceded defeat to Nana Akufo-Addo. If you go to our website, www.GhanaWeb.com, you will see that Mr. Henry Herbert Latte of the GCPP is one of those 3 who have conceded to Nana Akufo-Addo. The flag bearer of the Ghana Union Movement, Mr. Christian Kobna Andrews, known also as Osofo Chiabosom, has also called Nana Akufo-Addo to concede. Third, and not the last, is Mr. Percival Kofi Akpalu, who has also called Nana Akufo-Addo to concede. While it is great, what Ghanaians would like to know is whether John Dramani Mahama would call Nana Akufo-Addo and concede. Earlier in the day, you heard reports that the Peace Council had attempted to visit John Dramani Mahama at his office, but they were turned away. That were the reports. We were unable to substantiate the veracity of that. Madam Ekuadonko has also conceded defeat to Nana Akufo-Addo. So we'll wait and see what John Mahama would have to say following the declaration by the EC that Mr. Nana Akufo-Addo has won the election. If you just tuned in, Nana Akufo-Addo won the election by 6,730,413 votes, representing 51.59% of the vote. Mr. John Dramani Mahama, former president and flag bearer of the NDC, came in second with 6,214,889, representing 47.36% of the vote. The smaller parties came in that order, and we did mention that Techiman South is excluded from this result, and Techiman South has 128,018 registered voters, but the AC says that even if you added all the 128,018 voters to the numbers of John Dramani Mahama, it still will not push the election into a runoff, and neither would it enable him to overtake Nana Akufo-Addo, which means that Nana Akufo-Addo has an unassailable lead, thereby making him president-elect for the next 4 years. He has addressed his people. He says he's willing to work with Parliament. As we speak, nobody knows who has a majority in Parliament. What we can say is that it appears there is a deadlock in Parliament, 137 seats each for the NDC and the MPP, and 1 independent candidate. There are attempts to ensure that the independent candidate will join one of the parties, and more than likely he will join the MPP because he is a member of the MPP until 2 weeks ago, where he was sacked from the party. Now he's been told to reapply for him to rejoin the party. Don't forget, Nana Akufo-Addo had mentioned that he was unwilling to work with independent candidates. Obviously, it appears he has no little choice now, and would have to work with him. Let's go on to the phone lines once again. We're heading to the Western region, where we'll try and gauge the mood in the Western region after the declaration of the result. Daniel Kaku is our correspondent in that region. Daniel Kaku, good evening. Welcome to Election Desk. Tell us what is happening in the Western region and where you are.
Yeah, good evening and welcome to Western region. Currently, I'm in the Elembe district, and here is one of the communities in Elembele. As you can see on the background, here is so quiet. The reason is that here the MPP couldn't win the parliamentary seat, so the jubilation here is not as compared to the other constituency that the both president and the MP won over there. And what I've been in the town, what the people are saying is that they are happy that the president finally have been declared as a winner, and they are praying that project that they started and they couldn't finish, their next administration, they will finish those projects. And others too are saying that they are happy. Then these members are saying that they are happy that the member of parliament of the area retained the seat. So that is the mood in Western region. So far, no casualty have been recorded. And you can, when you go to the roadside, the motorbikes and the cars are moving slowly without any. So here in Western region, the jubilation is very moderate as compared to the Ashanti region.
So how are the NDC supporters reacting to the declaration of the result?
Yeah, some are saying that their leadership should speak to them and know what to do next. And others too are saying that the result was overturned in favor of President Kufuor. So the leadership of NDC should contest the result in court. So I also told them that the leadership are here to speak to the media, so they should exercise patience. So they are also exercise patience to wait and hear what the leadership of NDC will say. So currently they are not debating; they are sitting quietly, as you can see from the background. They are sitting quietly. These are the members of NDC members who are discussing matters among them. They are saying that they will wait for their leadership to speak before they will take some actions, if they will debate or they will do otherwise. But others, majority of them are saying that they should contest the election in court.
Thank you very much, Daniel Kaku from the Western region, Elembele, to be precise. And he was bringing us updates after the declaration of the results. We were trying to gauge the mood in the various regions, for which reason we called Daniel Kaku from Elembele, which is in the Western region. He appears to say that there's relative calm. The MPP obviously are celebrating, the supporters of the MPP are obviously celebrating. The NDC supporters are calling on their leadership to speak to them and also to challenge the result in court. And we say that is the proper way to do, and not to incur, or if you like, go on a destruction spree in town, because that does not solve any problem. We will try and go to the voter region, which is the World Bank of the NDC. Peter has joined us from the voter region. Peter, good evening and welcome to Election Desk. What's happening in the voter region? Hello, Peter, if you can hear me, what's happening in the voter region?
MPP office. Over here, there's a massive jubilation going on, as you can see in the background. The people are here dancing to all manner of tunes, and the place is so lit at the moment. It's a very wide jubilation going on here right now as I speak to you.
So these are MPP supporters. How is the security situation in the voter region?
Yeah, please, can you come again for me, please?
I'm asking how the security situation in the voter region is like.
security situations in the region is nothing to talk home about. Like everything is cool. There's no recorded incident of violence or people being like people engaging in fight, all those kind of stuff. Everything.
There are only a minority of the people in the voter region in the MPP. How are the NDC supporters reacting to the jubilation by these few MPP supporters?
Yes, I went to the NDC office in the district, but there's no jubilation over there. Although they are a candidate to run the parliamentary seat, but there's no jubilation. The office has been closed.
All right, thank you very much, Peter, for that update from the voter region. We're doing a regional tour to gauge the mood in the various regions. There are 16 regions now in the country. It appears that the regions were split into the very middle. There are 16 regions. It appears even the NDC won 9 regions, while the MPP won 8. But in terms of the numbers, MPP has more numbers than the NDC, even though the NDC seem to have edged it in terms of the regional breakdown there. So, yeah, if you just woke up or if you are just waking up anywhere in the world, we know there are different time zones and we have a lot of viewers from different parts of the world. So if you just woke up and you are wondering who's won the Ghana election, we can tell you that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has received the mandate of the majority of Ghanaians for another 4-year term. That's a statement that the NDC will not be happy about because they contend the result of that election. Abanspa, what else can you tell us? We need to be wrapping up. Yeah. It's been 3 long days, yes. And we have, if you like, held our end of the bargain, promising you, our viewers, that we're going to be with you right until the declaration. What else can you tell us, though?
So now I voted for Mahama is number 1 on Twitter. Nana has won is number 2. Nana Addo Afa is number 3, and then congratulations, Mr. President, is number 4. So with I voted for John Mahama. People or tweets are saying that they don't regret voting for John Dramani Mahama. So this one, I'm not sure it's Pakwesi Indium's account, but it's Pakwesi Indium, and it says, I will never regret voting for him. We will fight again. It comes with a picture of John Dramani Mahama. No matter if you have been tweeting since day 1 or just recently joined us, we are thankful for our community here. That's why we teamed up to okay, let me skip that one. So I understand we have Abdul on the line. Abdul, can you hear me? Good evening, and thanks for joining us. Okay, it appears we don't have Abdul. This one says over 6.2 million people voted for John Dramani Mahama. We are forever with you. I voted for Mahama. You remain the best, and I am proud I'm part of the 6.2 million people who voted for you. Coming from Sylvester. Abdul is on the line. Hello, Abdul. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Good evening.
So, where are you reporting from?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Abdul, I can hear you. Where exactly are you, and what can you report?
Currently in Tamale here, just around Changle. And as you can see from the background, people are jubilating. They are happy. They are showing their happiness. People are riding by motorbikes. Others are dancing. You can see from the background over there. So let me see if I can get some. And then we find out their mood here.
I see.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Those are, I mean, supporters of NPP. Yes. Any, of course, disappointment. But how is the NDC reacting to it?
Actually, they are. You don't see. You find it difficult to really differentiate between NDC and NPP. Everybody is rejoicing, jubilating, showing their happiness.
Okay. All right. Abdul, thank you. I guess we will come back later if there is any other development. Our reporter Abdul reporting from the north. Just some few more messages. Okay, so we'll go back to Abdul. I'm told he has some persons to, express how they are feeling today because their president has been, their candidates, president, their candidates have been has been maintained. Abdul, take over.
I can get you.
Yes, Abdul, I'm told you have some people to speak to.
Yes.
Right, so go ahead.
Your name? I have with me Adam Saidi, and then he will be sharing with us his feelings. Hello, Adam. Hello. Please, why are you here?
I'm here.
Yeah, can we speak English? Yeah. Okay. Why are you here, Mr. Adam?
I'm here to celebrate because of NPP has won.
All right. So, what's your expectation?
I'm just happy that the NPP has won again because Ghana has done a very massive work for the whole country, and now it's going for another 4 years. So I'm very happy and very excited for the show.
So, what do you have for the general public? Right? What do you have for the general public?
The general public.
I mean, your NPP NDC supporters or the other parties.
Right now, we are here. You can't differentiate the NDC and the NPP. We are just mixed together, celebrating. When they were about to declare the declaration, we were thinking that if they declare it, it's going to be something different. But right now, we are happy and all of us are enjoying. We are celebrating together. Now you can't differentiate the NDC and NPP. All together.
So, any peace message you have for Ghanaians?
I have the peace message because what your mama has done, like we were not happy about that because the election is just next time it will become one. Oh, so the peace message is that everybody should watch.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Abdul. So I guess that will be it. Thank you, Abdul, for that report and speaking to some persons who are actually happy about the victory of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who has been handed another 4 years. Like he said, the followers or fans of NDC, members of NDC, they are unable to differentiate between them because everyone is jubilating, everyone is celebrating. I guess it's all for the peace that we are enjoying. Ghana wins at the end of the day. Let's still get some reactions on social media, and then Big Daddy C, I'm reading comments on there. I voted for John Mahama. Says JDM and NDC, I'm proud of you. Over 6 million votes plus majority in parliament. I still don't know why Akufo-Addo has won this NPP EC regime elections, but my NPP friends are still not happy and jubilating, but rather praising JDM and NDC. That's from Big Daddy C. He says his NPP friends are not happy. Okay. Pretty Jane says, I voted for Mahama and I never regretted it. Comes with a very fine picture of the flag bearer of the NDC. Sami Jemfiba, obviously not Sami Jemfi, because I know Sami Jemfi's Twitter handle has 17 attached to it. It says on the 7th of December, I voted for John Mahama on the 7th of December, and I will do same in 2020, inshallah. And there's an interesting thing happening on social media. Aside I voted for Mahama, there is a journalist who is being trolled by some NDC supporters. I'll come back to read some of the comments. I understand we have Mark Anthony. Okay, Mark, good evening. Hello, Mark. Mark, can you hear me? Hello, Mark. Okay, so I guess, Mark, can you hear me? Mark cannot hear me, so we'll come back to Mark. Like I was saying, so Bridget Otu seems to be enjoying some backlash on social media. So she tweeted, wow, long way to go. I only follow, so her followership has increased. Okay, because the NDC supporters, fans Okay, so I understand Mark is ready. Hello, Mark. Okay, Mark, take over. Let's hear your report.
Yes, I'm in Koporia. It's a central district town. We have called it the YNK Street. It's actually full with MPP supporters jubilating all through. And in fact, I wish I could speak with them, but the jubilation is too much. It's all about MPP street party here on the street, and these youth are happy that MPP has won. I forget one of them to talk to.
All right, so we will come back to the studio. The feed not the very best, and so we will pause here. A reminder that I mean, like Danny will say, if you just joined us, because we have different viewers, different audience. We have some viewers outside the country. If you just joined us, the news is President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has been voted president with 6,730,401 votes, representing 51%. John Dramani Mahama came second with 6,214,889, representing 47.36%. So that is the news. The declaration was made by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Jane Mensah, this evening around 5:30. That's when they sat for the press conference. So let me take you through the figures again for those who may not be aware. We had 12 candidates, a dozen over there. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo of the NPP had 6,730,413, representing 51.59%. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC had 6,214,889, representing 47.36%. Christian Awuni of GUM had 105,565, representing 0.08005%. Ivor Greenstreet of CPP had 12,215, representing 0.093%. Ekradonko of GFP had 5,575, representing 0.027%. Hassan Ayariga, okay, so I skipped Henry. Henry Latte of GCPP had 3,574, representing 0.027%. Hassan Ayariga, APC, had 7,140, representing 0.054%. Kofi Akpalu, LPG, had 7,690, representing 0.059%. David Esibi, of PNC, had 10,887, representing 0.083%. Brigita Kusua of PPP had 6,848, representing 0.052%. And then Nana Kunedu Ajman Rawlings of NDP had 6,612, representing 0.050%. Asiedu Walker, an independent presidential candidate, had 9,703, representing 0.074%. Now, it's looking at the results, Danny, I want us to look at Christian Andrew, Reverend Christian Andrew, Sofu Chabosom's vote.
Before then, though, let's go back to the Eastern region where we are told that Mark Anthony has rejoined us with his updates from that region. That is one of the strongholds of the MPP. The Ashanti region and the Eastern region remains two of the strongholds of the MPP, and once again they won that region. Mark Anthony has joined us from Koforidua, I believe, with scenes and footages from celebrations of MPP supporters.
Everyone is so happy, and you know, as you can see, as you heard them, they said they are happy because of the intervention that the social intervention that the president or the MPP brought to them. So they think that yes, as MP has been voted again, they are going to continue to enjoy more social intervention. So that's been the capital of the Eastern region and also the capital of the South Municipal Assembly or municipality.
We'll try and keep the video on for a few more minutes and see what's happening in Koforidua. We're also getting scenes from Bantama where the MPP supporters are in wild jubilations. And for me, and I speak as a citizen who is concerned, because the number of people in the streets and the blatant disregard for the social distancing and all the safety protocols is a bit worrying. I'm sure that medical practitioners will be looking at this and would be raising their eyebrows, because if there's another breakout of the pandemic, we could be overwhelmed as a country. I know that people are in a celebratory mood, but we need to remember that the COVID is real and is still out there. So scenes from Koforidua is what you saw from our correspondent Mark Anthony in that region, a region Nana Akufo-Addo won massively, and the Ashanti region as well. There are scenes from Bantama, which we will try and show you in a bit. It's incredible. But yes, Abrantiba was telling me about Osofo Chabosom. We don't know whether it is. I don't know. I don't
Those
know.
who have received miracles also.
We have to go back to the phone line. Sorry about that. Frank Abuaji has joined us from Bono East, with scenes from that region. Mr. Abuaji, what's happening in Bono East?
Yes, if you can hear me at the studio, it's very noisy here. But right in the center of Atebubu Township is wild jubilation going on. As you can see behind me, we have a multitude of MPP supporters going on a float. It is very noisy. It is wild jubilation here as a result of the announcement of Nana Addo Akufo-Addo as president-elect by the Eastern Chairperson.
Have you reported cases of clashes between supporters of both parties?
The jubilation is by supporters of the NPP. The supporters of the NPP have taken over the streets of Atebubu on the main Kumasi Atebubu and Yeju Road.
But what of the NDC supporters? How are they comporting themselves after the declaration?
Actually, the NDC supporters, because they won the parliamentary, their jubilation was yesterday. And it looks like today is the day for the MPP. So basically, the street has been taken over the MPP supporters. NDC supporters are not on the street. It is basically MPP.
Okay, so this is a typical case of the presidential candidates winning the elections in that region, but the MP, most of the MPs in that region losing.
If I can hear you, the NDC won in the parliamentary race, and the MPP is like basically they are jubilating because of the national declaration. And the has immense victorious.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Abuaji, who is our correspondent in the Bono East region. You saw scenes of wild jubilations of MPP supporters, obviously because their party has won for the next 4 years. But the MPP will look at this result and know that they need to sit up there's a deadlock in Parliament. If you didn't know, we've had comments on our YouTube channel asking us who is winning Parliament. We're unable to tell you because some of the constituencies are being challenged. So that's why we are unable to tell you. What we can tell you is that no party has a majority, an overwhelming majority in Parliament. The NDC has done very well, even though they, according to the EC, have lost the elections as far as the presidential is concerned. They've clawed a lot of the MPP seats in the parliamentary race. And then there's one independent candidate in that election. This is Election Desk. We are running from now until 9 p.m. We have 20 minutes to go. We're told that John Dramani Mahama would address the supporters of the NDC in a very few minutes. We'll attempt to bring live stream to you when we do have it. We also did tell you that 2 of our journalists were attacked at the NDC headquarters today, and it's something that we take very seriously. We have reported to the police. We have asked them to seek medical attention. But until then, we are not physically participating in any activities of the NDC, and that's a decision by management of GhanaWeb and Africa Web Holding. And so that's some news for you. Osofo Chabosom has performed better than the traditional parties. The Ivor Green Street electric shock appeared to have shocked only he and his party. Madam Bridget Jogbanuku, the females also didn't perform quite well. Many would attribute the poor performance of Nana Konadu Agyemang-Rawlings to the death of her husband, which meant that she couldn't go out there and campaign. Whether that is a valid point or not is a conversation we'll have in the ensuing days. We'll also talk about Bawumia's effect and whether the MPP could have won this election if not for his enterprise in some parts of the northern region where the NDC and the MPP seem to have really slugged it out there. So, also for Chabosom, I don't know what to attribute. I think a lot of people went for the rejected ballot, or I don't know whether it was deliberately or it was still the issue of people not knowing how to properly cast their vote. But for Osofo Chabosom to have come third is a bit surprising. I mean, should he feel? I think he should feel proud of himself. This is his first time.
You know, Beneficence, or in one of the polls, he placed third.
Okay.
Yes, in one of the polls. I'm not sure whether it's Beneficence poll or the University of Ghana's, but in one of the polls he placed third. And if you look at the candidate that is next to him, you see how wide the margin is. That is 12,000 Ivor Green Street. We are talking about 12,215, but Osofo Chabosom had 105,000.
That's a big difference.
Yes, exactly.
And we are talking about the CPP, which is an Nkrumah party, which has, if you like, some loyal support base.
Exactly.
Something is happening to the CPP.
But hold on, we'll come back. I'm told we have a video from Bantima constituency, aka Florida. Let's watch and see how people are reacting to the victory of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So that's some people actually happy. If you know Bantima, it's a big constituency and it's actually one of the strongholds of the NPP. So people are jubilating. I'm just imagining how the place will be till next morning, because Bantima there, Kofo Jomoni. So before we went on for that video, that insert, we were talking about Osofo Chabosom's performance. And maybe for me, I am thinking it's because of his congregation and probably the miracles that
he's not a prophet, is
he? Is he a prophet?
He's not one of those.
What I know is he. That's why he calls himself Chabosom. He goes and burns the idols, the shrines, and all those things. So what I am thinking is people who have actually benefited from his miracles, his ministry, that, you know, we gave him that that number of votes. But it's quite surprising that it's his first time.
First
and
attempt.
He has been able to beat the CPP, the PNC, the PPP, and all these political parties. It's not the first time that they are contesting. So it's actually a great feat. 105,565.
Wow, that's impressive.
Very.
What do you make of the performance of the females? We are saying the gender advocates were pushing for a seat at the table, and they had an opportunity to elect a woman as president. In fact, when the EC released the demography of the electoral roll, the 17 million plus electoral roll, there were a lot more women on the electoral roll than there were men. If all the women had voted for the female candidate, they could have won. So what accounts for their poor showing? Is Ghana not ready for a woman president?
It's a tough question. But yes, and again,
or maybe it's more about the established political parties and not the personalities.
I actually did not feel the campaign of these the women. I don't know, for one reason or the other, I actually did not see the zeal in their campaign, even though they had done one or two interviews, but the work is actually on the ground. If you look at John Dramani Mahama and Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, you notice that they were going across the length and breadth of the country and campaigning. Some were saying that both of them are tired and all of that. We did not see that vigorous campaign from the women. I think that it's one thing that went against them. And we are also making a mistake if we think that because they are women, all the women are going to vote for them. So,
I know.
And we cannot say that votes were split. If you want to
between the three women,
the three women, because
the numbers
if you add them up, it's not significant. So that I think it's the love and affiliation for these two major political parties, and there are some people, no matter what you do, they are going to vote for party A, they are going to vote for party B, and that is why the president's margin of victory is not convincing to some people, because if you look at all the things that he did, the free water, utility, free SHS, and all
planting
of those,
for
planting for food, and he is able to get...
the surprising thing, the MPP lost a Kumfi after the factory, the Kumfi juice factory. The MP there lost, so... that's quite interesting. Even though there's a factory there.
You see how interesting this whole thing is. Those that got a factory, they actually did not vote for Nana.
And the new regions, the MPP seem to not have performed well in the newly created regions.
Maybe nothing new has happened there except for the creation of the regions.
In fact, others say the creation actually angered people, not because they are against the creation, but when you create a region where you cite the capital, becomes a problem. You have some of the towns fighting over it, and when
it doesn't go for them,
sometimes there is this decision to teach you a lesson, and that could have been one of the reasons why the MPP performed not too well in the newly created regions. I think they won only the Bono East or so in the presidential and lost in the parliamentary. I don't recall, if my memory serves me right, that they won any of the newly created regions, i.e. the well, they won in Damongo in the Savannah region, where Abu Jinapo won as MP. So yes, they won in Damongo in the Savannah region, but overall the MPP did perform quite poorly in the newly regions.
Okay, so we will be wrapping up soon with with our conversation. Sorry, and we ending at 9 o'clock as we have announced. It's still the presidential elections. The president Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has been retained. John Dramani Mahama losing again, and this is the third time both of them are contesting, are facing each other.
Actually, in 2012, in 2016, and then in 2020. Yeah.
So, interestingly, that's some facts for you out there. So, if there is any news that you have missed, you go to our website www.ghanaweb.com, and there are lots of news there for you. Let's get interactive on Twitter at the GhanaWeb, at the GhanaWeb. Instagram is at the GhanaWeb. Facebook is the GhanaWeb. So let's get interactive. Tweet us at us. If the comments are
civil.
Because some of the, you see, the reason when I go on social media, like I'm reading social media reactions, you need to take time, because sometimes the comments there are not very nice. It's not good for air. Those comments are just for the street, and so we cannot bring them here. So if your comments are okay, if they are civil, devoid of any insults whatsoever, we'll read them for you. Of course, the platform for you to share your view. So visit our website www.ghanaweb.com and read all our stories. Any information about the website, yes. So as earlier said, 3 presidential candidates have conceded defeat. We don't know if there has been any addition yet, but as and when we get the information, we'll update you. Dr. Henry Herbert Lati of the GCPP has conceded defeat and congratulated President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The flag bearer of Ghana Union Movement, Mr. or Reverend Christian Kwabena Andrews, aka Osofu Chirabosom, has also conceded and congratulated President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So that's it. LPG, that's Kofi Akpalu. Remember, Akpalu was one of the critics of no, it wasn't Akpalu. I'm mistaking him for someone. There was one of the candidates, one of the critics of the Akufo-Addo-led administration. So, well, the news is that Akpalu, has conceded and congratulated President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We are unsure when the NDC, John Dramani Mahama, will have his press conference. But as and when it's live, we will pick it, and then we'll let you know exactly what is happening. It's a coverage of the presidential and parliamentary elections now. Level. We are waiting whether or not the results will be, the NDC and John Dramani Mahama will go to court as it happened in 2012 to seek redress if they are unhappy. But then it is imperative to state that the Peace Council and the international observers bodies missions have all been calling for peace. They're asking that if you are jubilating, you should be measured in your jubilation. Don't jubilate in the manner that causes anger for the other person to react in the manner that will not be palatable. So be measured in your jubilation. You need to, if you need to jubilate, jubilate. But you say some of the ways that by which some people jubilate is it's some way as or sapa not in and that's very irritating. So be measured. We also entreat various leaders to find a way to calm their followers and not to make any comments that will incite violence. So very soon we'll take a break and then we'll come back and wrap up the discussion and go and get some sleep. That's if we will be able to sleep. Sometimes you are too tired and you can't even sleep. There are some other times that as soon as you lie down, you are gone. Not even the alarm will be able to wake you up. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll be concluding our discussion and coverage of the election. Wrapping up our coverage of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections. It's been a long day. 3 days of covering the elections. It started on December 7, 8th, we were here, 9th, today we are here. Tomorrow we will not be here, but we will be giving you all the news on our website, GhanaWeb.com, www.GhanaWeb.com. If you go to our YouTube, if you want to see us, go to our YouTube channel, it's GhanaWeb TV. Let's interact on social media at the GhanaWeb on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. So we are wrapping up, Danny. So we understand there are some 3 female MPs, 5 women
who are going to Parliament, and it fits into our conversation about the performance of the female candidates. But I would like to run through the 5 women who have gained seats in the Ashanti region.
Right.
And the 5 women, they all stood on the tickets of the New Patriotic Party, and they've won seats in the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections held this year. They are Mrs. Patricia Appiah, who is incumbent member of parliament for Asokwa. She gained 45,726 out of the 70,884 valid vote cast to retain her seat in parliament. The 63-year-old former mayor of the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly is the deputy minister of Science and Environment and Innovation in the Akufo-Addo government. Ms. Francisca Oten-Mensah, a 27-year-old lawyer, also got 77,635 out of the 111,000 valid vote cast to retain her seat in Kwabre East. 27-year-old lawyer as a member of parliament. That's a magnificent seat there, but she is going to parliament for a second term. So she was very young when she won that seat, about 23 or 24 years when she won that seat. She's done 4 years already in government. Her votes were the highest for the MPP in the Ashanti region. That's a magnificent feat there, considered as a stronghold of the party. Mrs. Ama Poma Boateng, the pioneer MP for Joabin, held on to her seat following her victory in the elections, and she polled 24,287 out of the 32,334 valid vote cast to retain her seat. Mrs. Adelaide Ama Ejewa in team, who is a first-timer, brushed off all odds to win the Insuta Kwaman Beposo constituency for the MPP. She won the seat with 23,000 out of the 32,943 valid vote cast. And then you've got Mrs. Mavis Nkansa Buedu, a 31-year-old incumbent MP, retained the Efija Sechere East constituency to serve her people in the next parliament. So, you know, very young MPs in parliament. You heard of the 27-year-old, and then you have a 31-year-old who retained her seat. Miss Mavis Nkansa Buedu retained the Efija Sechere East constituency in the Ashanti region. The Ashanti region, with 47 constituencies, recorded a total of 2,502,149 valid vote cast in the just ended election. Out of this, 38,000 were rejected. Quite a significant number. It looks like we're bringing our production to an end today. It's 9 p.m. on the dot. We've done this from 7 a.m. And we've done 14 hours of this coverage. We knew that today was going to be the day the EC was going to declare the result, and they have finally declared the result. If you won, be magnanimous in your victory. If you lost, also be magnanimous in your defeat, and know that this country belongs to all of us. This country must not burn because of any politician. Those who lost will live to fight another day, and those who won would be held to account by the people of this country. And as you have seen in the parliamentary elections, the people of this country are particular about the development of this country. And so in the coming days, we'll bring you updates on our news website and on our YouTube channel. God willing, if our producers find it, if you like, feasible, we'll be here for the post-election analysis of why the NDC lost, of why the MPP won with a slimmer margin than they did 4 years ago. We look at the Bawumia effect, the effect of the Okada, the effect of the Galamsey fight, the effect of corruption, the fight with Amidu, the fight with Dumelavlo, and all the issues surrounding the Ejapa deal and how all of that played in the dynamics of the elections. My name has been Daniel Odro. I've been here with Benefo Boabing Abrantepa and then now Oyu Kote throughout the day. Thank you for entrusting us with the news to bring you updates of this election coverage. Thank you for the pleasure of your company. We are back another time with exciting content. Enjoy the many news on our news websites. We are back another time. See you very soon. Bye for now.